All right, and just like that, we are live. Welcome everybody to Roofing Ahead of the Curve. Now, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Patrick Carr. If you watch any of my stuff, I'm usually pretty serious. Today will not be the case right here. This right here is going to be an event that is made to really bring value to not only the roofing contractors that are out there right now, but the blue-collar industry in general. Now, before we get started today, I think it's important to kind of understand what this event is all about. Now, if you are somebody that has attended or attempted to attend an event in the past, like, one of these big conferences or the trade shows that last for 2 or 3 days, there are probably some things that have turned you off about it. And as I kind of thought about how I wanted to open this up, I think that some of those things that turn people off are the things that TJ and the crew here have addressed to try to bring the most value that they possibly can to you. So let me go through them real quick. Everybody thinks that when you go to a conference, what's going to happen? People are going to try to sell you on their program, their 2-week or 6 weeks or 8-month mastermind program where you're going to teach you all the stuff, but they're going to charge you $10,000 a month. There won't be any of that here. TJ has made it very clear that everybody who steps on this stage is going to try to bring you value without trying to sell on their product. So the other thing is you got paid speakers at other conferences. And while these paid speakers are great, and I'm sure they bring immense value, there's none of that here. The people that you're going to see step foot on this stage here today, no one has been paid for it. Everybody here is giving up their time so that they can hopefully share with you what they are experts in within their industry. But then I think most important to all of this is 2 separate things. One, you don't got to step foot outside of your house. Some of you right now could be at your business anywhere from Norway to Nebraska, and you can be watching this in your underwear. It doesn't matter, okay? This is what makes this special. You don't have to get onto a plane. You have an opportunity to hear this right now without having to go through all the hoops, all the money, all the flights, all the hotels, everything brought to you here for the first time. That, in my opinion, is special. And then obviously, if you're watching this, it's live, everybody. Everything here will be live all day long, so there isn't a second repeat. If I screw this up, I don't get a second chance at it. And so unlike some of these other conferences where you don't get a feel for who a person actually really is, you will here today. You'll get a chance to see their product, learn about them as a person, learn about what can make your business better immediately. And I think all those things make this a very unique one-day event. The title is Roofing Ahead of the Curve. And I think that's what TJ is attempting to do here today. Keep you ahead of the curve, because we have an industry here that is changing every single day right now. There is technology that is being introduced that if you fall behind on it, so does your company. If you need an example of that, just go to one of these conferences across the country. Walk through the expo. What you will find is that the people that are there, 80% of them are tech companies. They're not somebody that's making some big improvement to a shingle or to your process. It's a tech company is what it is. Technology is the future, and some of that technology is on social media. Some of it is what you can implement within your own company. And so if you are not the absolute best at it, then somebody else will. That's where you fall behind as a business, and we can't let that happen here. So TJ has put together a list of speakers that are going to be able to help you with production. They're going to be able to help you with sales, technology, all the things that you're going to be able to need to put a great business together or to take your business from where it currently is at right now to a whole other level. We are excited about that today. We're here at the National Claims Institute. Matthew Mulholland and the crew have put together great stuff here, from EuroShield to Roofer to all the great sponsors that we have had here. I'll be talking about them throughout the day. I'm simply your MC to try to introduce some of the great people. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce you to the first speaker of the day. Now, if you spend any time on social media, you're not going to need an introduction to this gentleman right here. I'm telling you, he's a guy with hundreds of thousands of followers across the world. He has been able to dominate the social media game from TikTok to Facebook, Instagram, you name it. He has garnered an audience and helped further the industry through his influence in a very positive way. There's nobody who goes live more than this guy, so this should be no secret, or this should be nothing new to him right here. I'm proud to introduce a friend and somebody, in my opinion, that's got a great heart for the industry. Please welcome TJ McCormick. There you go, man.
Thanks, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. I didn't know I was going to hold a microphone today, so you guys make sure. All right, a couple of rules. All right, I know that we're just getting started with the day. this is an interactive live, meaning that when I'm talking to you guys, we interact, right? So if you guys are at home and you're listening and I ask you to maybe write something down, make sure you write that down because you're going to remember and you're going to use it again. Thank you, Patrick, for the introduction. I had a dream about 30 nights ago, and here we are on September the 16th, 2022, and we're doing the first roofing live event. Can you imagine? We've had Facebook since, what, 2006? And we've never had a roofing event live before on social media, on LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. And here we are today having a live. First of all, I want to start off by thanking EuroShield for being the title sponsor with us. And then also Roofer, Coastal Claims, Cantor, Pintaluga, and then there's so many others. Throughout the day, you'll hear from us. So, you know, if you guys are at home thinking about it right now, please say thank you to these guys if you see them out on the road for doing this. 1 second, I got to find the clicker here. What I'm going to talk about today is actually how social media works and how the interaction is key to make sure that things like this can continue to go viral if they're going viral or so more people can see them. So if you guys are in the audience right now, you have your phones, right? Grab your phones and open it up to World's Greatest Roofer. If you're at home already watching, you're already on this. So just stay there. I want to make sure that you guys see this. We're almost there. Once you get to that World's Greatest Roofer page, you'll see that's live right now, right? So we want to make sure that we go ahead and share that so other people can see it around the world, right? So everybody in here can share that live to their page if they would like, or they could share it to a group or to their own pages. Everybody see it? All right, awesome. Share that live at home if you're watching, and we're going to go ahead and get started. Oh, I don't know how that happened. Where'd Matthew Mulholland go? I don't think that was supposed to happen. Somebody find Matthew for me real quick. Where'd Matthew go? Hey, we're going to listen to some music. Hey, right there. I had a TikTok dance planned, and then the music came on. So hold on 1 second. Hey, can you find Matthew real quick? So here, let's see. I'll try to fix it real quick. There we go. Oh, we're going to play a lot of music today, apparently. It shouldn't be on that. Here, turn it off. I don't know. We're trying to figure out which music's on.
It's not even on.
Where's it coming from?
Is it your slides?
No? Or if it is, just turn the volume.
I want any of that.
It is
This
that.
wasn't even on. That's crazy.
There we go. All right. We'll just turn it back on the PowerPoint. Let's get going. Hey, no, it's all good. At least we had the first thing this morning before we got started at 8 o'clock. All right. We good? All right. There we go. All right. A little bit about me. All right. So 2015, you guys remember that far back? It was like 8 years ago. 7 years ago, right? I'm a roofer. Sometimes I can't count. I came into the roofing industry through a Craigslist ad. Anybody in here coming into the roofing industry from a Craigslist ad? Anybody at home come in? I know you guys came in through a Craigslist ad. At least a couple of you guys did. I went to work for a managed repair program. It was called Mad Sky Managed Repair Program. And I recruited and trained hundreds of roofing companies to do proper damage inspections on homes, starting at the ground level like we all do, right? And getting up on top of the elevations. And I ended up teaching those hundreds of roofers to do the inspections for insurance companies, which now are kind of like Ladder Now, or those the Ladder Assist programs that go up and do the inspections. I self-taught myself how to perform residential inspections and help perfect the sales process to better help my sales organization. Back in the old days when we first got started with our organization, Mad Sky, we were very low on sales. We were right around 40% of the profit. Once we figured out that we were training brand new green salespeople to come out into the workforce and train them how to do proper inspections, we raised that sales rate to 63%. So what I've created, back in December of 2020, we're fast forwarding a couple 5 years, I had COVID. Many of you guys know you were sitting at home throughout the COVID pandemic, and a lot of us weren't able to get out and have sales or perform sales because of the lockdowns that maybe most of you guys were seeing. I know in Florida, if you're here in Florida with us, there weren't a lot of lockdowns. But I think it was one of the only places in the world that didn't have lockdowns. And and we had to, well, I was in Colorado, and Colorado was on lockdown for most of that 2 years, it felt like. So I had to find ways in order to sell more roofs or to try to find more leads to generate more recruits. I'm sitting in my basement and I'm scrolling TikTok. Anybody here scroll TikTok? Yeah, endless for hours, right? I do. Here, I'm going to tell you a quick story. The average work week is 40 hours, right? The average American right now is spending 45 hours a month watching short form video content on social media. 45 hours. That's a job and a half. You're in overtime. Anybody watch more? It's okay. She's okay. I bet you still love her, so it's all good. And thank God mine still loves me because I'm on my phone all the time. So, but no. So when I'm sitting in my basement, I'm sick with COVID, and I'm on TikTok, and I realized that there were a lot of people that were doing TikTok that actually they were having fun. Maybe they weren't having safe fun. People were dancing around on roofs. People were they were doing music lip sync videos, but nobody was being serious with the short form videos just yet. They were actually there was nobody branding their companies. There was nobody co-branding as a salesperson to try to sell more roofs or generate more leads. And a light bulb went off in my head immediately, and I said, "Oh my gosh, there's nobody on TikTok selling roofs yet, and there's nobody out here with their company branding and selling possibly more roofs from that method." Just over a year and a half, almost 2 years coming up in December, I've had right around 165 million views. So in that time, I've also generated just under 232,000 followers. And I've had just about 22% interaction, meaning that somebody that's watched one of my videos may have watched it multiple times. They've liked it, they've commented, they've shared it, or they've, they keep coming back to watch other things on my profile. So they've done something like a profile visit, or they've watched other videos besides just watching the one that they had initially seen. So across all platforms, I have just over 250,000 followers. And where I'm going with this is that I didn't ever have any background or any social media training at all. I was a roofing salesperson. I still am a roofing salesperson. I don't own a roofing company. A lot of people say that's going to be competition. So I don't want to compete with TC Backer. Those guys are great up in York, Pennsylvania. You guys know TC Backer at home? But no, right now I do Instagram, I do the LinkedIn, I do the YouTube. And then you guys ever heard of Amazon Live? Nobody heard of Amazon Live? If you go on Amazon on your app, you can actually pull up and you can watch influencers sell Amazon products live. A lot of people at home don't even know that even exists, and but that's a huge thing for me. You can put items in a carousel, and people will actually buy them. So I put roofing things in there, and then they pay me to sit there all day and be live. It's crazy, right? So currently have about 37 different brand sponsors or partner affiliates, and then I also wanted to create a household name. I never knew that world's greatest roofer would actually be a worldwide recognized name, but only 85% of my followers are from the United States. 15% are from somewhere else in the world. My second largest country in the world that follows me is Colombia. The third largest country in the world that follows me is the Philippines. Then South Africa, and then Australia. The Canadians, I don't know where they're at. I'm just kidding. So since 2015, if we're going back, I saw that need to help salespeople like myself that were coming into this industry, that a lot of times were going to their roofing company and they were signing a 16, 17-page document on day one, and the roofing company owner is like, all right, jump in the truck. And I'll be like, where are we going? This is going to be fun, right? And he's like, nope, we're going door knocking. Right? Anybody else here? Anybody else? And no training. No, this is what you're going to say at the door. No, this is a shingle, and this is how it protects the roof. It's like, let's go door knocking, because that's what's on most roofing company owners' minds. It's not a bad thing, but most companies are like, oh, we just hired a good one. We're going to get some sales, right? I don't mean to, if that sounds like you at home, sorry. All right. So my mission has been to help others not struggle like I did going into residential and then also commercial roofing sales, where maybe I didn't know anything about it, but I want people to be better off than what they were when they started being with me. So education has always been a huge thing. You guys, some personal brands at home of people that are making short and long form videos. Jake Paul, anybody know Jake Paul? They say that Jake Paul is going to be the next president of the United States, not this time, but in 8 years from now. Can you believe that Jake Paul will possibly be the president? One day. They say that maybe one day, right? I'm not starting a political argument today, but that's what they say, right? But that's the power of social media. Next is Dmitry Lipinski. Dmitry does not like short form videos at all. So if you're watching Dmitry, I'm telling everybody at home, you don't like it. So Dmitry is a long form video influencer who does very great for the roofing industry at making sure our brand or our industry is very well seen. So next is Roofer TikTok. You guys know Austin. Anybody else know Austin Blumquist? Yeah, Austin and I became friends. Just a year ago is when Austin launched on TikTok. It was a year ago, September. And Austin has blown people away with the amount of views, likes, comments he has. And he's on the way up with his following too. I'm really proud of that guy. I brought him to his first conference. Anybody go to SRC last year? SRC? Yeah. I was at SRC, April Hall's event. And I brought Austin, and Austin just blew up, and he's helping Company Cam. He's helping a lot of brands. I don't want to call it his brands, but he is. Anybody, Gary Vee? I watch Gary Vee religiously because I believe that Gary Vee is one of the most influential influencers that can help all of our brands grow. And then also Kim Kardashian. She made a video. We're not going to talk about that at home, but she became an influencer. And now she's worth billions of dollars. And all she did was, well, she started off with video and then went into TV and so on. And now she's just selling products. It's crazy. Did you guys know that viewers, if you follow me on Facebook, maybe you've seen this statistic, but if viewers retain 95% of things that they see in videos and only 10% when reading it in a text or in text form. So if you're at home right now and you're watching this video, you're going to most likely remember that 95% of the time that somebody's going to remember something they see in video. Now, what that means for your brand is that you're going to go out and you're going to create videos for your clients so that they don't just get a standard, what is out there right now, the standard picture, and then a text message in the social media post, right? 95% or 99% of the time, whenever I see a marketer or a roofing company, they're just posting a picture and they're only posting a comment and not using that video. 35% of the 2 billion people that are on TikTok right now have bought something because they saw it on TikTok. 35%. And then 29% of people that are on TikTok, so of those 2 billion people, tried to buy something but couldn't because it was already sold out. So imagine if you're at home right now, or you're here in the audience and you have a roofing company, and that roofing company is using pictures. Maybe they're not posting on their social, maybe not keeping up their SEO, and people are failing to watch your content because you're really not putting out the content that people are wanting to see right now. They don't want to see a picture, they want to see a video. How many people here use videos in their day-to-day on social media or on their SEO? Michael Stearns raised his hand. I've seen Michael step up, man. His TikTok is on point now. Social media sites that are currently trending. Anybody out there doing YouTube Shorts yet? YouTube Shorts is the #1 platform for short form video currently. Then it's followed by Facebook fan pages, or what the digital pages have become. Facebook is really stepping up their algorithm recently. If you haven't seen, Facebook is stepping up to be kind of like TikTok. I'm not saying they are like TikTok, so Facebook, if you're watching, I'm sorry. But their algorithm is is starting to trend just like TikTok's algorithm. So if I like red wine today, and tomorrow I decide, oh, you know what, maybe I like white wine. Yesterday it was showing me things on red wine, and and then today when I change my mind, or I start thinking about liking white wine, it's going to start showing me things about white wine. So the Facebook algorithm changing, and then also the possibility of having more than 5,000 followers or 5,000 friends is what they're after to organically grow your personal brand in that space. TikTok videos, all of you guys on TikTok? I think most of you guys are on TikTok, right? Leslie's not on TikTok yet. We're getting EuroShield on TikTok. LinkedIn, I still like to use LinkedIn. Videos is the best way to reach other business owners or other business people. And you guys should be using LinkedIn on a constant basis, especially if you're in commercial claims, right? Because you can reach business owners that will need their businesses inspected, repairs, replacements, storm damage, and other types of damage. Also, if you guys are into solar or renewable energy, jump on that. And then last but not least, Instagram Reels. Instagram Reels has really stepped up. Facebook Reels is doing very well. I've recently, in the past week, just started posting on Facebook Reels, and I had my first video start to go viral yesterday. So a weekend and already having a viral video using Facebook Reels, but using Facebook Reels to post to also Instagram when you share. So that's been really great for me. And then I think that Facebook Reels is going to be one of the next big things that they do. They're trying to keep up with the TikTok videos. Being able to reach people on a grander scale has forever been a challenge up until now. Up until 2.5 years, or excuse me, 2018, when TikTok came out, people were only able typically to reach the people that followed them. So if people were following them and they maybe it was Bob, and Bob didn't like really TJ, but he had to follow him, because if Bob didn't follow TJ, then he'd probably be mad, right? Because I'm going to be mad if Bob doesn't follow me. But Bob never likes my stuff, right? But I only had 5,000 opportunities to score the right following. But now, being able to reach more than just the people that are currently following me by utilizing the For You pages of Instagram and TikTok and now Facebook, you guys can definitely reach more people. 79% of people out there right now, if they're looking for a job, they're utilizing social media in order to help them find that job. 93% of organizations are currently recruiting utilizing social media. How many of you guys have seen the new TikTok hiring trends where they're now utilizing TikTok videos? The company will hold the phone up. No, they won't. I'm just kidding. Well, sometimes I would. And they're putting what's called a call for action out and asking for people to come and work for their company. And they're telling people, This are the requirements. This is what we're looking for. If you're interested in applying for a job, respond back using video and give us your CV or your resume. And it's crazy to me to think of that I might have to spend 3 minutes talking about myself on video, and then I might not get hired. But guess what you can't do on video? You can't fake who you are. Like, you can't look at that camera and you can't like pretend to be somebody amazing. You can't. It just won't work. The camera sees through you, right? This is Ready Player One. Anybody seen Ready Player One before? Ready Player One was a 2018 movie just before COVID hit, where it was based off of a virtual world where we're all stuck in our house, but most people were using Oculus lenses to navigate their day. There was one person to a house. They were utilizing Bitcoin in order to, or electronic currency, and then also people were falling in love. But I mean, Tinder's been around forever, right? But that's not a social site, is it? I guess it is. But no, Ready Player One ended up really happening in 2020, which was kind of a futuristic see into the future there, right? All right. So if you're in here right now, I want you to, or even at home and you're watching, or you're at your office, I want you to think of and name one video that you could do that can help your personal brand, or your personal brand that talks about your business brand. Tell me something that you could hold your phone up right now and look into the camera and tell it what you want. Conrad, tell me.
I'd say videos on proper roof inspections. There's so many companies out there that do improper roof inspections.
You know what? Proper roof inspections on video. Proper, or if you're doing a build, why aren't you up there on your roof with the camera? Like, if your project manager is already on the job site, they're constantly checking in with the crew to make sure that they're building a great roof. Why can't you take a video every hour, every couple hours for 30 seconds, and then you have your content for the day? These are things that you can utilize while your crew's on the roof and you stand in front of, hey, this is TJ. From XYZ Roofing Company. I'm out here today in this neighborhood, and we're putting a new roof on. And if you would like for us to come and inspect your roof, please give us a holler. It literally took less than 15 seconds for me to say that. And then the possibilities of reaching over 1 million people have never been as great as they are now in the next couple of hours, right? Chris,
Yes, sir.
tell me one video that you could make for your company, which is in financing or Blue Pages Pro. What is one thing that you guys could make a video about?
We've seen that authenticity always wins, right?
Yeah.
Being as real as possible, because people can read between the BS
Yep.
out there. So I like to tell real stories of how we solved the problem for contractor, because it really puts it into perspective of somebody else out there having the same problem.
Yeah.
And then obviously they're like, well, I need that guy's help, right?
Yes, of course. So Chris, but not basically, Chris said that utilizing stories that give a storyline about how they help other people. That's a great thing for you guys to do. Creating stories. I utilize the analogy of and back when we were in school, right? We always say we need to keep things at a 5th grade level. Making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or what's the process of creating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? If you're creating content, it's kind of like that. You get your bread, right? You have 2 slices of bread, then you get your peanut butter, then you get your jelly, now you get a knife, right? It's just the same with content creation. You start off creating or getting the things that you need together, and then you're putting the pieces together to make the content. Anybody here go live? Anybody going live? Liz for Biz goes live. Hi, Elizabeth. It's great to see you. If you're not going live, you should be. There was I think it was Patrick the other day, while I was speaking to Patrick on Patrick Carr's show, we were talking about the power of going live and the fact that you should be utilizing all of the features of the platforms that they're giving you. They don't just give you TikTok Live, Instagram Live, YouTube Live, LinkedIn Live now. We're on LinkedIn Live. And they don't just give that to you and expect you not to use it. It's there to help you grow your personal brand or your business brand and you guys should be doing it. When you think of the trendiest marketing strategies, live streaming should definitely pop up right away. You're going live with the possibility of reaching hundreds, if not thousands of people, and you're telling them or giving them or giving them what they need, right? And then you're interacting with people who now can build trust. Although you can't see them, you're building trust because they're getting to ask you questions, utilizing comments and things of that nature. It's basically free to go live other than your time. So make sure that you're using that. Live streaming can massively increase your audience reach when you go live, and nobody expects perfection. Whenever I go live, sometimes 4 times a day I go live. I don't do my hair, right? Sometimes I do, right? But I don't put makeup on. I don't like, oh my gosh, I got to put these fresh clothes on. And I just sit there in front of my camera, and I promote a positive message to people that are coming in that need to see a face that's maybe smiling, or maybe that can give them a positive outlook on their day. Now, the benefit from live streaming to different platforms are the same. On TikTok, when I go live on TikTok, the TikTok algorithm pushes my videos to be more viral. So if I have a video that's on the For You page, my video will now start to go viral, or go viraling is what I call it, where it's reaching many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of viewers at home. It can also do that for you. When we went on Facebook Live the other day, I think that's what pushed our Facebook Reel viral this week. And it's still, like I said, I don't know if it's going to go viral, but it's got many thousands of views right now. All right. How many here are scared to hold that camera up in front of their face and go live? Or do content? All of us, right? Or some of us. And it has been very hard for people to hold that camera up and tell it what you want. But we'll go and we'll door knock all day long. We'll spend all day knocking 100 doors. It'll take us all day, maybe 8 hours. And then how many roofs are we getting on from that? Maybe 10% of that? Or we're talking to maybe 10% of that, and we're getting on maybe 1 or 2 of those roofs after knocking all day. Maybe more than that if you're better. But what if you're able to get past the door from inside your own house without having to leave, and you're reaching possibly millions of people instead of just 100 that are in your local area? I mean, maybe not millions, but a lot of people, while they're sitting on their couch at home and they're scrolling and they're wanting to watch your content. Why not? It's there for a reason. People are, like I said in the very beginning, are watching 45 hours of short form video. And when they're watching that 45 hours, they're watching it because they want to. They're watching and they're building trust with you. Even though that you don't even know that they're watching, they could be thinking, great things about you. And then, so when you put that phone up to you, say, I want to come out and do an inspection on your house. Can I? They're going to comment yes. I recently did a video like that where we asked if we could come out, we could do a roof inspection. Over 600 people commented or liked that video and said, yes, come out to our home. 600 people in one day. What I tell people is the same thing that you'll hear from other influencers. You need to be posting 4 to 6 times a day on all platforms, or like 1 per platform per day, or 2. But you should be posting as many times a day, because if you're posting 4 to 6 pieces of content a day, you can be, the possibility of having one of those videos go viral or do very well is real good. And now with the new geo-targeting like that TikTok is utilizing, or Facebook, you guys have a great chance of scoring more leads or recruits in your general area just by going live, because you're getting a 5-mile radius around you. And that's what's pushing to what they call the For You page, or the local For You page. Make sure that you guys are doing videos about your family, community, campaign, events that you're attending when you're speaking. Like I've been doing videos about this event, right? Anybody seen me do videos about this event? Yeah, a couple, right? It's been a long 30 days. But you should also be asking questions. Now, whenever you're creating video, a lot of people will hear you must be authentic in front of your camera or be authentic as a person. Now, a lot of times people will think to themselves, oh my gosh, I've got many millions of people that are watching me, or I'm going to be shy, or I'm scared to get on this camera. But what if you just think about it like this? I talk to my camera the way that I would want to be talked to. So when I'm reaching out and I'm talking to people like Leslie, if I'm talking to you right now, I'm looking at my camera and I'm acting like I'm talking to Leslie, because I want people to think that I'm only directing my attention towards them, and they have that feeling like I'm making a connection with them. Not a connection with many people, a connection with one person at a time. Right? Does that make sense? All right. The return on the investment is really, really good. Right now, with social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram Reels and Facebook Reels, you have an opportunity to generate more recruits, free residential and commercial leads. You're saving thousands of dollars on your marketing budget by applying just a few easy steps to your own daily routine. How many people here sit on their phone and scroll social media? At work. What if you took 10 to 15 minutes, even 30 minutes when you're scrolling part of your day and posting a video that might be 7 to 15 seconds long on your Reels, your Instagram Reels, your YouTube Shorts, or your TikToks about your business? Or like, just because you're posting doesn't mean you're not working. Because you're posting about your business, you're working on your marketing or your advertising, right? And then you're generating more brand recognition. Staying relevant on social media platforms, you have to keep up with trending content. Trending content is the best way to get your message across now. What's the trend that's going on right now? The corn trend? Have you guys seen the corn trend? Anybody at home seen the corn trend? I think John Sinek did a really awesome video about corn, but they were utilizing roofing and stuff like that. Never stop evolving your skills. Just because you've had a couple of good videos doesn't mean you understand how the algorithm works. You got to keep evolving, keep growing yourself, just like you are in roofing, and the consistency will pay off in the long run. You have to respond to your audience's needs. So if somebody comments on a post, comment back. Say something back to them. The interaction is the best part that you can have as part of your video. And then, of course, be authentic. Make sure that you're not putting out there to the world some sort of lie, some sort of fakeness. The first way to get untrusted. All right? All right. So the next person that we have up today is going to be the Dean of the National Claims Institute, Matthew Mulholland. Matt's going to come up in just a moment. When I had this idea, I called Matt, and I think it was about 7 o'clock in the morning in Colorado. He's like, "What the hell are you doing up, TJ?" And I said, "I had this dream." And a couple hours later, I called him back and I said, "It's on." And he's like, "We didn't even pick a date." So we ended up picking a date. By noon that morning, we had just over 10 sponsors, and I want to take a second to thank everybody that did sponsor this. You've been great. It's really helped us out a lot, and we're able to come to you guys in a meaningful way. There's a spot in the roofing industry where about 95% of the people will never step foot into an event or training space ever. Some people don't even know that roofing events or roofing education is out there for them. And if they do, maybe they're like me at some point in their career where they were on a draw or working check to check. And then these event tickets are $1,000, $1,500 a piece. And then you have to pay for travel. And then you have to pay for hotel. And then you have to pay for food. So you're racking up a bill that's $3,000 to $4,000 when typically $3,000 to $4,000 is what you're making a month as a roofing salesperson that's working on a draw. I have 4 children. I cannot afford to pay $4,000 6 to 7 times a year to go to an event. These events can be paid for by the sponsors, and they should be. and people should be able to come for free and get an education without having the burden of taking their bank away from them. So please, if you guys are at home and you're watching this, I know that there's a time and a place for paid training and paid education. There's some great events out there like RoofCon, Roofing Process Conference, and then there's some other great ones that are growing on the market right now. But please remember to continue to help us out and make sure that other people are getting that education that they too deserve, besides feeling left out. All right? So thank you guys for being here. We're going to have a fun day. If you guys are at home, you should be jealous, because I hear that Canner and Pentaluga are going to start making cookies in just a little bit back there at the bar. And then I also heard through the grapevine that there's some other great stuff happening. If you guys see this right here, this is shit. This is the shit. We're going to be shooting with shit. Shooting hail into things. So for about 3 hours this afternoon, we're going to be blasting all types of roofing material, 30, 40, 50-year material, as well as the indestructible Euro Shield, right? We're hoping to find some other 50-year shingles. We have some Valley metal. We've got some tile, concrete tile. But we're really going to put the science behind it. So if you come back later this afternoon, please stay all day. But if you have to leave and you can come back, 5:30 Eastern time, we're going to start shooting stuff with hail, just so your Facebook world knows. All right. So thank you guys again. I appreciate it. My name's TJ McCormick. I do a 2-day training. If you're ever interested in learning more about social media, I'm not pitching. I'm just letting you know. Please email me. Let me know if I can help you. All right. Thank you guys. Awesome. Cool. Here's the.
Oh, I don't know. We're okay.
Do you need the microphone?
I got it. I'm going to give it right to him. Well, we're going to wait for Matthew to get set up here. So I want to tell you all something. Every time that I come up here, I'm going to try to share just a quick tip that might be able to help you with content. For those of you who don't know, I run a company called Blue Collar Media Group. So I help people with content all the time. And this is a quick trick. He was just alluding to the fact of turning on your camera and doing a quick video with your phone. But not a lot of people understand how to get the best quality video by simply turning it on. Now, here's one of the things I want to show you. I know we can't do a close-up of this right now, but everybody at home can make a change very quickly to the quality of video that you do with a selfie. Does everybody know in the top right-hand corner when you go to take a video, there are a couple things. It says HD and 30 in the top right-hand corner. That means that your video is being shot in the lowest possible quality when you take a selfie video or a video of somebody else. All you have to do to increase that quality is click the HD once and the 30 once, and all of a sudden you're going to have a 4K video at 60 frames a second. That means you're going to be getting the highest quality video when you do those selfies, or you take that video that's going to go to social media like a TikTok or like a Facebook. I know that this is a simple thing for people out there who might do it a lot, but for those of you just getting involved with the process, this will increase the quality of your video, because I'm telling you, you get out there to Facebook, when you post, it's always going to decrease the quality of that. So you want to make sure that what you're putting in there is the absolute highest quality, all right? Now, with that in mind, I do have to make an announcement. There is a Subaru out there that is parked that is going to be in the wrong spot. So if you're driving a Subaru SUV out there, you're definitely going to move that one as quickly as possible. There's also a truck, but it's mine. I got to move it. So that's completely on me right there. I do have the pleasure, though, of introducing the next guest. I've had the opportunity to get to know this guy on his podcast, listen to this bull. We're actually in his home right here, the National Claims Institute here in New Smyrna Beach. For those of you who do not know this guy, he is an absolutely incredible person who really cares about this industry. You see him at the conferences. He will give you all the time in the world to answer questions for you. He will go out of his way to make sure that you guys are taken care of. Here at the National Claims Institute, they handle everything insurance claims. If you want to be able to do it correctly, you've got to have the right kind of training, and that's exactly what this guy offers, whether you be a roofer, an adjuster, public adjuster, insurance adjuster. Learning how to work a claim properly, this is what this guy is an absolute expert in right here. As I said, he is the host of Listen to This Bull, an incredibly entertaining podcast. I encourage you to go over to YouTube, Check it out right now. Again, that's Listen to This Bull. My friend, Matthew Mulholland. I want to turn it over to you, brother. Yeah, give this over to you.
Thanks, Pat. Is this mic on? We're good. All right. I noticed every time you said listen to this bull, your ass clenched just slightly.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. That's how much you like it. That's cool. All right, guys. Welcome to the National Claims Institute. Like Pat was saying, I lose this thing all the time. It's going to end up in a different pocket. Conrad, you got to tell me which pocket I put it in. I'm just going to put it down. Just keep an eye on it for me. All right, cool. We do a lot of stuff through here. The whole point of the National Claims Institute is to try to teach both sides the same information so that we have a place to start from. We've got 392 different courses planned, but we're new. We're only a year and a half in. We've got 13 courses out right now. Of those, our most popular are roof inspection certification courses. You guys have heard of Hague? Well, we have courses that are similar in a way, but we teach a lot more than just functional damage. And actually, we're going to talk about that a little bit today, this morning. A little bit about me. My name is Matt Mulholland. I have a YouTube channel called Listen to This Bull. There are 15-minute videos on a playlist called Public Adjuster 101. I know it's called Public Adjuster 101, but it's great for contractors. In fact, most of my viewers are contractors anyway. The reason it's PA 101 is because it goes into concepts about insurance policies. This school is a National Claims Institute. Even though we teach roof inspection certification courses, we apply the policy the whole time so you understand how it actually works. We're going to do that a little bit today. I've been a public adjuster for some time now. I had the largest PA firm in Georgia. We handled like 3,000 claims a year, mostly residential roofs. Towards the end, we went mostly large loss before sold and came to start the school. And that was in Georgia. If you guys know anything about Georgia, I will fight you on the fact that it is the hardest state to work in. Does anybody think they're in the hardest state? Good. Whew, I was about to pull out the boxing gloves. Listen to This Bull does have a podcast, a live stream that we do every Tuesday at 6 p.m. We're actually going to do one later today live from here. But that's a lot of fun. We talk about bullshit in the insurance world. Who doesn't like talking about bullshit? We're going to shoot the shit later today, too. This is shit. It stands for shooting hail into things. And we are going to shoot hail into a lot of things today. I hope you guys are looking forward to that because I am. I've been playing with that thing for the last couple of weeks trying to get it all ready. All right, disclaimer. I'm not an attorney. I might say things in front of you that sound like I am giving you legal advice. But that is not true. You just misheard me. I might tell you things that you might think or might actually be illegal for you to say to a policyholder or a homeowner. So you need to know the laws of your state before you apply anything that I say. Not that I'm telling you anything about any kind of laws because I'm not a lawyer and you totally misheard me again. So let's get into one of the biggest bullshits that's in this industry. You see, I was doing it. I was putting it right there. It's a different pocket than last time. Every time. It's crazy. Does anybody know what the definition of damage is? No one knows. I know why you don't know. I know you don't know because it's not defined in the insurance policies. They just don't define it. Why would they take the most important words and not define them, you think? Ambiguity might benefit them. You know, insurance policies are supposed to be written in plain language, but all that means is that you have to read it in plain language. It doesn't necessarily mean that it can be read by a fifth grader. And then there are laws that say that it needs to be elementary level. And then they have ways of actually determining that using a little thing called the Flesch reading scale, which determines that based on the length of the sentences, the amount of syllables on average per word in those sentences, and it comes out with a score. And that tells someone how easy it is to read. That just sounds like bullshit, doesn't it? Once an insurance policy is approved, it can't get taken out. There is no state that I'm aware of that allows their Department of Insurance to remove a bad property insurance policy. It's crazy. So this word isn't defined. So if it's not defined and it goes to court, then they're supposed to look up whatever the definition is that you can find on like Webster's Dictionary, maybe Black's Law, something like that. So Webster's dictionary says, definition of physical damage is loss or harm resulting from injury to person, property, or reputation. Dictionary.com says injury or harm that reduces value or usefulness. We've defined it at the National Claims Institute as a demonstrable, meaning demonstratable, meaning measurable. Detrimental means it got worse. It didn't get hit by hail and suddenly improved. Physical alteration means it's actually just changed. Physically, it's changed. Doesn't have to be a lot. It's a tangible, that's a real thing you can hold in your hand. It's not an idea. Covered property. We add the word covered because we're the Claims Institute. We're talking about property that's covered. It's kind of pointless to talk about property damage, non-covered property. Demonstrable, detrimental, physical alteration to tangible covered property. That's how we define it. Guess what? That doesn't matter either because that's not the one that's in the policy. The definition that's in the policy is the one that's supposed to prevail. But if there isn't one, then we're left to make it up. And so there are some groups that have done that. They've made up their own definitions. Shit. Oh, it's moving on my end. Aha. What the hell? All right. If you're thinking about what hail or wind might do to a property, then it's important to note that what they're telling you hail will or will not do is going to change on a lot of factors. One of those might be the shape of the hail. Did you know that hailstones are not perfect spheres? You knew that? It's because you've been in my class. That's the level of education you get at my class. It's not a perfect sphere. Certified. These are called disc-shaped hail. I actually witnessed some of this in New Smyrna Beach from a hailstorm that occurred 5 months ago now. I went to a property after someone sent me a picture of hail in their hand, and it took up most of her palm. And I went to her property, and I found zero evidence that hail had occurred. So I called her up, and I made sure I was at the right house. Is this a blue house? Yeah, that's my house. It's got this little sign out front. Yep, that's it. I was like, man, this was taken at your house? She's like, yeah, right after the storm. And it was still somewhat hailing. I picked it up off the ground and took that picture. It's like, do you have tiny hands? She said, I don't think so. Do you want me to measure them? Yeah. She measured her hand for me. It's an average hand. It was a 2-inch hailstone. It turns out that it was disc-shaped hail, which falls differently. It's got a somewhat rounded bottom. It looks like the bottom of a space capsule that comes back through the atmosphere. It kind of wobbles on its way down. There's some updrafts that occur every now and then that actually slow it down, and we had both of those. There was not only no collateral damage from this 2-inch hail, there was also no spatter. There was AC fins that were open to the direction of the hail that were not dented. That's how slow it fell. Insane. Blew my mind. I thought I'd seen everything. The shape of the hail matters. So, how about coronavirus hail? If that hits something, is it going to leave a same kind of indentation as a sphere? The reason my slide's messing up is I had a photo that was giving me some glitches when I put this together, but it was spiky hail, and it's got these long lobes that can come off of it. So it might be a sphere with like a baseball bat attached to it. And you can picture in your head these spikes that are coming off of this thing rotating as it falls, because it's not going to fall without spinning. The arm's going to have more wind resistance. It's just going to start tumbling through. Imagine the amount of force that bat is going to impart as it lands. Wabba! I'm old, so that kind of hurt. God, getting old sucks. All right. There is rotational force attached to that. So you have the hailstone falling at whatever speed it's falling at, which is going to be pushed by wind. It's not necessarily falling at terminal velocity, but it's also rotating. And any of these little protuberances, these lobes that come off of it, are going to spin into the material as well. It's going to change what it looks like. So we have this term that we have to deal with in our industry called functional damage. Has anybody ever heard of that? Right. Did you say it was bullshit? Somebody said it. It was you? You sounded like you were really far away. So weird. Yeah, it is bullshit because it's not in the policies. Now we're starting to see that kind of language in endorsements that are adding on to the policy to say that it has to be substantial damage. It was a term that was coined by Hague in sometime 1996 or maybe earlier, but he started using it mostly in that time frame. And it just means substantial damage. But functional damage, as a result, has become something that all adjusters are looking for, all the ladder assists are looking for. But functional damage still to this day is not the definition of damage according to most policies. With functional damage, there's cosmetic damage, which to a layman would mean it's been changed in such a way that it's aesthetically less pleasing. But cosmetic damage became a catch-all for anything that wasn't functional damage. If it's not functional damage, it's just cosmetic. The hell does that mean? It still says damage at the end of it. It's still covered by policies. So this is how they define it for asphalt shingles, which is what we're going to talk about a little bit this morning. Because if I try to go into every kind of material, it would be insane. Functional damage to roofing materials from hail has been defined as a diminution of water shedding capability or the reduction of the expected service life of the roofing material. That's how Hague defined it in 1996. Hail caused damage to an asphalt shingle and roofing is rupture of the reinforcing mat or displacement of granules sufficient to expose underlying bitumen. They changed it, by the way, 10 years later after I did a study where they were shooting hail boards that they stuck outside for 10 years. And every year they would bring it back inside and they would hit it with hail. And they would see what size hail caused damage to it. What size hail caused their definition of functional damage to it. And after 10 years, the oldest roof was 11 years old, and it took 1 1/4 inch hail to cause damage to that 11-year-old roof. And that became the rule of thumb for every asphalt shingle ever. It takes 1 1/4 inch hail to cause damage to a sound asphalt shingle. Has anybody ever heard that? It came from that. They didn't say what the brand of the shingles were. It was not a peer-reviewed in a industry published thing. It was their own article. And if your roof is more than 11 years old, then this does not apply anyway. How many of you guys get on roofs that are 11 years old or newer? It's not the norm, right? You try to find the older ones because they're going to have more damage. The older the roof is, the smaller the hail that can cause functional damage to it. But if it's beyond 11 years old, they act like at this point, it's just because of its wear and tear, its own age, that damage is caused. And that's ridiculous. So what is the function of a granule? If we got granule loss that doesn't break the fibers in the fiberglass mat, granules provide color. We know that because Mrs. Smith is going to get pissed if you put the wrong color on that roof. Mrs. Smith gets pissed a lot, though, to be honest. UV barrier for the asphalt. If you take the granules away, the asphalt will evaporate its volatiles very quickly, meaning it's going to shrink, which it does naturally, very slowly, but it will accelerate that shrinkage. It's like jumping in a really cold pool. That's how quickly it shrinks when UV radiation is hitting it. Rapid shrinkage. There's a fire resistance from it. It will catch on fire less quickly if it has granules on it than it will if it doesn't. So if it has less granules on it, suddenly it's not as high a fire rating. Is that functional damage? It actually provides hail resistance. It hails, granules come off. Now, the next time it hails, it's more susceptible. Do you guys know what property is covered under an insurance policy? You got dwelling, you got other structures. The dwelling, does that include shingles? Does the dwelling include the granules? Are the granules covered property? Well, now they're gone. If you had a shingle that was just gone, they pay for that, right? Well, your granules are gone. It's a ridiculous statement I'm making, but it's true. The granules are covered property themselves. You can file a claim for missing granules. They're just gone. They were stolen. It's theft. Theft by wind and hail. It's a ridiculous statement. Don't actually file claims like that. But it's important to note that just because the granules are removed and nothing else has occurred, that it's still been affected. It's been permanently altered. Is it better than it was before? No. It's definitely worse. It's detrimental. This is an image that a lot of adjusters are taught is perfect textbook hail. Textbook hail apparently is a giant stone that's bigger than its own indentation. This is a stupid image. All right, so the idea here, let me see if I can get my thing going. Whoa, not that one. Here we go. The idea here is that this giant hailstone is going to press down, deflect this material down in such a way that the bottom edge stretches and breaks open. The top edge gets compressed. All these little circles on top are granules, and they're going deeper into the asphalt in the center. They're staying on top fully on the edges. And then on the outside ring of this crater, granules are being ejected. In reality, the stone would be about yay big to do this. The hard part is this deflection. In order for this deflection to occur, there can't be a solid surface underneath it. What's underneath shingles? Decking? If it hits a solid surface and it can't deflect the material, instead it just impacts, compresses the crap out of it, and then granules are ejected. Does that do the same kind of damage? It doesn't. What if there is a slush ball that hits and just shatters into pieces and takes granules with it? The IBHS, this is a scientific research facility that is bought and paid for by insurance companies, does testing with hailstones that they make special to add air bubbles into it. So even though it's a sphere, it's more like real hail, and they can make different amounts of slushiness to their hail. Like a squishy hail. It compresses more when it hits. It can explode like a slush ball. And they found out that there are two different kinds of damages that are created. There's damage that's created from a solid sphere, and then there's damage that's created from a slush ball, and it's different. The slush ball creates more granule loss than the solid sphere does. And they say that's damage. The insurance companies pay this company, and they are saying that granule loss is damage. That doesn't get published, though, does it? Not for anybody else, unless you can get a membership to it. It costs $24,000. I tried. I'm not paying that much. I'm sorry, guys. If you guys want to donate like 24 grand, I will get that membership and I will go crazy. Well, I have it. This is what everybody's looking for. You're not going to find this everywhere. You might find it in places where it can deflect. Where can it deflect? It can deflect anywhere where there's no solid surface under it. You've got, ooh, why did it do that again? You've got ridges. You can actually push on the top of a ridge and it'll change. I don't know if you guys can follow me with that camera way over here. Way over here. Yeah, freaking you guys out. You can push on the top of a ridge and it moves. It moves. You're going to have possible functional damage there. You can go over to a flashing zone. See it move? Possible functional damage there. If you have a builder's gap like this, a lot of this can move. Possible functional damage there. There are areas on shingles right about here, about a 1-inch zone where this shingle below ends, so that there is a gap where it has to go from 3 layers down to 2, and there's a little voided area, and that little spot is softer. And you might have more functional damage there in that zone on a shingle. So you can still go look for the functional damage. You'll end up finding some on most roofs. If you really think it's important to find it, if the insurance company does have some kind of a functional damage exclusion or cosmetic damage exclusion, you might have to. But there are places to go to look for it. Hague blog in 2019. It is not the role of the engineer or roof consultant to interpret an insurance policy or make coverage decisions. Those tasks are solely the role of the insurance adjuster. Instead, the expert should clearly state what the hail did or did not do. They're talking about the casual use of the term damage. Casual use. I love this terminology. Oh, God, come on. There we go. Way up there. By clearly stating what hail did or did not do to the roof, and by avoiding the term damage, the inspector enables the insurance adjuster to perform his or her role of applying the policy and making coverage decisions. This is the fun part. Several courts in various states have addressed the issue of what constitutes direct physical damage. In almost all cases thus far, courts have ruled that cosmetic changes in roofing materials caused by wind or hail are damage under the insurance policy. That's on a Hague's blog. They're the ones that have defined functional damage. If they're not given the definition of damage for the policy, then they have to make up their own. That's why they did. Engineers can't just go willy-nilly saying that a material that they didn't design is damaged, but they can say that something is no longer performing its own function. An engineer can do that for a material they didn't design. But unless they design the material, they can't just go saying, nope, that's damaged. They don't have the ability to do that. They didn't design it. That's why they do it this way. They have to be given that definition. We go into this heavily in a class I teach called Dealing with Engineers, where we really talk about the problem with the lack of communication between the insurance company and the engineering firms, and how that is actually causing the majority of the issues. And we can solve that by improving the communication between those two parties. So is functional damage important? The courts say it's still damage. But if every adjuster, every engineer, every ladder assist you're meeting with is always looking for functional damage, then yeah, it's kind of important, I guess. If you want to have an easier claim. When you're investigating a loss, you want to try to find it because it's easier. If you're trying to weigh chances of success to determine if you want to waste your time on this property for the next 8 months or have a slam dunk and you'll get all the neighbors, if you find functional damage, you're in a better position. So you got to go looking for it. If you don't find it, it doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't a claim, but it will be more difficult because that's what they're looking for. Until I can get enough people through my class to show that this is not a good thing, it's going to continue. That same Hague blog. Did hail functionally damage the roof? If the insurance company asks an engineer, did hail functionally damage the roof? Then the engineer can only talk about functional damage. And they want the definition from the carrier. But if the carrier isn't giving a definition, if there is no governing definition, the expert will be left to state their own definition. If the question is, was hail damage to the roof cosmetic or functional, then questions arise as the definitions of functional and cosmetic damage. Either way, they're asking the insurance company for their definitions. The insurance company can't give a definition for damage because it's not in their policy. Here's a huge tip, giant golden nugget. Ask the insurance company to ask the engineer to identify if there is functional or cosmetic damage caused by hail or wind to the roof. If you just say caused by functional and cosmetic, you cover all the damage types that an engineer is going to look for. And because they're being asked by their client specifically, then they have to address it. What if we don't have good evidence that a hail event occurred and they're just saying it's all old damage? Do you guys know how they track hail in the atmosphere? They use this new invention called radar. It comes out of a satellite dish and it shoots this sliver into a cloud. And as it's going through there, it identifies anything that's in it by the reflection that comes back to them. and they can identify the size of hail above an address, 18,000 feet up. And they can put that on a CoreLogic report and say, 1.5-inch hail was observed at this address. But they don't say how high up it was observed. What happens when something is that high up and it's not supported by an anti-gravity device? It just falls. Does it fall straight down? Does hail fall straight down? Do you guys know that hail is created in thunderstorms, and thunderstorms have wind? It's not going to fall straight down. It's going to fall along the path of the hail or the thunderstorm. That's why it's directional. That's why it only hits a certain portion of your house, generally speaking. So if it's going to fall not straight down, by the time it hits the ground, it's reported as 1.5-inch hail here, but it actually hit over here. If you file a claim over here from the damage that you find, and there's no storm data that says that 1.5-inch hail fell at this address because it wasn't up here, then what do? Is that a slam dunk case? You have to prove with other means that something has occurred. I like to find the Karens in the neighborhood. You can go to the Nextdoor app or Facebook, a lot of social media. Often people pull out their phones when shit happens to them. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. Tim's tree finally fell in my yard. I've been telling him for years that he needs to get that off of my yard. I'm going to sue the crap out of him. This is Karen. And we now know that a tree has fallen in that neighborhood. A wind event must have occurred. Wind is harder to track than hail because it has to track an object in the atmosphere. It can't just track air movement. It has to track an object. So if it's not raining, then they can't track it at all. You guys ever heard of a downburst? Downbursts happen with no storms, no rain, nothing in the atmosphere. And devastation occurs. And there might be zero storm data to back it up. Zero. And elevational changes and the amount of trees in the area and whether or not you're up on a hill, all of these things change how much wind is at your specific address. So even if it's measured 5 miles away at the local airport, 30 feet above ground, that has nothing to do with the amount of wind that's going to be at your address. They have these algorithms. The algorithms are best guesses. We're guessing that it's going to be 40 miles per hour. And then the insurance company comes back and says, well, it needs to be 58 miles per hour or more, or it cannot cause damage. That 58 miles per hour, by the way, is how they define when a thunderstorm is a severe thunderstorm, if it's got winds of 58 miles per hour or more. There have been well-documented cases of much lower wind speeds that have caused a ton of damage just because it was going on for a long period of time. In Georgia, Hurricane Zeta went through after it kind of dissipated from being a hurricane. We had 48 mile per hour winds go through a sliver of Georgia about 30 miles wide through the entire state diagonally. And it caused a ton of trees to fall on houses, a ton. But it was subsevere, so it didn't show up on any weather maps, not even hail trace. I actually had to get on social media and say, hey, hail trace, what the heck's going on? Everybody that has photos of the trees that are down in your area, please post them. We had like 50 people in Georgia post a tree down, and then Derek bent a little bit and he made us a wind map, subsevere. And we've been using that. But I knew that we were going to need it because 6 months later, the insurance companies are going to say, well, there's no evidence that a wind event occurred on that date. Here's the storm data. It says 0 miles per hour. Here's your benchmark report. Here's your CoreLogic report. It's crap. So how do I identify when something happened or what caused it? There's many different ways. We go into this in depth in our class. Here's a good snippet. If you're looking at something and they're saying it's not damaged by hail, it's damaged by wear and tear, wear and tear is going to occur over that roof generally uniformly. Hail is going to be directional. If you've got damage only on the sides that are facing the hailstorm, it's probably caused by hail. Well, you can actually do some tests on certain houses. If you've got an area that's protected from hail, this wall is protecting this area from hail. I should find hail damage out here and no hail damage in there, or very, very little. So I can do a test in there and I can say, hey, Mr. Engineer, Mr. Adjuster, if it's wear and tear, then I'll find just as much damage in this area as this area. But if it's hail, I'll find less damage in this area than this area. Let's go over there and check it out. What? 1 minute? Holy crap. That's called a control methodology. I'm going to skip Bernoulli's principle. All right. I got a lot to offer over here. We've got a lot of courses available. If you guys have any questions, I am very busy, so I won't get back to you quickly, but I will eventually get back to you. If you guys want to scan that QR code, put my contact information in your phones, I'd be happy to talk to you at some point. For the people that are in this class, I really, really enjoy what we're doing here today. This Roofing Ahead of the Curve event is enormous, especially with all of the online capabilities that we have. But anybody that's watching this, anybody that's seeing it, I've got a special deal for you. We were selling this class for $1,500 originally. We actually dropped our prices across the board temporarily because the economy's kind of hit some people's hearts. We're trying to help out. So now the price of this composition shingle roof inspection certification course that's 5 days long, in here, hands-on training, is only $1,095. But wait, there's more. Because you are watching this, anybody that's watching this, even online, if you scan that QR code, it'll be only $850. But because I use Stripe and they force me to take some money, it will require you to put a pre-registration $50 in, and then I'll send you a coupon code for the difference in a couple of days. If you guys are interested in that, feel free to scan that, and I really appreciate your time.
I think I'm good. Matt. Got an exciting speaker I'm going to introduce you out in just a second, but I do want to thank one of the sponsors here. Right behind me, you see their sign. It's Canner and Pintaluga. I know these people personally. There are really two kinds of individuals, main kind of individuals that are watching this right now. You've got contractors, homeowners. People want to know more about how this process works within blue-collar industries. These people right here, they help both of those. If you are a contractor, okay, and you know, you're sitting there and you've got a homeowner that's had a claim that's been denied, it's been underpaid, and you're working with an attorney that's not able to get back to you, they're not giving you the information that you need. These people right here, they have an entire floor developed just to the customer service side of making sure that the homeowner, that the contractor are well informed about what's going on with their claim. They aggressively represent homeowners to make sure they get the money they deserve from the insurance carriers. And they hold the insurance carriers accountable because, listen, if you're paying your premiums, you want to make sure that when the time comes that there's damage to your home, you've got somebody that can represent you to make sure you get the money that you deserve. KMP Attorney is where you can find them. Again, that's kpattorney.com. Go over there. You can get a free consultation from them. They will take care of you. Amazing people. Offices across the state of Florida, the Southeast. If you can, I'm telling you, if you're in the United States and you can hear this message, they have an attorney that can help you out. They are an absolutely incredible group. So Canner and Pintaluga, thank you very much for the sponsorship. It's sponsors like them that make this completely possible for us to be free. So I definitely want to do that. Now, my next guest is going to be talking about technology. And so my tip for you here, as before we introduce him, is this. Did you know 80% of videos that are watched on social media are watched without sound? That's right, 80%. Think about when you watch a video. Could be at work. Don't want the person next to you. You're next to your significant other at night. You don't want them to hear the video that you're watching. So you watch it without sound. Captions are more important than ever. You see them on videos, but no one knows how to put them on quickly. So what I would suggest is go download an app on your phone right now. It'll cost you $3.99 a month. It's called Mix Captions, M-I-X Captions. It'll go ahead and download the captions just by the sound of your voice, put them on there, change all the colors, the fonts, everything, and make your videos look a lot more professional. Mix Captions is an app. I highly suggest you download it because a lot of those videos are watched without sound. You want to make sure that you're reaching that audience. Now, when it comes to technology, well, I'm a huge fan of this next company and this person. Aldo Horechny is about to come up, and he is the sales manager for a group that I have an immense amount of respect for. I see Elizabeth over here. She makes me nervous every time I've got to speak in front of her. But Your Virtual Adjuster, these people actually get it online because the attention is everything. Attention is currency. And if you go over to Your Virtual Adjuster, you can find them on Instagram or Facebook. You will see videos that are not just informative, but these videos are entertaining. Go back to May 16th, watch one about second graders, and you will see what I mean. This group they're absolutely hilarious, which means they get attention. And then on top of that, they have got one heck of a product that will go in and put more money in your pocket, save you time as a contractor. I just can't say enough great things about them. I want to turn it over to Aldo right now. He's going to talk to you about technology, how they've implemented it, and how you can too. Here you go.
Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody else that's been presenting so far. You guys are doing a great job. It's a great lead-in, Matthew, what you've been talking about. So a little bit about me. I'm about 15 years in on customer service, sales, and business development management. Working with a company called Your Virtual Adjuster. We're a technology company that does public adjusting. So we've developed an app, and I'm here to talk to you about what technology is doing in the roofing industry, a specific focus on drones right now for getting your pictures. If you're doing insurance claims, pictures are super important. Matthew is doing a good job at explaining what damage is and things like that. So I want to start this off with what is technology, okay? So Google defines technology as one, machinery and equipment developed from the application of scientific knowledge. So we're going to talk about that as hardware. And then also the application of scientific knowledge for practical purpose, especially in industry. That's going to be the software portion of the presentation. So technology and hardware, for those of you at home, I can't see your hands, but does anybody here use drones at work? Okay, do you have the license? Okay, so a couple of disclaimers before we get started. Drone inspections alone won't be the best thing for roof maintenance inspections or thorough roof condition assessments, okay? Where there are too many items that are required for you to actually be on the roof to investigate. So we're talking about general outside pictures, scoping, things like that, not necessarily, you know, things that you need to walk on the roof on, you still are going to need to walk on the roof. Also, know before you fly, okay? So the commercial use of unmanned aircraft systems or drones, this is very important. You need to know the laws within your states and what they determine is commercial use. So as of the FAA, their definition is basically operating a drone for anything that's going to make you money. That is the law of commercial use. So make sure you're operating within the right parameters. You can visit the FAA's website for more information on that. But a couple of common questions, right? As a commercial operator, you must fly under the FAA's Part 107 rules. Basically, you're going to become a pilot when you get this certification. You have to understand what is and what is not allowed, specifically not allowed under the Part 107 rules. And you have to obtain a remote pilot certificate from the FAA, be at least 16 years of age or older. All of the exams are in 100% English, all of the study materials in 100% English. And then you must be in physical and mental condition to fly a UAS. Now, some other common questions is how much does this license cost? The average is $175 for the license. Each time you take the test, it's a pass or fail test. And then there are programs available for starting at $149 that will be able to teach you and help you to pass those exams. And then if you are going to make this investment in yourself and in your company, just know that you can start charging $50 to $400 per project. So not only can you invest in your own company, you can start a new revenue stream for other companies that can't make that investment, right? So as you go through and get these certifications, things like that, you can promote yourself and do projects for other companies. So with drones, okay, how can a drone help with a roof inspection? So first and foremost, drones take pictures, and the pictures taken by a drone can be used for several related roof purposes. Drones can identify bird problems, ponding water, clogged drains, dangerous snow loads, wind damage, other visually identifiable issues. Specialized drones and software applications can make it easy for you to start 3D mapping roofs and making your jobs a lot easier, right? We want to talk about how drones are making the roofing industry more efficient, and this is one of those ways. Now, roofing estimators can use drones to identify existing roof damage, note some major issues, identify and count rooftop units if you're doing commercial claims, and produce full photographic roof plans. Now, if you are, how many here work insurance claims? A bunch. For those of you at home, I'll raise your hand for you. Pictures are worth $1,000. So the better pictures that you take, the more liable that your claim is going to be proven, right? So drones can be used for rapid response to storm damage inspections, finding things like broken skylights, damaged or missing shingles, missing wall copings, and other critical issues without you even having to get on top of the roof, right? So a lot of you know your personal insurance companies, your healthcare providers, if you get injured on the job and you're a roofer, they're going to say, were you on the roof? And they're not going to want to cover you for a lot of those expenses. So again, safety first. If you are on the roofs, make sure you're wearing your harnesses and all that. Now, when you're looking for a roof drone, okay, if those of you are out there and you're like, okay, well, there's hundreds of drones, which ones do I pick? There are a couple of standard functions that they do offer information on, and I'm going to highlight a couple of those pieces so that this way you can make the best decision for yourself when you are trying to purchase a tool like this. So one of the main important things is battery life. Okay, 25 minutes when fully charged is about long enough to cover a 30,000 square foot roof. So if you are doing multiple properties, if you're out there doing larger properties, make sure you have a couple of extra batteries on hand that are charged. Camera quality. So you don't want a cheap camera that takes low-grade pictures. Again, if we're trying to prove damage, as Matthew said, it's not really defined. So if you want to prove damage, you want to make sure that you're having a good enough camera to take those pictures. A lot of them come in 4K now. And then the idea is you're taking a larger image, you're taking a wider shot, and with these high definition cameras, you can zoom in on those damages. I have a couple examples a little bit later on when we get to the software portion. So very high quality images so you can zoom in. Flight stability, depending on where you're at, Chicago, the windy city, right? You want a drone that's going to be able to handle the conditions of wherever it is that you're flying. Heat factors, cold factors, wind factors, all of the weather that's available or that happens in your area, you want to make sure that you have a drone available to handle those conditions. So flight stability is really important if you want useful pictures. Now, gimbal is a feature on these drones that is going to stabilize your image, right? So as you're flying your drone with all these other factors that we've been talking about, you want to make sure that the camera's steady enough to take a good picture so you're not spending more time than you need to. There are integrated GPS systems. So if you are doing surveys of larger properties, things like that, maybe you have a commercial building that you're inspecting and you want to map out a flight plan so that it gets all the pictures, a GPS system would allow the drone to fly automatically and then return itself to you. So again, working smarter and not harder. With range, we assume that you'll be flying your drone over a nearby roof and not using it to take a video of a bicycle race. So maximum flight range is not necessarily one of the bigger considerations that you want to look at when you're investing in a drone. We're here to talk to you about the quality of what you're looking for when you're trying to get your tools. So we're also going to point out things that maybe don't matter so much. Now, ruggedness, your drone is a tool. Okay, you will be using it regularly out in the field. You want to make sure that this is something that's not going to fall apart the second time you use it. So looking into the quality of the tool, utilizing it, respecting it, carrying cases, hard cases, things like that, it's all recommended. Software options, okay? So again, depending on what you're trying to utilize your drone for, how you run your business, you want to make sure that you're looking into the software as well before you buy your product. If you have something that you already use or you already enjoy, or you're looking into a program that you like the way it looks and feels, make sure that the drone will operate with that software before you purchase. Speed. Speed is also something that's not so important when we're talking about roofing. Speed is usually determined when they're racing drones. I don't know if you've ever seen those drone races. If you haven't, YouTube them. They're pretty cool. They make me nauseous, but I'll leave it up to you if you want to watch it or not. Thermal imaging. This is something that I do want to take a little bit more time on. So thermal imaging is now available with drone flight. Okay, what does thermal imaging do for roofing? You're going to be planning to perform thermal scans with your drone. You'll want a drone that does have a thermal camera option. If it doesn't come with a thermal camera option, there are plenty of companies that will add those things on later. But, one slide off. I apologize. I'm going to get to the thermal imaging on the next slide. Video quality, although video quality is more geared towards filmmakers and things like that, you want a camera quality, but video quality, it's again more something along the lines of if you're going to be making commercials and things like that. It's not necessarily one of those deciding factors if you're going to be doing roof claims or something along those lines. The weight of the drone, and again, this goes back to those disclaimers earlier. Drone weight is really important because due to FAA drone regulations, all drones must be registered, except those that weigh 0.55 pounds or less than 250 grams for those internationals that are watching, and flown exclusively under the exception for recreational flyers. So if you are using your drone for commercial use, you can know that it's about $5 per drone to register, and it's valid for 3 years. So thermal imaging, if you're planning on performing thermal scans with your drone, you'll want a drone that has a thermal camera. Most drones, again, they don't come with that option. So if it doesn't, you can add it. With thermal imaging, the cameras are mounted on the drone. And what it does is it makes infrared scans of the roof. So in most cases, they'll advise you to do the thermal scans at the end of the day, right? So you're going to be able to see the temperatures around the roof. So how does that help? If you're questioning the base of the roof, if you're questioning what's happening under the shingles, you can't get to the attic so easily to do a scan underneath. Here, you're going to be able to see if heat is moving through the roof, right? You're going to be able to see those different temperatures that are happening around the property to see if there is something that needs further investigation. It'll help with your claims. And again, trying to get everything up front to provide to the insurance carrier all the information you can is going to increase those chances that your claim is approved quicker. So utilizing these thermal imaging, it is a plus, and it is a plus on the price as well. We're going to talk about that too. So top drones right now, DJI is really taking over the market. They're cornering the market on drones. You have drones that vary in price ranges, right? Decent drones, the DJI Mini 2, we actually gave one away in a raffle that we had at your virtual adjuster. You see that there's different pricing. So they all start from these pricings. I'll guide you to their websites, DJI.com, whatever it is. And the biggest delineator between those prices is the size. It does have to do with the features, right? You can go out and buy your base model Tahoe, and then you can add everything that you want to it. And so it's really a preference thing here. But you can see that the thermal drones, they're significantly higher, starting at $4,000. Now, there are some that are a little bit cheaper in price, but you're also getting the quality, right? You get what you pay for. So I encourage you to look at these options. These are some of the top ones on the market. There were 2 or 3 on the list, but since 2020, a lot of them started to be discontinued for parts and things like that. So there are some drones that you can find that will make the cut. Some of them are used. They have them on Amazon. They have them everywhere. But again, you can start your projects with a minimal investment of $450. So some honorable mentions in technology in the roofing industry. There are some advancements that are coming on, like smart vests and smart helmets. These are things that are taking body temperatures. They're taking into account the physical condition of employees or workers that are working out on the field. So if it starts measuring that they're sweating too much, it's going to let them know, hey, take a break, go drink some water, do something like that. Sensor technologies. This is really cool if you're doing projects that take more than a day. If you're doing larger commercial projects where you have to leave some tools behind or something like that, there's a lot of advancements in technology that you can set up perimeters with sensors, and the moment that sensor gets tripped, a drone flies up. Now all of a sudden your property is being covered or at least filmed, right? So that if there was a loss of some sort, unfortunately, you might be able to prove that loss and get that coverage. RFID tags. Now this is really cool. When you go up on a roof, and we're going to be talking about some of the ways to identify shingles and things like that. But there's often times that you're going to go up on a roof and you're going to say, what shingle is this, right? I see it in the Facebook groups all the time. Hey, can anybody help me out? What color is this? What manufacturer? What this and that and the other? And there are great services that we're going to get into, specifically like one of the sponsors of the event, NTS, that will help you to figure that out. But what some of the manufacturers are doing now is they're inserting RFID chips that you can scan that'll give you all the information on those products. So look forward to that in the near future. Moving on, getting into the software portion of what my presentation is, I'd like to start with a little joke. So I don't know if they're seeing this at home, but it's a woman leaning over a man's shoulder and he says, the computer says I need to upgrade my brain to be compatible with its new software. And that's pretty much what it feels like if you're not technological savvy, right? So leaning on other companies, other persons, or making that investment in your company to have somebody that's knowledgeable about software, sometimes this is what it can feel like if you don't have that. I apologize. So technology and software and applications, some of the things that are available to help you, a lot of these are subscription-based. So I'm not going to get into the costs of the subscriptions, but things that can make your life easier as a roofer. So RoofHawk AI is something that's combining both. You're utilizing a drone that's going to take pictures of the roof, and through AI technology, it's identifying damage on the roof. Stephen Patrick is a big contributor to this. So if you're questioning how can that, how can a picture, how can AI start identifying damage? Well, it starts with a human, okay? And one of the best humans. So this is what a RoofHawk AI report kind of looks like. You'll get a nice cover letter, you get pictures of the house, an overview, and then you're looking at these pages and it doesn't look like much up front from this this picture, but it's identifying. It's taking so much time out of your day from having to walk that roof and chalk that roof that with a picture, AI is chalking the roof for you. And then it zooms in, again, the importance of having high quality pictures or high quality cameras. It zooms in and it shows all the different markings on the shingles and it shows the damage. Hail trace, Matthew, you mentioned hail trace earlier. Hail trace is something that it's a tool that will help you to prove the dates of loss. So here you can open up a map, you can use it on your phone, it'll give you hail hits, it's geotagged weather data that'll help you to prove that there was weather activity in the area, allow you to, again, quantify your insurance claims. More information at hailtrace.com. One-click code. This is something that's wonderful because you can put in the address of the home and get all of the code information. There's no more calling county or city operating departments. You're getting everything right within one report and it lays it all out, not only for you and the homeowner, but for the insurance carriers as well, to let them know, hey, we need to make sure that this project's all done to code, and here are the newest codes available. It's always updated for you. oneclickcode.com. EagleView. EagleView is another product that you can subscribe to. They attach cameras to planes. They fly planes over neighborhoods, and they'll give you measurements. So again, not having to get up on the roof and having accurate measurements so that you can plan out your jobs accordingly. It gives you a bunch of information as far as the property itself, if you're not utilizing a program that is mapping out the roof for you currently. ITEL reports, this is one of those reports. Again, if you're utilizing, or if you're on a roof and you're not sure what kind of shingle it is or something like that, they have an app. You can take a picture, it'll send you a report, or you can submit your shingles. And then also, one of the sponsors of the events here, NTS, Name That Shingle, they also do the same service. So they'll be able to assist you and show you what product it is, so that this way, in case it's discontinued, you'll be able to get the equivalent of what the replacement shingles should be. Again, Your Virtual Adjuster, we're a technology company. We've developed an app that makes it easier for contractors to submit their roof claims. Through the app, you can use the scoping tool. If you use products like Company Cam, they'll be able to upload the link. You'll be able to put in all the customer's information. We help roofers to just minimize the time it takes for an insurance claim, in the sense of providing the documents, things like that. You can train your sales teams to use the app. They can spend more time on roofs, or more time roofing and less time on the phone and trying to get those insurance adjusters to talk to you and answer you. So that's about it for my presentation. YourVirtualAdjuster.com, as Patrick so nicely said, we do have an Instagram, we do have Facebook, a TikTok. Check us out. There's a QR code up here. If you'd like some more information, you can answer a couple of questions, and we'll be happy to give you some more information.
I'm scared.
I'm not.
How are you doing? Good. Thank you.
Oh, he's over there. All right.
Just fair warning. I
All right, thank you all very much. I'm a huge fan. Go over to Your Virtual Adjuster and find them on Instagram. I'm telling you, they've got just amazing content that will keep you informed, and they're also going to keep you entertained. The next guy is going to come up here is a personal friend of mine. Now, before I get started with that, I will say the technology tip I'm going to give you right now is everybody wants to create content, but when you do create that content, right, you go to create a video, how do you even know it's in the right size? You ever posted something online and then it cuts off your head or it cuts off half the picture? If you want to avoid that, I would highly suggest you download Canva. Now, everyone thinks about Canva for pictures, okay? Canva does video. You can actually just resize your video directly to the size. It will actually say Instagram Reel. So if you actually want something that's going to actually be the size that you want it to be, not cut off your head, not cut off half the picture, go over to Canva so that you can do that, so your actual videos look like they're supposed to when you put them out there trying to brand your company. Now, the next guy who's going to come up here, John, is a personal friend, and he has done a great job of branding his company, Ugly Roof with Ty. The product is absolutely incredible. Until recently, you only had two options as a roofing contractor. That option was to repair a roof or to replace a roof. That's what you had if there was damage. They have added a third option into that, and that is roof rejuvenation. Now, when I first heard about this, I thought it was a bunch of BS. We're going to go spray some pesticide on top of a roof, and then that's going to go ahead and make this thing come back to life. What a sham. It took me actually going out 3 separate times to see this product actually work here in Central Florida, 2 different locations, going before and after. The way they do things, it works, folks. And on top of that, it makes money. So it's a win for everybody. It's a win for homeowners. It's a win for contractors. It's a win for Ugly Roof. They have got something that is an absolutely incredible product, offering new things and a new option to homeowners. I've probably taken away half of his pitch at this point, but at that point, I'll turn it over to John with Ugly Roof.
Go. What's up? So I'm the ugliest part of Ugly Roof. I got a problem. I like Ugly Roof. So my partner Ty's not here today. So you're stuck with me. So some background here. First thing, everything that Matthew said, I ditto that, right? So the disclaimer, about how to, with damage, when you're looking at damage and everything. One of the things about what we do and who we are and my background, I'm one of the co-founders here. I walk a lot, so just so you guys know, I'm going to be pacing. So I'm one of the co-founders. I've been in the roofing industry my whole life. So hey, there's some sunlight now. So so my whole life in the roofing industry, and the whole time that we were in the industry, we were saying there has to be another answer, right? Because you can't just replace every roof. We want to, but oftentimes you can't, and as things are changing. So there's a lot of trends in this industry that are changing. We're just at a conference here with one of our friends here, and he was talking about the changing trends in the industry. And it also goes with the changing laws, the changing everything, right? The recession that we're in. So when we start looking at profitability within the company and for the homeowner. So TJ asked me to talk today about what is rejuvenation. When can a roof be rejuvenated? So let's kind of dive into that. So is the roof repairable, right? And we're looking at granular retention. So when you think about repairability of a roof, it's such a broad term that is it repairable or not? So let's assume that it is for the conversation, okay? And when we think about if it is or not, a lot of times it comes down to installation, right? Was it installed properly, right? Was it, is it high nailed? Is it 3-nailed? Is there ice and water shield? So all these things come into consideration. So is it repairable is the first thing. So I go back to what Matt was saying earlier about, can you repair that roof? The cool part about the qualifying for rejuvenation is looking at the granular retention. So if the roof's repairable, we're looking at the retention of things, okay? Let me go here. So it all starts with a proper inspection. So we heard about drone inspections. Matt talks about being up on the roof, looking for hail inspections. Everything starts with a proper inspection. Well, I'm going to play a couple of little quick videos here of how we're inspecting and what we're looking for. And I'm going to ask a couple of questions here.
When we're taking a look at the overall condition of the roof, we're seeing a couple of things. Obviously, we're starting to lose some pretty significant granulation because the shingles are older, getting a bit dry. See, we're starting to lose some nails and some areas are starting to definitely pick up. The other thing that we're seeing too, you can really see that here, but shingles are really starting to pick up on us just because the sealant just isn't doing a lot for us anymore. You can see this one's completely uplifted, but not only that, this one's coming with it, this one. You can just kind of see how it keeps working its way all the way up the roof, where there's really nothing holding any of these shingles all the way up to the cap area. And we're starting to have some nail pops and things like that too.
So being clear with this, right? So ourselves, I don't know if this roof is rejuvable, right? Because there's so many other aspects with that. So you have to make a decision on if it's repairable or not. So when you have sectional uplift, when you have, all the things that we were seeing there, it's high nailed, it's 3-nailed, right? So that's where, from the roofing contractor side, we have to make that decision. Now, of course, this is a lower cost with the homeowner to help you guys with rejuvenation, but I want to show you this roof inspection as well. So we're trying to determine if it's repairable or not, right? So that's the first step in anything, right? With your inspections. That's major granular loss. So we're not going to qualify this with this roof for rejuvenation. That's one of the biggest things that you look at. See the high nails? Nothing. I mean, it's kind of repetitive with it, right? But it's not sealed down. There's no granules on it, right? So when we're looking at the roof, let's just make it clear that you have to determine if you can repair it or not. Now, if it's repairable, like if it's installed the proper installation with it, the nails are in the right spot, everything that you have is there, Now we can look at magic juice, right? Let's talk about rejuvenation. It's not magic juice. I said that as a joke. Okay, it's not going to fix the problem. All it's going to do is it's going to help that shingle go back to where it was. Okay, so what the project is meant to do is it's not a coating, right? So we hear that term a lot. It's not a coating, it's actually a penetration oil. So it gets down into the actual cells of the asphalt and just revitalizes it, right? Rejuvenates it, right? So that's kind of the word with that. Okay, so as we look at some of the other things, the granular retention, we're looking for 70% or more. This one doesn't qualify, right? And it doesn't qualify for a lot of reasons, you know, other than just the granular retention. So we're talking about nail placements, all that kind of stuff too with that. So results, like I love skepticism, and I love Patrick has been all over us at the beginning with skepticism, right? Does it work, right? Are there results? Do you think it'll work? Chris, what is your thought on it?
Absolutely.
Well, but what was your first thought whenever you heard about rejuvenation?
Is it just being sprayed on the top and was it a cover?
Okay.
Oh, we discussed it last night. Can it breathe?
Can it breathe, right? That's a very good one. Good one. Patrick, what was your main question too, if you remember?
Well, I actually thought about the yard, the pets, the home around it.
Right.
You know what could happen with the pesticide as I was kind of looking at it.
Right.
You're putting on top of the roof.
Right.
That's being drained onto a home.
Right.
You know, a dog goes out there and eats this thing. What's that going to look like?
Right. Exactly. So as a disclaimer here, you know, you can't eat it. I don't want you to eat it. Like I've tasted it. It tastes awful. Right. So it's all bio-based. It all comes from the used cooking oil industry. Okay. We have a method of cracking it out. We have the supply chain and all that stuff there. So that's a very good question. Chris, I think that you had one too.
I would say repeat for the audience online what the comments live are.
Oh, yeah, it's good. So, okay. So we want to make sure that we have results, right? So we don't want to give you guys an idea of something that's not going to happen. So product is product, juice is juice, but it doesn't fix hail. So let's make that a disclaimer. This should be used in your business when you have wind damage. There's one tab or you're actually no damage. Like if you hop up there, it's not adhered anymore, right? You start getting some of those things. No tabs have blown off there where there's no way to file an insurance claim. A lot of times this is your way as a roofing contractor to help that homeowner. So let's talk about the results. Who thinks that you can take this shingle and revitalize it? No, nobody. That's great. One guy. I love it. Who doesn't think that you could do it? Everybody? I love it, man. I love it, man. I love it. So here's the results. Okay, this is just one of the roofs we did. Listen to the ceiling here.
And then it'll be like bubble gum. Bring it back. It doesn't break.
So when we look at results, it works. Okay. At the end of the day, you want to make sure that it's repairable first. When you put the rejuvenation on the roof, you need to make sure that you have. Yeah, sorry, it's still talking. Sorry.
That's where the oils get into the adhesive in between these wells. This is thing like get rejuvenate.
How does that affect future repairability? When we're talking hammer and nail repairability.
Good question.
What does that shingle look like? You're taking a flat bar to it, tying it up.
Right.
Remove it or replace it.
That's the best question. So it depends on when you do the repair. So if you determine that the shingles are too brittle, right? And again, so let's go back to brittleness test here, and I'll answer that. There actually isn't an actual brittleness test. There's too many variables, right? So the insurance companies and Hague and everybody else, when we've been trying to work with MTS, and we're working with Matthew on trying to find a test that we can put into the industry, right? Because there's no actual test. Okay, but I mean, because in our area it's different than your area, right? But back to the question here. So what you might typically have to do is make sure that they are pliable first. So go ahead and spray the rejuvenation on, come back the next day and do the repair. Like that's instant results actually. So that's 2 weeks later, but you typically get instant results with it next day. That makes sense. So when you're putting the flat bar in there, it's just like making a repair. Now, there's other questions when you look at claims and stuff that Matthew talks about too, right? So once you take that nail and put a new nail back, back in, that's a different policy issue. Like I don't want to go over into insurance policy and that, but at the end of the day, there's also another way to add this into your business to help the homeowner as well. That makes sense?
I'd love to know if there is no insurance claim in place and there's, the roof is rejuvenatable, we rejuvenate the roof, and then say a huge tornado comes through and does do damage, an act of God, whatever. At that point, does the insurance carrier owe for the shingle and the value of your rejuvenation system?
I mean, it's a good question. I don't know the answer. Yeah. That's a PA question. I will say that the product, no matter what you look at with rejuvenation, it'll put the shingle back in the condition it was when it was new or close to new like conditions, right? So if it's a 50-mile-an-hour shingle, it's not going to make it an 80-mile-an-hour shingle. Okay, so you got to keep that in mind. But the goal of it is to make it flexible again and make it adhere back down again. That's the whole goal of it, right? It's really a repair for the homeowner as well. Right. So when you're in there and you're even fighting the insurance company and they approve it up to $5,100 or whatever it is, and it's a $20,000 roof, a lot of times this is a good option if the roof qualifies, but you have to determine the qualification. That makes sense? Questions? I want some questions here. Where's Stearns at? He had a question. Yes, sir.
What's the typical cost per square?
From the contractor view or the homeowner view? Yeah, so each market is different, but whatever you're selling a roof for per square, just picture this around 20% of that. And that's where you should be at with this product. Now, add a repair on top of that, now you're within 30 to 35, percent with that. And in our own companies, so we have MHI as a roofing company as well. So we don't just sell juice, man. Like we install it and we sell this every single day, right? So that's our that's our slogan, right? We do this every single day. But at the end of the day, though, with it, our average tickets for repairs went from $1,000 to $5,200, right? So, and you're giving the homeowner a viable option that they can afford, right? You can get with one of the financing guys here and finance this thing for 18 months of no interest and no payment. That makes sense. That was a great question. I think there's another question. Yes, Stearns. How long does it last? Well, how long is a string? How long is a string? Huh? It depends. Yeah. So our R&D, our research, everything says it's 5 years plus. Okay. So we're over 5 years with it. That's going to be the answer. We're going to warranty it from the manufacturer side for 5 years of pliability. Okay, it's pliability with that. Chris, yes, sir.
Tell us, you're the roofing side. Tell us about your partner, like chemical company, and how long they spent developing.
Years and years and years and years. So the original patent ran out in like 2012, and so we went back to the original patent and got as close as we could with that. So like this isn't a new product actually. Like this is asphalt rejuvenation started actually it goes way back to the 40s with Henry Ford. I can give you a whole long story about where methyl ester came from. But testing it on like roadways started in the 80s. Okay, so that's where the testing actually started. As far as with us, we started around 2016, 17 time, really getting back into it for roofing systems. When the first patent was out in 2000, they were way ahead of their curve, way ahead of the time. And plus, when you look at trends, the quality of asphalt back in 2000 is way better than 2022. Okay, and the reason with that, and when you start talking with shingle manufacturers, what's happened is, well, I mean, you're right on this. What's happened is the quality of asphalt flux has gone down because we've got so good on the refining process that there's no more asphalt flux left. So, that's the precipitate. I mean, if we use the scientific stuff, so all the stuff that's left over when they make everything, right now they're making biofuels out of it. So they're extrapolating all this stuff and selling it into another market. So asphalt shingles are going to keep going up in price, right? They're not going to come back down. The commodity part of it's gone. It's not really based on oil price now. It's based on the supply chain of asphalt flux. They don't want to tell you this, but the bell curve on it is probably about 7 years. And then asphalt's going to crash, and you're going to have the stuff like with the EuroShield, right? That stuff's going to come up hard because of synthetics. Now that price is actually going to balance out better. I don't know if that answered your question, but great. Stearns, yes, sir.
So you guys, we talked before, you said you done some market research.
Mhm.
Before figuring out how you position this. Your customers. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So the question was market research and why we went to market this way is the way it is. So we actually market research this in 19 and 20 down actually in Lantana, Florida. So we set up our roofing company there and Ugly Roof. So we said, how do we take this to the market? This is why we think it's so imperative that we use roofing contractors, okay? And that's the channel. So we would send the same presentation, the same product, the same everything, send the salesman in as an Ugly Roof salesman and as an MHI salesman. 90% of our sales came from the MHI side. So when we broke it down, the homeowner trusted the local trusted known contractor. Right? They didn't trust this guy that was selling snake oil, right? And it's not snake oil, but that's the perception, right? That's what we heard for 2 years. But when I went in as a roofing contractor, hey, listen, you have this other option. They're like, yeah, let's do that, right? But when I went in as the only option, well, you're just trying to sell me something, right? So that's why with that market research, and we spent quite a bit of money to test it out. But that's why that our channel of distribution is through roofing contractors. Other thing with things too is it's all about inspection. So we talked about the inspection. Our whole process that you get with our team, if you will, is a whole sales process. There's a whole psychology with this, with the homeowner, and with adjusters like out there in the trenches. Like we work with adjusters a lot of times on, hey, listen, we agree it's repairable, but under this condition because the shingle's too brittle, right? So we wind up taking that $2,500 repair claim, turning it into $6,000, and getting this added on top of that. That makes sense? Questions? I want some more questions. This is good.
I know it's kind of specific to Ugly Roof.
I love it. Yeah.
But, driving around with an ugly truck, if I'm roofing, I'm not sure that would be very advantageous for branding.
Yeah, perfect.
How does Ugly Roof, can you use the name? Can you use it as, do I have to use the Ugly Roof name? How does that process work?
Perfect. So that was part of the market test. It needs to be the roofing contractor brand. We're just a logo on the side of it. It's a dealership model. It's not a franchise. It's not our, it's not our brand that has to be out there, right? So we do some with the homeowner. This works better at the kitchen table from Patrick Carr Roofing, right? It doesn't work as Ugly Roof franchise, right? Because that's where that market test was like, hey, we don't trust this guy, but we know Patrick. He's been in the industry here for a while. That answer the question? Yeah, awesome. I love it. I see some skepticism here. Come on, ask me. Get it out. Yeah, you're good. Okay. Anybody else?
John.
Yes, sir.
So I'm the accountant. So I gotta ask, what's if I'm a roofer looking to become a distributor for dealer for you guys?
Yeah.
Why would I do that profit wise? Like what's this going to do to my profitability on jobs and different things?
So thanks, Chris. So he was asking about the accounting side and the profitability of things. So as our tax strategist as well, so he's involved in this. So it's a good loaded question. So what it did for our business was took us from net profits, right? So when you add up everything at the end of the day, net, we were around that 5 to 6% range. Now we're 12 to 13. Plus, we're selling more roofs. So, that's the thing. I'm selling more squares of shingles because we have an option. So the homeowner gives you that trusted value. It's like, hey, listen, I trust this guy because he gave me another option instead of just jamming the roof only down my throat. That makes sense? So profitability-wise, each person has different overheads, so it's really hard to tell you exactly what it is. But we see anywhere from 65 to 80% gross profit, depending on the market and how you position it. For us, I can tell you that we gain 6 to 7 base points on our net profit on our EBITDA. So
How do the roofing metals react to the fatty acids in the cooking oil?
say it again. Sorry.
How do the roofing metals
Metals?
react to the fatty acids inside the cooking oil, pasta lipids and such?
So that's a good question. So we have very little runoff as well. So the fatty acids, so it depends on what is going on onto as well. So the question was, how does the metal react to the fatty acids? So our product penetrates very quickly with the emulsifiers. So once you spray it on, it's so you mix it 50% with water. The water's the delivery system. The water runs over top of it. That penetrates down into the shingle. So there's very little runoff of the actual product itself. It's mainly, just the water side of it too.
Not as far as runoff is concerned, but with this application, it's unavoidable. You're going to be spraying aluminum, side plastics, your furnaces, etc., which could have an adverse reaction. But so far over the past 5 years, what have y'all seen?
We've seen 0 instances with metal. So it's like vegetable oil. If you think of vegetable oils, palm oils, all that type of stuff. If you pour it in your gutters, it's just going to make them really, really slick at the bottom. So that makes sense. Now, that's a great question too. I will find a definite answer on that, but so far we've had 0 claims or issues with that at all. Yes, in the back.
How long does it take to rejuvenate a roof versus full replacement?
Great question. So how long does it take to rejuvenate versus full replacement? So this roof here that you guys are seeing here, it's like 35 squares. In our market, that's a $25,000 roof. We did the rejuvenation and the repair for right around $5,000. We were in and out shooting content, video, full staff under 4 hours. So we do 3 of these a day. Okay, I mean it's blew up in the MHI side of the business. That Ty myself have had to put on 3 rejuvenation crews now and little towns in West Virginia and Pennsylvania, right? So yeah, but it's a 2-hour process, let's say, from start to finish, and then you got drive time to each job. Yes, sir, Mr. Patrick Carr.
I have 2 clients right now that are personally doing this, and they are doing at least 2 of these a day.
Yep.
And I know currently right now, we spoke this morning, they're booked 8 days out right now.
Yep.
Just to do 2 a day.
Yep.
And that's both here in Florida and different parts of the state. So the product works.
Yep.
And they say that number one. But that brings in the question of what about the exclusivity to the area that you're in? So you go and be paid to be part of a roof, and then somebody else with a bigger pocket comes in and steals that area. Is that possible?
So, Greg, it's a great question. So the question is the exclusivity with our brand and our dealerships. So we don't have exclusive territories, but it's more kind of like and I'll get into why, but it's more like the shingle manufacturer's certification program. Like you got a level and there's only so many people allowed into a metro area, right? That's how we went with that model. And the reason is when you do exclusive territories at just 100,000 people, you're limited on marketing. So if I sell you a zip code, you can't run a TV ad or a billboard that's right on the line, right? According to what these disclosures would be. So we're keeping it exclusive-ish based on only so many people in a market, right? So other people will say it's 100,000 people per dealership rights, or 200,000 or whatever it is. Like we say, hey, if you're in that market, go for it. Because like in Pittsburgh, like what we ran into was we run a lot of TV ads. So it would be tough for me to advertise and tell the other dealer he can't advertise outside of his zip code. So that's a great question. Yeah, good question. Got some more questions here. More skepticism. I love skepticism. Mike, I know you got skepticism. You're drinking the Kool-Aid? Let's jump off the bridge together? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How much longer life does the rejuvenation extend for?
So it's a great question. So extension of the roof once you rejuvenate it, we're saying it's 5+ years. Okay.
So if I put a roof on in 2001 in my house, I call you guys, it comes on, was there a guarantee or anything, or just a certification? Or?
Yeah, so it's a good question as well. So as far as the guarantee and the certification, from the Ugly Roof as a manufacturer, we're going to give you 5 years on the flexibility of the shingle. Okay, we're not going to give you anything on the repair because it's so hard to determine that. Now, as a roofing company, as MHI Roofing, we give 5-year leak-free with the repair warranties as well. That's why our repairs went from 1,000 to 5,500. But we know that the main things are going to be taken care of, right? We're reflashing the chimney, we're redoing all the pipe booch, we're redoing that flashing, and I know that our product is going to stick back down and then adhere. So that's why from the roofing company side, you know, we actually give 5-year repair to the homeowner. That makes sense? Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Yes, sir.
From a sales and marketing perspective, when you go in to do a home in a local community, are you reaching back out to the community, let them know what you've done to the neighbor's property?
Yeah. So the question is reaching back out to the neighbors, right, about what you've done at Mrs. Smith's house. So our marketing approach is going to be, which we don't do a lot of door knocking, but we do when we're doing the day. So, but we do a lot of postcards, right? So like once the job's done, hey, we're at Mrs. Smith's house. It's all automated. We actually use, I don't know if I can plug some people here, but I use an automation software that sends it out automatically, right? So dope. Yeah. Yeah, we use dope marketing with it. Chris, back there, I think you had a question as well.
Yeah, what's the onboarding and training process if you're a new dealer?
Man, that's good questions, man. So onboarding and training process. If you come on as the dealer, first thing with things first is just like with roofing contractors, we're all busy, right? So we have an account manager that's going to hound you to death to get your logo. Like that's the hardest thing for some reason with us. I need a logo and some approvals, right? So because what we actually would do as well is we build the trailer out, we wrap the trailers out for you, we put all the equipment in there, we drop it off, we come out and we train you, or you come to Pittsburgh and pick it up at a discount as well. So the onboard side is pretty simple. You got a check, we build the trailer, we drop it off. We just got to get some interaction there. The other side of the onboarding side is the training. So we build a presentation especially for you, right? So we use a product called Engage, where you've got a repair and a replacement that we provide for you as part of the dealership. And then we train your sales team on that. So we train your staff. So our account managers, like 2 of our guys used to be the salesmen in MHI Roofing. So they were some of our top guys, and we moved them actually out over there to help train other guys. So great question. Yes, sir.
Two actually, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
What PSI is this coming out? How do you prevent from blasting granules off the roof?
So, yep.
And then secondly, what effect might this have on the manufacturer's warranty?
Beautiful question.
Of their product?
It's my favorite question. So the first question is the PSI that we're spraying at. So it's less than a garden hose. So it's right around 35 PSI, but it's also fanned out at like a 45-degree angle, right? So it's hitting the roof like under 20, right? So it's not blowing any of the granules off. And the other question was affecting the manufacturer's warranties. I love this. I've sat with large manufacturers and had this conversation with them specifically. How many people in this room as roofing contractors have talked to a homeowner that has a warranty on their roof? Okay, what's the percentage of those people? 80% have the manufacturer warranty card with them? Okay. What do you think? Because you guys do a lot of roofs too. Yeah. Yeah, so the numbers that we came up with talking to the manufacturers is less than 2% of people know that they have a warranty. So to your point, if the roof is failing, they should go file a warranty. They shouldn't put this on, right? This shouldn't be a sale at that point. It never comes up. It's came up one time in 2.5 years of our sales team selling it on one job where, hey, I've got a warranty on this roof. Hey, great, we'll call such and such manufacturer. I don't want to get sued. So yes, sir. That's great. How many year-old roof is the target? So we're looking for, actually, it depends. It could be 5 years or 20 years, right? So if we go back to a minute ago, I was talking about the quality of asphalt. We rejuvenate a lot of roofs that are 20, 25 years old because they're actually in better shape than the 9-year-old roof, okay? And it's market specific. So like here in Florida, a lot of things, and I think I only got like 1 minute left, but here in Florida, a lot of the stuff too is that you've got a lot of the variables here, right? You've got the salt, you've got the heat, and then a lot of the HOAs are making you clean the roof, and they're leaving more salt back. So they're actually those shingles with the deterioration, I think the homeowner associations are actually doing worse damage to these roofs to make them to go back. So it depends. But the average target is about 12 to 17 years is about the best target. And it depends on the market there with that. So, okay. Yes. One more question.
That video you have playing in the background, you put that on YouTube as like an oddly satisfying.
Was it cool?
I'll show you how.
I'll show you how. Was that cool? Was that cool? I don't have any pins, but I was going to give you guys a pin. But if you want some more information, there's a QR code. This has been fun. I love interaction out of people. Did you have a question? I know you always have a question. Liz, yeah, Liz. Observer. I love it. All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Was it good? Awesome.
Got it?
Yes, sir.
All right. I think we're good here. I think we're good. John? So we're going to do? You want me to wait? Oh, I'll do a little intro for him if that's all right.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah. An incredible product. Like I said, I have 2 clients that do use Ugly Roof, and I'm telling you, the product absolutely does work. We've gone out there. The clients are extremely happy. One thing he didn't mention about Ugly Roof that is very interesting, if you are a roofing contractor and you go put on a roof, the person sits out there and they look at it and go, yep, it looks new. We're good to go. The great thing about Ugly Roof is it's done in a couple of hours. They walk out there, they come home from work, and they go, damn, it looks like I have a new roof on my home right now. There is something to be said for curb appeal that immediately happens when you have Ugly Roof that is put on the home. Now, in Florida, we've had some recent law changes. If you're watching this from another state, why does that matter to you? Well, in Florida, normally what happens here is it goes to other states quickly. It flows its way up through Georgia, South Carolina, and into the Midwest. Now, earlier, I talked about Cantor and Pendaluga right here, an attorney and a firm that I have a lot of respect for. You're going to be hearing from them in just a minute, all right? Now, before I do that, I do want to thank one of the other sponsors that we have. You heard him back there, Chris Middleton back there. Chris Middleton with taxreductionuniversity.com. I should have that memorized because the man has saved me an immense amount of money. I know later today you are talking and you're going to be showing everybody how to do that. Some of the tricks of the trade. One of the things with Tax Reduction University, they actually get a strategy for you. Too many of us as business owners think we're doing the right thing. We wait until the end of the year only to figure out that we weren't doing the right thing. And so we have to go back and we have to make adjustments. This guy and his team will make those adjustments immediately and get you on the right track so that you're not having to wait and you're not, in a hurry to try to save yourself some money. The guy understands roofing. You understand the industry. I can't wait to hear from you a little bit later. Before I introduce Cantor and Pendaluga, I want to tell you this. I'm fortunate enough to lobby up in Tallahassee on behalf of roofing contractors, the Restoration Association of Florida, and others. I want to paint you a story for how it really happens in Tallahassee. This is legitimately how it happened with Senate Bill 76 in 2021, and then Senate Bill 1728 in Tallahassee, which was shot down in last year. These bills are introduced by people that actually own insurance companies. Both bills, Senate Bill 1728 and 76, were introduced by Jim Boyd, who owns an insurance company called Boyd Insurance. Imagine the controversy or the conflict of interest that there might be. When we went to the Senate floor and we're testifying there, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Bigsby got up in 2021 and told the story about his house after Hurricane Michael. His house got flooded. Entire home was ripped off. He had pictures of the entire thing. After his home, he shows the pictures to the Senate floor, and everyone just kind of says, I'm really sorry for your loss. Mr. Rigsby returned in 2022 to the Senate floor to say that no one had still repaired his home. State Farm had still not done anything. His home was still not livable. And in fact, his wife had died from complications of the home. She stayed in there for 3 months. The black mold got into her lungs. She wasn't able to recover and died in early 2022. That is a real story. Even more upsetting than that, I can tell you from sitting there, as he told that story, you have senators that are sitting there texting on their phone, looking at it, not paying a bit of damn attention to what this guy was going through. Why do I say this? Because it is real, everybody, that you get involved with the legal side of this business before it gets to that point. But because the time it gets to that point, it's too late. The senator, the representative who you think cares, they don't, all right? I don't care if it's Republican. I don't care if it's Democrat, what side of the aisle that you fall on. They're going to follow the money and what's in their best interest. Firms like Cantor and Pentaluga are on the front line that are fighting for homeowners and contractor rights against the obscene amount of money that insurance carriers have to push things in the other direction. You saw last year, if you're not familiar, in the state of Florida, following the session ending and nothing getting done, the governor called a special session and Senate Bill 2D and 4D were passed. I'm going to tell you this, I've read them both cover to cover many times, and there is not one thing that is in those bills that will reduce premiums for Florida homeowners. These things are put into place, paid for by big insurance and for big insurance. Now, you may, I don't care what side of the aisle you fall on that, homeowners should be the first priority. Firms like Cantor and Pentaluga are the ones that are putting them first, all right? And so they're going to give you a legal update here, some things that are going on in Florida and how they could affect you in other states. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to John Edwards, Cantor and Pentaluga. Thank you very much, buddy. Absolutely. Thank you, buddy.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is John Edwards. I'm one of the partners at Cantor and Pentaluga. We're a law firm in Florida. We also handle claims in Colorado. Just got barred there. But he's not wrong. A lot has changed in Florida, especially with the property insurance the last couple of sessions. Every single year they keep dragging back in there saying, hey, insurance rates are out of control. It's the roofing contractors, it's the attorney's fees, it's the public adjuster. So there's been a lot of change. The biggest change that came from this past special session in Florida, I'm not sure how many of you are from Florida, but on these property claims, you used to be able to sue under the named insured, the homeowner, or in a AOB company, a roofing company, or water mitigation company. And if you sued the insurance company and you won, you would get all the attorney's fees and costs paid for over and above the amount of the settlement from the homeowner or from the business owner. Now, part of that's still intact. We can still file lawsuits under the named insured, the homeowner or the business owner. If we win, then all the attorney's fees are still paid for over and above that amount. Unfortunately, the part of the bill that did pass was if you represent an AOB company, a roofing company, a water mitigation company, if you sue and you win, you no longer get the attorney's fees over and above. So attorneys more than likely have to take a percentage on those claims now. Why that's important, I'll give you a real live example of why we need to keep lobbying in Tallahassee, especially for the attorney fee provision on the insured. It's an easy way to keep them accountable. So he mentioned a Hurricane Michael claim when he was just up here. I had one that went to trial a couple years back, but a certain insurance company, I won't name names, they offered to pay the client $9,000. She was living in a shed in her backyard in Panama City. They got a public adjuster. They offered like another $5,000. So it ended up in legal. Should never ended up in legal. Claims like that should never end up in legal. It did. We litigated it. We went to mediation. They made another lowball offer. We said, okay, we'll take it to trial. We took it to trial and did 2 days of it. The insurance company quickly realized they were going to get smoked, and they agreed to settle that case. They paid the client $220,000. They stipulated they owed all the attorney's fees and costs, so the client was able to get her money right away. 4 months later, we had a fight with them about how much they owed us, but we figured that out. They paid us over and above. So that's why that's important, though. It gets the homeowner indemnified, gets all the repairs done, and doesn't have to worry about having to pay an attorney for something that is actually owed. And that's huge because that exposure and that heat on the insurance company is what makes them to settle these claims quicker. Some good legislation that did come out in the bill. I'm sure you guys see it all the time. I get calls from homeowners constantly that, hey, my insurance company is dropping me. I have an old roof. Even if you don't have a claim, they're just going to be like, get something in the mail. The insurance company says the roof's too old. We're dropping you. Now, something that came out, which is good, they cannot just non-renew you or refuse to issue a policy to you if your roof is less than 15 years old. If it is older than 15 years old, they still can't just non-renew you or refuse to write for the roof, even if it's over 15 years old, pending you get a home inspection done, and it could be from a licensed home inspector, a roofing contractor, engineer, architect, somebody that's qualified to conduct the inspection. But if they go out to your property, they say that there's at least 5 years of remaining useful life on the roof. The insurance company can no longer just non-renew you or drop you for having a roof that is old. They could do it for other bases, but that's a call I get all the time. It makes it really difficult in litigation when the homeowner calls me we're trying to get the claim settled, and they go, I don't have insurance, I might get forced placed. So that should help alleviate a lot of that. I know a lot of the public adjusters and contractors I work with, we get calls on that all the time. So those were kind of the two big things that came out in the past special session. But I just want to stress the importance on educating the community. A lot of homeowners don't understand these property damage claims, and the insurance industry does a very good job of pushing their narrative. They do a really good job with getting with newspapers and articles and videos online. But if we can educate the public on what's really driving up the problem, the insurance industry is just increasing rates. Oh, you good, TJ?
Not me. Your time's up.
All good. But that's the biggest thing, guys, is just educating the public on these. Because every year when we go to session, they promise that there's going to be reduced rates. There's going to be reduced rates. They pass all this sweeping legislation. Rates don't go down. Rates keep going up. They keep going up. So if there's any additional questions, I'd be happy to answer. I'm going to be here all day. If you guys have questions in general about how these claims are litigated or the legislation that's going on in Florida, happy to field questions.
15-year, that only applies to Florida, correct?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It's good legislation, though.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What about the 15-year rule? Underneath 15 years, they can't drop you. Over 15 years, they can.
They can, as long as a home inspector goes out, or one, the client refuses to get the home inspection, or two, they hire a home inspector or engineer, another qualified individual, contractor, roofing contractor, and they go out there and say, hey, I can't say that there's more than 5 years or at least 5 years, then they could drop you for the roof being too old.
So I think one of the things that people get confused about this law is that if a roofing contractor goes out there and says that your roof has 5 years of useful life left, it doesn't give you 5 years of your carrier not dropping you. It gives you 1 year by saying that you have 5 years of useful life left. I think this is a confusion that a lot of contractors.
100% agreed, and you would have to get that. My guess, the insurance company is probably going to require you to do it once a year to keep showing it's going to be 5 years.
So would you agree then that perhaps this is a great selling tool that contractors are not using? Why would you not run an ad that says, is your roof over 15 years old? Let us come out and take a look at it and determine if you have 5 years of useful life before your insurance company drops.
Absolutely. So one, gets you in the door with the homeowner, and when there is a storm in the future, they're going to say, hey, I had you come out, you did a great job with the home inspection, come out again. So that's a great selling point. The homeowner is going to pay you for the test. Obviously, you're not going to make the money on that, but it's going to set you up for better business down the road with these homeowners. So that's a fantastic idea.
So John, my next question would be this. It looks ambiguous on the law. So let's just say you go out there and you have 5 years of useful life. How the hell do you let the insurance company know there's 5 years? Is there a form? Is there something you have to turn in, or is it just you make up some letterhead and send it into them with a signature?
Yeah, so I agree with you. 100% ambiguous. It's going to be something that's probably going to have to play out with the courts. Just like anything, documentation is important and legal in the insurance company. So I would say at least on the roofing company letterhead or the home inspector letterhead or whatever company you're using, saying I inspected the property on this date. It has 5 years from this date on the letterhead. But you're right. I mean, there's no 100% form that you have to fill out and send into.
I want to know what your suggestion or your thoughts are on this. My suggestion that we've made with our contractors is go ahead and get with your county and file with your county a building. What's the word I'm looking for? A building not inspection, but you did some work on the property.
Permit.
File a permit and just do it. I don't know. Put some caulking up there. But now you have something filed, and then send that in to the carrier to let them know that you inspected it. Repair was made, 5 years of useful life.
Absolutely. That's a fantastic idea. That's a city official document. So they're not going to be able to drop you at that point. Or if they do, could be some litigation that could be did on that. Yeah.
Didn't they incorporate RSPS somewhere into those changes?
I thought I was aware of.
I thought that after 15 years, I thought that somewhere in there they tacked that on to where they changed the coverage to RSPS and the roof surface payment schedule.
Oh, well, that's going to depend on the insurance company that you have. But there's some language in there, too, that they're trying to charge higher hurricane deductibles. That's a little more into the weeds, but they can't give the homeowner an option to basically pay this huge hurricane deductible. But they have to be presented on certain forms saying, hey, you're getting this or you're getting this. But it could be significant, a lot more than the usual 2% that you see under Coverage A.
So sorry, one more question.
Yeah, of course.
You get this a lot, John. I know you get homeowners that call you guys and they just got a letter in the insurance from their carrier. They're getting dropped. They did a flyover drone over their house and have pictures and they've identified the damage. We've seen that a lot. They like literally have a drone and they send a letter in the mail with circles on their roof. What is your advice to a homeowner who just received that letter? What's the first thing they should do? How do you even react to a letter like that?
Well, absolutely. So I get calls like that probably once a week from homeowners freaking out, saying, John, what the hell is going on? My insurance company's dropping me. And in that situation, I would, if I was the homeowner, if they called me, I'm going to tell them to, if you know a roofing contractor, if you know a home inspector, if you know an engineer, call them, try to get inspection done immediately so we can try to rebut what the insurance company is saying, that there's not 5 years left of life on the roof. If we can rebut it, you send it in, and hopefully we are able to reverse the non-renewal of coverage. That's the biggest thing I run into, because homeowners don't usually want to stay in litigation if they're unable to have insurance on the house, and rightfully so. I want to waste a year in litigation and not have insurance on my house. So that's the first things I would do. If they didn't know somebody, obviously we would recommend people to them. But absolutely, the second they get that, you want to refute it immediately. The longer you wait, the harder it is to rebut. Yes, sir.
So if a contractor does go out and state that there's at least 5 years left on the roof, they open themselves up to any special liability from the insurance company. If that doesn't hold.
Another good question. Potentially.
Can you say that question out loud? So we can...
Yeah.
No, sorry, yeah, you can say it.
Yeah. So here, he asked if a roofing contractor or a home inspector goes out to the property and rubber stamps, hey, you have 5 years left. Does that open me up to potential liability? And I think the answer to that is potentially yes. The statute's not exactly clear on it, but I could see where the insurance company does that, especially if there's some kind of evidence. Now, they would have to prove that when you went out there, 100% there was no way. I think it's going to be a very hard burden for them to prove that. Any other questions, guys?
How long is an average claim lasting in litigation?
Yeah, so litigation, that's a good question, Carlos. I tell most homeowners once a lawsuit is filed, on average, it's from 3 to 6 months from the day it's settled. In Florida, it really depends. Some claims settle very quickly, especially a couple of years ago, within a month or two. Most homeowners don't know. Most, I'd say, businesses don't know. Once a lawsuit is filed, if it does go to trial, most of them don't. About 98% of these cases settle before trial. You're looking at 12 to 18 months to get in front of a jury on this type of case. And that's what it is. It's 6 people in the county. It's a civil jury trial. But it could easily take up to 2 years on these cases. So that's a very good question. Anything else, guys?
What type of documentation do you typically want your contractors to come with? Because I know that a lot of times they come with you guys with claims and then they don't necessarily have everything. So, what is it that they could actually put together to make it sure that it's going to move forward, so that they're not going to have any kickbacks?
That's a great question. And I deal with contractors. I deal with public adjusters. Objectively, the public adjusters probably do a little better on the documentation side. But what I always want to see is photos of the property. I want the estimates ready. If you have the coverage letter from the insurance company or an RR letter saying, hey, we still need this to evaluate the claim. If you can get a copy of the home inspection report when the client purchased the property, that's going to do a lot of good. It's a great way to show the evidence of the property right before a storm, saying, hey, 4 months ago when we bought it, we inspected it, it was great. A storm happened. There's all this damage on the roof. It's very hard for the insurance company to turn around and say, this is all wear and tear, pre-existing damage. Now, they still might do it, still might end up in an attorney's hands, but at that point, it's going to settle pretty quickly.
Have you seen a reduction in the amount of cases going to litigation since the portion of SB 76 was put into place that requires you to submit a
notice of intent
pre-litigation offer?
Correct. So what you're talking about is notice of intent. So before SB 76 passed, once an insurer denied a claim or underpaid a claim, you could go ahead and sue them. SB 76, once it was signed into law, it required, even with a claim denial or an underpayment, the insured have to file a document called a notice of intent to litigate. And once that's filed, it basically tells the insurance company, hey, we're going to sue you. They have 10 business days to respond to it. They can do one of three things. They can maintain the denial, they can make a settlement offer, or they can say, let's do some kind of alternative dispute resolution, like an appraisal or a DFS mediation. But to answer your question, the stats aren't out on it yet. It's not supposed to be published until January 23. The timing on that's very, you know where I'm going on that. But personally, I handle these claims. I litigate these claims. Litigation is 100% down. 100%. I can't tell you, probably of every 10 I sign, I probably have 2 or 3 getting settled with a notice of intent. Probably a little to my detriment, but absolutely lawsuits are down across the board. And I think that was some good legislation as well. So I think when we get the official stats next January, when it actually comes out, we're going to see it down significantly. Even though in the special session they say it's up, but it's definitely down. Anything else? Yeah. All right.
What do you think about the roofing contractors and what they're talking about roofers actually being able to talk about insurance with homeowners and business owners in the Florida market? It's a huge topic where typically storm chasers like myself, are having issues even explaining what it is that homeowners are signing because they're scared to say the wrong words.
No, absolutely. So they are definitely trying to crack down on that. That was part of the legislation that just came out in this past special session. The big things that are going to get you guys in trouble, especially more the roofing contractors, what I've seen is one, promising any kind of, well, the word that you need to keep in mind is any kind of financial inducement. So when I'm a homeowner, I've gotten gift cards from different roofing companies in the mail saying, hey, we'll give you a steak dinner. We'll give you a $100 gift card to come inspect your property. Can't do that. If they catch you doing that, you're going to be subject to a fine. If you go out to the property, you promise the homeowner, hey, well, you're not going to pay your deductible. We're going to have everything paid. If you say that, don't get in a lot of trouble for doing that. But the key thing to keep in mind, there's some more specific language, but the big thing is there's the word financial inducement. If there's any kind of inducement in exchange for inspection or allowing you to do it, or even crazier, to try to suggest to contact a public adjuster, technically they don't want you doing that either. I think that's kind of nuts. But you guys can still go out there. You can still provide estimates for the property. You can still advise that, hey, you got some damage here. Might want to look into it. But be wary of promising anything in exchange for an estimate or for services.
With the impending hurricane coming right now, what should homeowners or roofers be preparing for what could be a possible heavy wind event?
Absolutely. So the biggest thing, and I'll go back to what we just mentioned about getting the home inspection reports. That's the easiest thing. I can't tell you how many times that if I had a report from 2 months before a hurricane, I would have a field day in litigation on these claims, because the favorite exclusion on these carriers, on these full deniers, is that, hey, the roof's really old. It's wear and tear. It's not covered. If you have the home inspection report done right before the storm happens and the roof's in great condition, it's very, very easy to litigate those claims. So that's a great thing for you guys to be offering right now. It's a great thing for you guys to be advertising right now. If I was a homeowner, and I would try to get that done once a year to try and document the condition of the property. But especially as the storm comes closer, the week before, it's Florida, which tends to have a hurricane out in the Atlantic every week, 2 weeks, doesn't happen. But if we actually see it coming, I would walk around your property. I would video the interior of it. I would walk around the exterior. I would video that as well. We don't need every homeowner climbing on their roofs, but if you know a roofing contractor, reach out to your roofing contractor. Reach out to your general contractor. Get them out to the property, your public adjuster. Let them inspect the property for you. Most of those companies will do that kind of work for you, and it's a great way to document the condition of the property. That's the biggest thing on these claims. It's usually not well documented before the storm, and it leads to tougher battles in litigation.
My name is Jose Enrique. I'm the owner of Ayote Group. You guys have a lot of claims to me.
That's right.
Your claims are going fast. I'm very happy with you guys. So the way that we work with the roofers, I don't see none of like what we mean here. My roofer make good money with us. First, we do pre-loss report. we encourage the roofer to do the pre-loss report to the client because what roofer do? Roofer sells. You guys have a good sales team. Your job is just to sell. Just sell the roof. You have to sell the public adjuster because you cannot do the claims anymore. So we as a public adjuster, we fight the case till the point that if we don't get done, then we pass it to a new lawyer. So that's what we do. So we do the pre-loss report and we help the contractor to understand what is the pre-loss report and you keep it. You don't give that to the client because it's sooner or later they want to file a claim, they can call you. Listen, I need a pre-loss report because now I have a claim. That's to sell. You can sell a future roof just making a pre-loss report. So we do that and we keep it. Also, you guys can continue selling and just send somebody to represent you on the case, like the public adjuster. I don't know if you guys are so you can come to the claim from the beginning. I don't think so, but and nothing changed. Everything that changed in the new law, I like it. I love it. I have more claims than ever before because now we can focus on doing what we as a public adjuster are supposed to do, and you guys to sell and to wait for the money to come to do the roof. So everything, I believe, is easy.
No, absolutely. I mean, I know, just like you guys, a lot of the other public adjusters I work with, you know, they work with several roofing contractors. So for the contractors, you guys are out busy signing up claims, making sales, doing your estimates, teaming up with the public adjuster to do the actual adjusting, the license adjusting of the claims, a great idea. And it's a great way to keep the file well documented. So absolutely.
So as a PA, we're handling the claim before it gets to you. We go through ADR, alternative dispute resolution, whether it be mediation or appraisal. We get through that, or from your point of view, do you prefer to get the claim file with us having performed the mediation or appraisal already?
Yeah, so
even if it's an engineering hard enough.
agreed. So two things. For the mediation, yes. The appraisal, not really, because once the appraisal award is done, it's really hard to litigate on that. You have some kind of collusion with the appraisal award. So that most of those claims don't end up in litigation. The DFS mediation that he's referring to is something that the homeowner or the roofing contractor, the AOB company, can say, hey, let's do DFS mediation before it goes to legal. I love that because in litigation at that point, we can keep hammering, hey, we gave them every chance to try and make it right. We gave them 90 days. We allowed multiple inspections. We sat for mediation, and I've done several of those DFS mediations. I know you have, Carlos. I'm not sure if anyone else has. It's a joke. It's usually 10 minutes long. It's informal. It's somebody from the insurance company that doesn't give any kind of presentation. And they say, we have $5,000, $10,000. So every now and then you can get one settled there. But to answer your question, I prefer it because we can still show we were the reasonable ones. The homeowner tried every chance to make it right before getting a lawyer involved, and they were unable to get it solved. So that's why I had to go.
And then if it goes through mediation with us and we give it to you, does the carrier then have a second right to go to mediation?
Not pre-suit. So there's no two bites to the apple with DFS mediation. Now, if we file a lawsuit and we are preparing for trial, something that is required before we go to trial, some kind of ADR, alternative dispute resolution, which is a formal mediation or an arbitration.
For somebody using an AOB, obviously, some folks are to really attack AOBs and the legal fees that attorneys gather from them. I still think AOBs are a great thing. It's me personally, even though they kind of, I don't think any contractors in Florida think they can use them following 2019. What would be the problem with going ahead and signing somebody up to an AOB, going through a process for 89 days, and then signing the claim back over to the homeowner, and then filing the suit against the carrier through the homeowner instead of through the AOB in order to get the fees?
Absolutely. So that's something we're doing. It's something we're seeing right now. So I have no issue with it, really. For the part of the contractor, I think it's nice. For the homeowner, it's nice too. A lot of homeowners don't want to have to deal with an insurance claim. They'd rather hand it off to their contractor, whether it be a water mitigation company or a roofing company, and let them deal with the insurance claim entirely. So I think that's fine. It's a great way to get most of those claims still resolved. I still see those claims getting settled before they come to me. But for the purposes of, like you said, going into legal, you would want to do something like that on the back end so the homeowner can maximize their recovery, because that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
I want to say something about that. AOB, let's say that when the roofers do the job that they want to submit a supplemental. Okay, you have an AOB. You have the right to negotiate. The AOB just give you the right to talk to the insurance. Now, what I'm doing with the contractor that work with my firm, we tell them, listen, I want you to send a letter to the insurance carrier that you have renounced to the AOB. So I can change my estimate whenever I want. I can do a revised estimate. So as a public adjuster, I can take the case at the moment and negotiate it like the way we do negotiate. So he's just taking the right for the roofer to do the negotiation.
Absolutely. It can,
That's the right thing.
yep, and it still keeps everyone involved on the same page. It's just one extra step for them to take. So, like I said again, I love it when you guys team up. They do the estimates, they do the selling, you guys do the actual adjusting.
Thank you
That's the thing. That's the way. Contractor, PA, lawyers.
We're all on the same team.
Thanks so much, man.
Thanks, TJ.
All right. You got me, Mike.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Awesome, man. Thank you. I got to get Josh. So you can go ahead for a second.
You got to
Yeah, I got to get Josh.
Are you mad here?
They're right here.
Okay, good.
Oh, you're
All right.
yeah.
So a couple things about that, some things to keep in mind here that I'm gonna take away from that. First, I'm trying to do a little technology
Yes.
thing for you. If you're talking about videos, that last time I came up, a lot of people think about I'm taking videos or I'm taking something and I need to send it to, I don't know, I need to send it to my public adjuster, I need to send a video to my attorney. If you are sending videos via email, you are really screwing up everybody. Stop sending videos to other people via email. Use a program called WeTransfer. Go to WeTransfer.com. I'm telling you, this is going to save you. The reason for that, every video person in here, I'm telling you, knows about WeTransfer. You don't lose any video quality. All right. This means that your 4K video on one end will be 4K on the other when the person opens it instead of at 720 because your email went ahead and shrunk the file down. It's just a little thing that you can do to make sure that your videos are the highest quality that there are out there. Two other things I took away from that I wanted to think about. No one in this room, I promise you, a contractor that is watching this is doing this right now, and I have absolutely no idea why. Not a lot of people know what a Matterport is. You see this in the mold and restoration industry. You can see another one called DocuSketch if you want a cheaper version of it. If I was a roofing contractor, we talk about those pre-loss reports. Stop doing 3 inspections out there. Why would you not go out to a home and do a Matterport or a DocuSketch of that home? What does that look like? What is it if you're not familiar with it? We all see it in real estate. Real estate, you walk through the door and you can take a tour of the home. You can actually see the outside and walk from room to room and turn yourself around. That is a Matterport, everybody. A DocuSketch is a cheaper version. But imagine if you offered that to a home or business owner, a commercial property owner. You walked in there and gave a commercial property owner a tour, a video tour of their entire property. You handed that to them so that when they have a problem, when there is a loss, and that insurance company turns around to them and says, hey, listen, you know what? What? Oh, no, well, there you go, I'm loud. There we go. So when they turn around and say, hey, listen, what happened? Do you have any documentation of that machine in there? Do you have any documentation of the supplies? Or for your homeowner, do you have documentation of the artwork that you say was there? Sure, I do. I have this entire tour right here of my home that's taken and documented everything right there for you. I would highly suggest charging for something like that so that somebody on the higher end has that documentation that they're looking for. Second thing when it comes to legal, ugly roof. If you can combine the two of those together, you probably got yourself a winning combination. Go out there to somebody who has a 15-year-old roof. Let them know that it doesn't look like it has another 5 years of life. But what do you know? If you can add some ugly roof onto there, that's going to give the people the life they're looking for. And you're able to go ahead and turn that full roof replacement that could have cost them $30,000 into a rejuvenation with the profit margins that you're looking for. And so that's what I got out of those two right there. Hopefully some information to kind of take that and blend them together. I'm going to bring up right now Josh and Matt. These guys understand technology better than I ever will. They're going to teach you how to leverage tech to spend more time with the people that you love and doing the things that you want to do in life. So I'm going to bring them up here right now. Josh, Matt, here you go, guys.
How's everybody doing today? You guys doing all right? Good. I think we're going to have to do a little bit better than that. We didn't come all the way down from Canada for good. It's Friday, ahead of the curve. How you guys doing today? Let me hear. You guys doing good? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, we'll take it. My name's Josh. I am an account executive on the software sales team at Roofer.
Matt, I'm also with Roofer. I've been roofing for 21 years. I started in industrial and commercial flat roofing, did that for 14 years, and then I did residential roofing for 21 years. And now I'm with Roofer as business development rep. And what Roofer is we connect contractors with clients through giving them an instant online estimate You capture their information as a lead and then follow up with roof measurements, create proposals, offer financing, all in one platform.
Absolutely. We work with contractors and roofers on a day-to-day basis, and we notice that there are 3 overarching themes that we talk about with our clients, and that includes sales and leads, measurements, and proposals or quotes. And we thought it would be a good idea today to be able to kind of pull the curtain back a little bit and talk to you a little bit about some of these conversations that we have with our contractors and our clients, and to show you how we kind of handle those objections on a day-to-day basis. And to start off with, I guess we'll jump into sales and leads. But before we talk about sales and leads, how can contractors that are trying to stay ahead of the curve do so, even when it comes to marketing, before we even get into sales?
Well, getting online and showing your online presence, like TJ mentioned earlier, and you'll hear from many speakers today, is very important. You want to have, first of all, a good website. Like, I work with so many contractors, especially Canadian contractors, that don't have a website, or if they do, it's not optimized for mobile. So they're not getting it out there as much. You know, you want to boost your SEO, you want to have Facebook presence, you want to be able to go Facebook Live, you want to go TikTok Live, get your name out there, get all over social media, start with the website, and then drive traffic to that website. I don't know how many contractors you spoke to in your career that don't even have a website set up.
Not at all.
It's very important to set that website up.
So what are customers looking for when they're looking for your company online?
What's anybody looking for today? Instant gratification. They want their food delivered right now. They want their clothing, anything that they're ordering online, they want it now or yesterday. So getting that instant gratification is very important. Using tools to be able to give customers quotes fast, measure roofs a lot quicker. You know, I remember, how many people have been in the industry for more than 15 years here in this room? That's right. So 15 years ago, like, I remember running around on a roof with a tape measure, you know, out in the sun. It would take forever for me to get home, to see my family and stuff like that. I'd be on a roof all day, sometimes 12, 14 hours. I was a kettle man on a hot crew. I don't know if anybody's ever done hot tar on a flat roof, but you'd be out there all day long working. And then at the end of the day, you got to go measure the roof. You got to, you know, quote the roof, do all that hard work. So it's very important to be able to save time and give homeowners what they want, and meet them on their terms. So you give them an instant quote, order measurements, you know, give them everything they want online instantly. It's very important.
In your experience, what have you found to be the best channels for generating quality leads? Like, is one more effective than the other? Would you say, Bradford?
Well, I like the old word of mouth. You know, there's nothing more better than having John sitting down at Tim Hortons. You guys have Tim Hortons down here? Tim Hortons coffee shops? They're big up in Canada.
You're missing out.
You're missing out. Anyway, John sitting down at the local Tim Hortons coffee shop chatting about your company to all his buddies. That's great. But so word of mouth is really good. As far as building an online presence, that's huge, especially this day and age. You want to get your name out there. You want to get your face out there. You want to get your brand out there, you know, and have the good work to back that up. If you've got crews out there, you know, banging on shingles or whatever, have them grab their phone, take a video for 30 seconds and send it to you. Put it online. It's really quick. It's really easy.
So once you have found and collected these quality leads, how do you transform them into paying customers?
The best thing to do is to build rapport. And you do that by meeting customers on their terms. So when I was selling roofs in Toronto a few years ago, I was selling them online over Zoom. And what we would do is a contractor would, or repair, we got a roof repair company. The repair guy would go out and do a repair on the roof, snap a bunch of pictures and send them back to me, and I would build an estimate and mail it to them and meet them on their terms. So if they couldn't sit at their house waiting for you to show up, send them a Zoom link. They can be sitting in their office and I could share my screen and walk them through their estimate and meet them on their terms. And that way it builds rapport with the customer. You don't want to have a customer sitting there waiting for you to show up with their truck, you know, in your truck. They're waiting there for an hour, you're late, you know, you're texting them, sorry, I'm going to be there 15 minutes late. That doesn't build good rapport. You want to build really good rapport with your customers. And then once you build that rapport and you've got them qualified, the deal closes itself. You know, you don't have to go in there. You can sell the roof and give them the information, but they like you. They like your company. They like what you're giving them and how you're meeting their needs on their terms. And that's super important.
Well, would you say that roofers and contractors should be spending more time working on word of mouth and door knocking, or online growth, or maybe a hybrid?
A hybrid of both. Now, it's the whole American insurance market is foreign to me. So it's a little bit of both. Like, I know insurance, you do a lot of door knocking, right? Like, you got some door knockers in here at all? Yeah. So you go door knocking, you're talking about insurance claims and stuff like that. Back where I'm from, we don't have a lot of door knockers up there. And it's actually, you knock on someone's door in Ontario, Canada, you're going to get swore at. And I know Canadians are generally friendly, but they're not to door knockers. So having a good brand awareness, having a good presence online, as well as having good local, rapport with people in your neighborhoods, it's a hybrid of both, I think. Because if you have just online, but then you don't have people on the ground, you're not going to have that rapport. Customers aren't going to know that you're the trusted local roofing contractor.
Absolutely. Well, let's transition over to measurements, and we've been able to pull over 1.5 million reports on roofs across North America. But let's jump into the first one here. What would you say is the major difference between measuring a roof now compared to 15 years ago? Because you've been roofing for almost 2 decades.
Well, even 20 years ago, man. Like driving up to a job site and counting tabs, counting across and getting the measurements, or having to run around on a roof. Now you got drones, you got satellite. You're laughing. You've done that, right? You get up there and count the tabs. Yep. And then you get so good that you can just show up and be like, yeah, that's 35 squares. You don't even need to count the tabs anymore. But, running around with a tape measure, I don't know about you, but I've worked with a lot of roofing contractors, and I'd say about 70% of them don't even know how to read a tape measure. So yeah, I see lots of nodding in the audience. But 15 years ago, like, I would get in my truck, like I said before, I work all day, drive around. I had a dirty old calculator, and sometimes it was one of those solar calculators. So if it was too dirty, the sun wouldn't hit it. And then I'm trying to adjust it to get the sun to hit it so I could punch the numbers in and then pull out my papers and do all my estimating. Oh, it's a lot different now. Now you got it streamlined, order measurement reports, draw them yourself. It's so much better today than it was. Everything's better today than it was.
This is one that I get a lot as well, but are there any obstacles to using satellite roof measurements, and how do you address them?
Well, one of the biggest obstacles I hear is that you can't feel like soft plywood underneath the roof, and you can't see 2 layers of shingles. But I mean, you can, put a disclaimer in your quote. So, first sheet of plywood is repaired at such and such a price. Any remaining sheets will be repaired at this price. So that's a really good way around it. And I've had no complaints. I've been doing that for a long time. I've been using satellite imagery now for quite a while. And putting the disclaimer in the estimate seems to solve that problem. I don't know if there's any other major issues with using measurements. I find more positives than negatives with using satellite roof measurements.
Absolutely. Well, okay. Well, this is a common one too, but what would you say about the accuracy with some of these reports? Because a lot of the times talking to my clients, they question how accurate are these aerial measurement reports?
Yeah. Well, how accurate is a roofer with a tape measure? Like I just said, you got a roofer up there that doesn't know what 7/16 is. You know what I mean? So they're accurate, and roofing measurements across the board, they're all pretty accurate. I haven't had a lot of complaints with measurement reports. Getting them out there, getting roofing contractors out there. You have a roofer out there that's counting tabs. How accurate is he? If he's counting shingles like this, how accurate is that guy? How accurate is, Joe going up there with his tape measure? Oh, that's 12 feet. I've had more problems sending a roofer or a laborer out to measure a roof than I have ordering a measurement report.
Well, how would you compare, say, for instance, satellite imagery to aerial imagery and even drone imagery as well? Because there's tons of different types of imagery that's out there. How do you compare all of them?
Yeah, the satellite imagery and the aerial imagery or low-flying aircraft imagery, they're fantastic. They're fairly accurate. Sometimes you get one that's a little bit skewed or something because those satellites and those aircraft are moving pretty quick. But drone imagery depends on the user. You have to get up to an optimal height in order to get a really good drone image that, again, isn't skewed. So they're all very good, but with drones, you have to be a very good drone pilot. You said you were a drone pilot? No, you're not a drone pilot.
We use drones, but I'm definitely not a drone pilot. I tried flying a couple drones, and after a few $1,000, I delegated that task.
You delegated?
No longer a drone pilot.
So do you find that there's an optimal height having the drone image?
I think with the drones, you does require more expertise, more finesse.
Yeah.
But with using a drone, with different apps out there, you're gonna have more accurate results because it's right there. You're able to fly under the trees. You're able to see that, that second layer, maybe the third layer.
Yeah, that's right.
See with thermal stuff, you see salt packing, you see wind packing.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a transition to the drones.
Yeah, it's good. And you get into areas too where there is no satellite imagery and there's no, low flying aircraft imagery. So all you have is a drone. But again, practice makes perfect. Whether you're ordering a measurement report or you're drawing it yourself, practice makes perfect. And you're going to have those times where you are going to make mistakes. But practicing with a drone, I personally don't have one. I'd like to get one, but I think that's great. I think that's great what you do.
Now that we have the measurements, you have the measurement report, it's now time for you to be able to translate that and all that information into either a proposal or a quote. So what would you say are some of the challenges when presenting customers with accurate quotes or estimates?
Well, it depends again on the customer. I have a friend that uses our software for sending estimates, and the biggest pushback is, well, you didn't even visit my roof. How can you quote my roof? People don't understand the technology, so it just comes down to educating your customer. If you order a measurement report and you create a proposal, and let's say you're emailing that proposal to a client for an e-signature, how did you get this information? Educate the homeowner. Let them know, we use satellite imagery to quote, to measure the roof. I got the information from the measurements, and I was able to create your estimate from that and then send it over to them. And homeowners love this kind of stuff. Like, they love technology, they love convenience, and it helps you build your brand. And also, they will start referring your company through word of mouth to other friends. Hey man, Joe's Roofing, he took a satellite picture of my roof and sent me an estimate. I called him 10 minutes ago. I'm still waiting 3 weeks for the other guys, but here's my quote right now. That's ideal. Ahead of the curve. Yeah. And not only that, these conveniences, like, man, it was so hard. Me and my first wife divorced because I was gone. I was gone away from the house all the time. I was working, I was measuring roofs, I was out doing estimates and other stuff. But we won't go into that. But it ended up costing me my family, So having this convenience at your fingertips allows you to spend more time with the people you love. And that's very important. At the end of the day, you got your measurements, you got your quotes, you're done, you're at the supper table at 5 o'clock, your kids, your wife, your family is all there. Boom. It's key.
That kind of leads into my next question. And when it comes to sending proposals by email as opposed to at the kitchen table and having them sign it, is there anything that's lacking from having that personal touch and sitting down at the kitchen table?
No, I'd say it was probably a lot more difficult pre-COVID. Now a lot of people want to have things emailed to them. They want to meet you over Zoom. If you're a roofing contractor, like when I was working out in the field, I'd be coming in smelling like hot tar. Customers wouldn't let me through the front door. I was dirty or smelly, so it depends on if you have salesmen that are clean. It's different, but yeah, it's
absolutely. Okay, now when it comes to financing, how do you go about implementing financing into your proposals and quotes?
Financing is it's different down here than it is in Canada. Like when we used to finance roofs, even with insurance claims, we would just finance the job, finance the insurance claim, close the job. I don't know, you check with your state and local laws if you can do that here. But the homeowner we would finance the roof for them. They would pay us monthly. Then they would submit their claim and get their money from the insurance company. So now they have 20 grand in the bank and they've spread their payments out over time. So being able to offer them that instantly in a quote, you get your measurement report, you create a proposal, you email a proposal with a link where they can get instant online pre-approval decisions, and it's great. Then you can offer that financing and really, really help them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So really to just wrap everything up today that we were talking about, Roofer is helping you find new leads, tracking them, and turning them into closes, especially now with our instant estimator.
Yes, the instant estimator. This is fantastic. This is my favorite thing at the company. We launched this a year ago, and what you can do, put it on your website, okay? A homeowner comes to your website, they get an instant roof estimate. They put their address in, it gives them an estimate based on your pricing, and it captures their information as a lead in your roofer account for you to follow up on. Then you can order the measurement report, create the proposal. But this right here builds that rapport with your customer, okay? How many times have you had a customer come to your website, fill out a contact form, and it just gets lost, okay? Sometimes you might be 3 or 4 days, oh shoot, I gotta email this guy back. And then you call the customer like, I haven't heard from you. I hired another roofing company. This here, they come to your website, they get a price, it's a ballpark price, and they feel, okay, they got some closure there. So they have already built up a little bit of rapport with your company. So now when you go for your follow-up and your qualification call, they're already happy with you. So this thing is amazing.
And then after that, once the lead has been captured, we're then being able to map them out into measurements as well. So Roofer is the most effective and efficient way to measure any roof.
That's right. You can order a measurement report from us, or you can draw it yourself. If you have a drone, let's say you're out in the middle of Nebraska, where there's no satellite imagery, there's no aerial imagery. You take your drone, you upload your drone image into Roofer, and then you can create your own measurement reports with our DIY.
Well, what about people that don't have drones? What about if it's like a blueprint, for example?
Yeah, blueprints. You can upload blueprints into our software. We have a lot of new building construction companies that upload the blueprints, map out the measurement, and then create the reports right from that.
And then once we have the measurement, we're then able to map it out into proposals. So Roofer is providing different workflows and offering digital solutions that customers actually want.
That's right. Yeah, and meeting homeowners, giving them what they want, that instant gratification. You know, building that rapport with them. These are the things that get them talking about you down at the local Tim Hortons or the local coffee shop. You guys really need to get some Tim Hortons down here, by the way. I'm Jones. I got my coffee jitters from my Canadian coffee.
Dunkin's all right.
Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts.
The age-old saying, time equals money, and tech is the solution. Some of the points that we're able to touch on is cutting your measurement report costs down by 80%, while also receiving reports within 3 hours or drawing it yourself within minutes. Then your one click to quote, which is what we like to say around our office, allowing you to quote at a faster rate than competitors, saving upwards to 250 hours. And then finally, being able to spend less time on the roofs and more time closing deals by cutting down the time to close by 75%. So thank you guys so much for having us here today. We have a big giveaway. We're looking for a little bit of a drum roll here because we brought it all the way from Canada.
Get your phones out. If you guys got your phones out, we got a QR code up here.
Drum roll, please.
Oh, we skipped it. Oh, sorry. The draw's over.
Where'd it go? There it is. Tundra. We have a Roofer Yeti in the side room over here. So come please visit us at our booth. Everyone can apply for the Yeti, and we'll be doing a draw later tonight around 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we got to get rid of this thing. We're not taking it home with us. Everyone at home, please visit the link that you see there, events.roofer.com/win-a-Yeti as well. We have t-shirts for everyone that are here today, sizes for all. So please come visit us. Visit Alex at the booth. My name is Josh, and that's Radford. Thank you so much for having Roofer down here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I remember to turn it on this time. All right. Their product is absolutely amazing. They do integrate very well. You guys continue to innovate. Technology tip right here. If you own a company that's a roofing company, you own any kind of restoration company, that you've got sales reps that are out there, how many times do you try to video chat with those individuals and it doesn't go well? You try to FaceTime them, right? Try to get that information down there. Doesn't work. On top of that, quality can be iffy, all right? Another side of it is sometimes you want to have a video conference with somebody on the fly that you can record that conversation so you can use it for your own marketing. Everybody in this room probably knows somebody, or at least your sales reps definitely do, have Instagram. Not a lot of people realize that all you have to do is go to Instagram, press the little call button right there. Matt, help me out. Where you at, Matt? Oh, Matt's gone. There he is. So it'll go ahead and do a top right here, and this way it's vertical, everybody. What this is going to allow you to do, go up there to the top, press screen record, and now you have a screen record of this conversation. That means if you were talking to a homeowner, talking to somebody out there, you can have a record of the conversation in good quality. Why does it matter that it's vertical? If you've ever taken a Zoom call, tried to use it to put it out there, I don't know, on social media, how does it come across? Horizontal. Doesn't take up a lot of room. It doesn't look right on social media. You do it this way right here, it's going to take up that full screen. It's going to look great across Instagram and all of your social media accounts. highly suggest you utilize Instagram if you're going to be doing something along those lines. With that in mind, you talk about, I want to make the quote right here, time equals money and tech is the solution. That's what they just said right there with Roofer, and I couldn't agree more. I have the pleasure right now of introducing a company that my company personally uses, and then others as well that work with me. And yours, I'd suggest them to every company that I possibly can because they've helped to give me some of my life back. If you've ever heard of virtual assistants before, then you've probably gotten pissed off because you've used somebody in Bangladesh or somebody who didn't understand anything about roofing. They didn't speak the language. They don't know anything about an insurance claim. My friend Thais and Signs Global have completely changed that. Their team is devoted 100% to roofers. They don't do anything else. All they do is virtual assistant administration for roofing contractors. That means they understand the claims process. That means they know exactly what drip edge is. They know everything. They speak the language that your customers do to give you time back. I could go on for a long time about what they do, but I'll let you go ahead and do it. This is an amazing organization, Signs Global. They're located here in Florida. I'll turn it over to Thais.
I promise I'll get it out, dude. I don't know what happened to it. It just disappeared. So give me a second.
No worries, no worries. I have to say, one, you guys are a really good looking crowd. I haven't been in front of the crowd for a while, but I'm like, you guys are a good looking crowd. So congratulations. One of the best that I've seen. But I love that I'm going right after Roofer. If you guys, I'm a huge fan of them. Our company, we support roofers all over the nation, but we're huge fans of Roofer. So I'm really excited that I went behind them. But so I'll wait a little bit until that's up. But
Give me 1 second.
no problem. Okay, so I will start like this. My name is Thais Signs, and I'm part of the Signs Global back office support team for roofers. What we do is just work with roofers. We love it. It's our sphere of genius. So what I know is this. There was a study done in the University of Colorado, and the study wanted to see why valedictorians were valedictorians. They wanted to know what made these students who they were and what made them be being a valedictorian. So this is what happened. They then did the study and tested they went and did the research with thousands of students. And they then realized that all of these students only had one thing in common. And it had nothing to do with their financial status, if they had money or they didn't, had nothing to do with their ethnicity. It only had to do with one thing. So the only common denominator that all of these valedictorians had in common from all over the United States is that they all had, on a consistent weekly basis, dinner with their family. Okay, it had nothing to do other than that. They actually, all of them had dinner with their family. So why am I telling you this? Because there is power. Am I allowed to borrow the clicker? Yeah. Oh, awesome. Okay, love it. Well, here's, just so you guys know, we're Signs Global. There you go. So what made those, oh, thank you so much.
Yep, yours up.
Okay, cool. I love this.
Don't forget to click on the caption.
Okay, here we go.
Big button.
There we go. Okay, cool. All right, so here we go. What we know about life is that there's only one guarantee in life, only one. The one guarantee in life is that we will all die, right? That's 100% guaranteeable, right? We're all not gonna be here one day. So what is the most valuable thing that we have in our life is our time. And so one thing that I know is that when business owners, you got into business most likely, probably for two things, right? Financial freedom, but freedom of time, right? And a lot of you go home after the end of the day, working hard, and you get home and you are physically present, but you're mentally checked out. So you're not present with your family. You're not present with your children. You're not present with your spouses. You are checked out. And the reason why is maybe your story is that when you get home, you are now thinking, hey, did those warranties, did we do that? Did we call the leads? Because leads are money. And did I call the lead? Did we get all those leads called? Did we pull that permit? Did we schedule that inspection? Like your tab in your brain is like open, a lot of tabs open. So what happens? Your kids, your spouses, they don't really get you. They don't get you because you're checked out. And so we have time. That is the thing that we want in our lives, right? Time. And so let me keep going. Here we go. One thing that we know at Signs Global is this. When a business owner is not in their sphere of genius, and what I mean by this is most likely all of you in this room are really good at two things, most likely, but you're really good at one, like closing deals. You most likely love the aspect of meeting the client, helping them in their needs and closing those deals. Or maybe you just love coaching your team so that they can win, right? But the other things that you don't enjoy doing, such as the admin stuff, the stuff that in the back, like, yeah, cool, you closed a sale, now what? Hey, did you go ahead and did you start the process? Did you put the data into your CRM? Did you actually, get the documentation you need? Did you go ahead and order the materials? All of that stuff. So it's kind of an example here. Your brain is really frustrated and you have a bunch of tabs open, just like we've all had it, right? Where you have a bunch of tabs on the computer open, and that's kind of how your brain looks like. And so what we here at Signs Global is this: we are on a mission to transform this world, and the way that we do it is by helping our business owners be happier business owners, right? Helping them actually be able to work in their sphere of genius, having them actually go, I don't have to worry anymore about the admin things, and I can focus my day in and day out on what I love, coaching my team, going out there and making sales, doing PR, getting to know my community. And what happens when people are in their sphere of genius? They're happier. And when you're happier, you're a happier parent. And when you're a happier parent, your kids, they're happier kids, right? When they're happier kids, they go to school and they're impacting their school in a positive way, right? When you're literally in your sphere of genius, doing what you love, you wake up with a mission and you love life. And so when you love life as a business owner, guess what? Your team, they're going to love life too. Because with a happy owner is a happy team. And how do companies propel forward is by literally feeling like they're on a mission, not doing a job, right? So that's how we move forward. So at Signs Global, we're on a mission to impact this world, to impact the world, because we know that when we get to do admin work and take things off your plate, you get to go home, be a better mom, be a better dad, be a better spouse, be a better son, be a better daughter. You get to be better and you impact people around you to be better. So one thing that there was a study done by the University of Harvard, and they said this. They did a study on CEOs, and they said, what differentiates the great CEOs from the good CEOs? And I don't know about you, but I want to be a great CEO. I don't just want to be good. And so what differentiated great CEOs from good CEOs is that they moved fast. They did not stall. They move like cheetahs. So great CEOs, they win 100% of the time. The Harvard Business Study showed 100% of the time, if you are a CEO that moves with speed, you are going to win. If you are a CEO that's just good and you're constantly paralyzed by decision making, yeah, you might be a good owner. You might have a really good, team, but you're just going to be good. And so we're on a mission to help our owners be the best, to be like cheetahs, to move quickly. And the way that you get to move quickly is if you're doing what you love. So our sphere of genius at Signs Global is that we love back-end admin for roofers. You know the whole calling the insurance? Yeah, we like that stuff. We actually love it. So actually, Signs Global, we're a team right now. House 100% full time. And so we do, and we're constantly growing just because we're getting roofers all over the nation. What we do is we integrate solely into your CRM. We're not a third party. We're part of your team. And so what we do is we integrate into your CRM tools, into your emails, and you get to literally go your day knowing that things are getting completed. We do the front of the funnel, the mid of the process of the sale, and the end. So we handle all of it. So that's what we do. If you're kind of overwhelmed or not overwhelmed, or you think like you're the only one that can do it, I want to guarantee you there's experts that can help you. And it's really cool. It's remote. So you don't have to worry about, is my team not going to show up? Does my admin have COVID? Are their kids sick? Are they going to come to work? You don't have to worry about that. You have a full team helping you Monday through Friday. And we're experts at what we do. But that is really a little bit about us. But I just want to remind you guys got into business to win. Don't be paralyzed by decision making. Move fast. When you see something needs to get fixed, make that decision. Be that 100% winner. Move like a cheetah. So that's it that I have there. I don't know if there's anyone that has a question or anything that they would like to ask about back office support. I'm here to help. Yes.
So as a big supporter of back office support, because it has changed my life, I want to point out one thing, and that is that the services that y'all offer cost about what it takes to pay a mediocre officers. One monthly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't know if everyone can hear you, but I should have given you the mic. But yeah, I know. It's what he's saying is it costs for you to hire a person, an individual in-house to do the support that you get at a much higher caliber. It's pretty much costs the same thing. So yeah, definitely. Thank you. That's great. Any other questions about back office support that's remote? It's very unique to the industry. Yes.
What services does Signs offer? So you say back office support. Like, what are those services? Like, what's your left and right limits? What do you do? What don't you do?
Yeah. So what we don't do, we're not accountants. We are not a call center. We are not debt collectors. Okay. What we are is we can help you with everything else. Right? We don't do that. Another thing, we don't do Xactimate. We don't do those things. But what we do is we constantly communicate. So the front process of the sale, right? To get the sale lead comes in. What do you have to do? You got to call the lead, schedule the call, right? Schedule an appointment. We can help you with that process. We can also help you accountable your team. Again, leads are money, right? What if it's a bad lead? What happened? You're like, dang, bad lead. Well, you need to go back and say, it's a bad lead. I need my money back, right? Do you have time to do that? You don't, but we do. So we will have your back on that. We're in this to help you win. We are here to help winning roofers continue to win and be the best that they can be for themselves and the team. So that's what we do there. We also do pretty much, so anyways, we do the front of the funnel. I think that's in the beginning, right? So point it right there. But we do everything from leads, getting the leads ready. We pull the measurements. So we use for a lot. We use Eagle View. We use GAF. Whatever you're using for your measurements, we know how to use all the tools. Pull the measurements ready for your team. We can also then go and once check with the sales rep, hey, we can actually create the proposals, not, like the proposal, see if it's good, and then send it to the homeowner, and then send it over to the, to them and make sure that they got it. So we handle the whole part as well. And then again, keeping your team accountable. So if you have sales reps and you send them a lead, and then how do you know they called them? You as the owner, how do you know they called them? The CRM. What if you're literally working on other things? Are you going to stop to look at the CRM, make sure you call them? Yeah, you can do that, right? But we're there for that. So if you tell me as the owner, hey, if my team member does not call within 24 hours, follow up. Like, what's the ETA, right? Then if they don't do that again, then what do we do? He's like, give it to another sales rep. And this is how I want to give them out. And obviously the rep is, and we'll have to let them in, right? But we're on a mission to help the owner literally streamline and maybe get your ROI. So stuff like that, help you with that. Then once the sale has been complete, like you got the sale, the whole process of everything from calling insurance, making sure you're getting it, all of the things, the whole process there that's involved, pulling permits, scheduling inspections, everything that you need on that end to handle all of the work for you there. And then again, The key to this is a lot of roofers look really good on the outside. Oh, they look like they have really good websites. They're spending tons of money on marketing, and the inside, you're a hot mess. You are a disaster. It would actually be scary for a client to know how messy you are. So we love that though, because we're a roofing machine for roofing machines. Like we're an admin machine for roofers. That's what we do. So we love when there's a hot mess because we come in and help you we work with incredible roofers with so much knowledge in the industry that we can come in and make sure you're using your CRM. You're paying for CRM. CRM is only as good as what? The information you input into it, right? So if you're not putting information in your CRM that's accurate and up to date, useless. You're spending money and you're not using it. So that's what we do. We love CRMs. We are experts in all of them. Nimbus, AccuLynx, Rooflink, HubSpot, the list goes on, right? So that's what we're there to help you with that as well. So the middle of the process, you got the order, boom. Also going and actually checking with materials. So we can order the materials for you. We can schedule your crew. We do schedule your dumpster. And then we verify. Now, this is one thing. You can send out an order to the distributor, right? And you're like, I sent it out. Well, what should you really do after that? You should follow up. That's really the process, right? They're slammed as well. And you need to follow up to guarantee. So that's what we do. So, hey, we send out the request and then we follow up within 24 hours or 48 hours, whatever the roofing owner likes their DNA, however they like things done. We'll follow up and say, hey, just wanted to make sure, did you get it? Yes, good to go. Then we make sure that your crew's scheduled, everyone's good to go. And then you have successful day of install and that the client is being communicated with of the status of their order. Right? The worst thing is you're getting the calls and then you're like, dang it, now I have to stop everything. What's the ETA, right? The best thing is to be proactive, not reactive. So you're constantly being proactive by giving the data and the information the client needs versus them having to chase you down. Then at the end of what we do as well, at the end, once the sale is completed, everything's good to go. We make sure the warranties are done, right? You want your kickbacks, right? We make sure the warranties are done. We make sure the COC is completed. We make sure all of that is complete. So you elevate the client experience. So it's incredible at the sale and it's amazing at the end. So you're totally able to compete in your market and be the top of the top because you're not just promising stuff because salespeople, we're good at promising, right? We're really good at it. Then you fail at the end. But no, we help you elevate the client experience all the way through. So we do that. And then also we do concierge service as well. So you guys are busy. And also you guys sometimes want to go on family vacations. I'm always telling you, we do what we do because we want you to be present to your family. We want you to be present with your family. That's what life is about, right? So if you're going to go on a family vacation or you need your car fixed, anything like that, you shoot a message to your team and we actually will book your hotels. We'll actually go ahead and book your flights. We will actually go ahead and if you're having an event for your team and you need a venue, we can do that as well for you. We do all of that you need. And so we're your concierge team as well. So that's what we do. And we do a lot more, but that's just thanks for that question. I know that kind of went a little longer. Any other questions? Yes.
Being that Company Cam is probably Roofer's favorite app to use, do you guys do any stuff with the Company Cam?
Yeah, so we use Company Cam. So when we integrate, we're literally part of your team. So when we're working with any roofer, we're not Signs Global. We are you. So you get your client success manager, whatever accounts that you're using. If you're using Company Cam, Hailscope, whatever it is that you're using, we just integrate into it, and we know how to use all the tools. And if we don't know how to use something, we don't ask you. Because common sense is not so common nowadays, right? Can we say amen to that, right? So a lot of times if we don't know something and it has to do with the CRM or a tool or anything like that, we're not going to ask you how to do it. We're going to go to Company Cam and ask them, how do we do this, right? So we're constantly building partnerships with the brands themselves. So we have our to-go people to talk to in case there's a question. So again, we're a really high caliber team. Everyone on our team is incredible. Not even kidding. Our turnover rate in the last 2 years is 0%. So we've had no turnover. The reason why we believe that is because it's about the mission. We give our people purpose. It's not a job. They feel the mission, and that's what we're about. Yeah, so I hope that answered your question. Yeah, we totally can use Company Cam, any tool that you use. Anything else?
You'll ask for leads and referrals after the job as well, right?
You got it. Yeah, that's a great one. So after your job is completed, what do you guys want usually? Hey, elevate the client experience again. Give Sally a call 24 hours or 48 hours after the install. Hey, Sally, how's it going? I'm calling from ABC Roofing. My name is Thais. I wanted to see how your experience was with us. We're obsessed with customer service. So my background is literally not, I used Nordstrom, you know, back in the day when we actually used to go shopping somewhere. So customer obsessed, one of the most customer obsessed. That's kind of where I learned my customer obsessedness, right? And so that's it built into the whole company as itself. We're customer obsessed. So we're there when we're being part of your team. We're obsessed with your customers as well because we're in it for you to win, right? You win, we win together. So yeah, that's what we do. So that's great. Yeah, so we'll reach out to them and say, hey, would you, however it is that you like things done, and also we can give you our feedback as well, right? It's almost like it's almost in a way like we come in as consultants sometimes, right? So we can say, hey, I see that you do it like that, or we're totally down, but we've seen it really well done like this. Do you want to give it a try, right? So yeah, we'll ask for reviews. If you have a certain way you like them asked, we'll do that. We'll ask for reviews. We'll ask for Google reviews. We'll even send thank you notes. So for example, want to elevate client experience, at the end of the job, send them a thank you note. It can be a handwritten note. It can be a digital note. We handle that as well. So how do we do that? We have our HQ in West Palm Beach. We write out the thank you notes, and then we just send them off on your behalf wherever you are in the state. Yeah. Great questions. Thank you. Anyone else?
You're doing any social media management, posting ads, all that for your clients?
Yeah, so we actually don't currently do that, but we actually just launched a beta test. Actually, it's been like 3 weeks and it's going really well. We have a full-on marketing department. Experts in the field, they have gone to university and have masters and bachelors and all of that. They have years of experience working in the field, and we've built out an incredible marketing team. So now we're looking at implementing that as well to help our roofers. Yeah, and help them with that as well. So
you're working on adding in, supplementing, and estimate writing as well, aren't you?
we've actually decided for at the moment, we're not going to do that. So yeah, that's not something we will do because we want to really focus on what we're experts at. And that's an area that's really intensive. And so at the moment, we won't be focusing on that yet. Yeah, but we do work with the supplementers, communicating back and forth. Yep. Yeah, good questions. Anyone else? I think. Oh, the cost. So it all depends on the tier. So it depends on how many roof installs you are doing per month. Okay. So we have 3 tiers at the moment, actually 4 more, but it starts at $4,000 investment per month. If you're at 8 roofs, right? Starting, and then 6,000, and then 8,000. And then if you're over 80 roofs per month installation, I have a one-on-one conversation with you just to customize something for you. So yeah. But again, you're not having to worry about benefits, time off, right? You're not having to worry about any of that. And you have a super high caliber team of experts working for you, which we had actually experts come into our company and tell us how much it would cost for a company to have the caliber that we provide. On average, you would pay around $13,000 a month just to have the team that you have, not including the benefits you would have to pay on top of that, which would be an additional $4,000 of that. So you're safe, like, it's crazy. It's awesome. We love what we do.
An average of $100 per person per month. Add your team.
Well, we don't really.
Not,
yeah, we don't really. Yeah, we're kind of. We don't do what we do is like outcome, right? So we're not like, hey, we're not virtual assistants, right? What we are is back office support. So that's what we specialize in. So we pump out the work, we get it done when it comes in. Yes.
Can you teach a contractor how to effectively use all of your services in order to help their business grow?
Can you give me an example of like, what do you mean by that?
So a lot of contractors that are in here are like, hey, we know that you do back office support, but we don't know how to use you effectively. Meaning, how do we use Signs Global to become a partner and save my business? Can you teach a contractor how to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of the onboarding process, right? So the way that we onboard you, like once you start with us, it's such a streamlined process, if that makes sense. We're going to meet with you. You're going to tell us what you're needing. And then this is kind of the magic. You literally onboard with us. The call is 60 to 90 minutes. It is intensive. It's not like some little fairy tale call. We're aggressively going through, all right, Steve, tell me not how to do it, because we already know. Tell me how you like it done. What's your timeline? Like, what do you like done? So on that call, it's aggressive. We make you really throw up everything that you have in your head, because a lot of you guys are like, I got it all in my head. That's not a good way to go, right? Because if you need to go on vacation, which that is what you got into business for, to have freedom, right? Your company shouldn't fall because you're not there. And the way that you help it not do that is by having standard operating procedures. How do you do that? Is that we help you build that. So we will go ahead and work with you. You give us everything that we need to do. And then from there, we go and start working. So we work with them little by little. You start delegating. And then we kind of are there to keep you accountable. Like, hey, Steve, like, you're not giving us the work. Like, what's going on? You know what I mean? So we come alongside you, partnering with you to help you, like, have that confidence and freeing yourself up from having to do these work. So I think it's a lot of mind shift. You're so used to doing everything yourself. You don't know how to delegate, and you're killing yourself. So we're there to help you learn to delegate. And we're there not to just teach you how to delegate, but we're there to execute. So you're super confident in like what you're letting go. Did I answer that question? Okay, cool. I'm Brazilian, so my English is a little rough. So actually it's my third language. I learned Portuguese, and then I lived in Mexico, and then I lived here. So I'm like Brazilian by blood, mexicana por corazón. So hablo español, ¿sabes? ¿Cómo sabes? But yeah, so English is a little rough. So sometimes I'm like, did I answer that correctly in English? So thanks. All right, any other questions? No? All right, awesome. If great, looking proud, amazing, so excited to be here, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Like your English is perfect.
Thanks.
Your English is amazing.
Thank you.
All right. So in a few minutes, we're going to be doing, do I have this thing? A few minutes, we're going to be doing a live, just listen to this bull right here. We're going to have a few guests that are going to be coming up here. You're going to have, it looks like Leslie and TJ are going to go first. John Edwards is going to go next with Matt. Caleb will be third, and then surprise guest for the fourth. We're going to try to get Ty to step up here and do it as well. Now, for those of you just watching online, there are cameras surrounded all back here. TC Backer, I mean, behind the tool belt, has been nice enough to put this all together back here to make this absolutely possible. They've got their media guys. They've got the camera set up. They are a completely professional crew. If you do not watch their podcast, make sure that you do. Behind the Tool Belt is an absolutely incredible show. A lot of people in here have been fortunate enough to be guests. I'm sure if you'd like to further your business, talk to them, get on their show. It's a nationwide live show that they broadcast across Facebook. I believe other platforms now as well. Guys, it's the other platforms now too, right? Yeah, YouTube now as well. So you can reach an audience. It can be great content for your company. Talk to these guys, man. You do one hell of a job, and they will do it rain or shine. Their studio has flooded before, and they will literally continue with the show while there's water at their feet. They will not give up. So you can rest assured that these guys, they do things the right way. They're some of the best there are in the industry back there. Now, part of this has been about technology, why they get set up to do this. How many people in here use business cards? Everyone uses a business card, right? Might want to look at doing this a different way. I want you to think about this in your sales reps that are out in the field, all right? Sales reps that go to a door. You want to help me out, Matt? Cool. So the sales rep goes to the door, and what does the person say, man? You get done, I gave you a pitch, and what do you ask me?
Have a business card?
Yeah, okay, I give you a business card. And does anyone know what happens to that business card? They ain't never using that shit. I got to watch my lane. They ain't never using that. So instead, what I suggest is this. Do you have a phone, Matt?
Yes.
Hey, no problem at all. No, man, no need to do any of that. All you need to do is just this right here. And so you tap this right here. Boom. There, Matt. Should work. There.
There we go.
Click on that, Mr. and Miss Homeowner. And once you do, what it's going to do is bring up a live website. My information, everything you would need about me. Hey, Mr. and Miss Homeowner, you want to check out our company website? No problem at all. Check it out. Click right there. You want my contact information? Put it in right there. And also, scroll down right here. There's a video introduction of me if you want to learn more about me and my company. Never again do you have to buy a darn business card for all of your guys. One of your sales reps decide they want to leave your company, take back the card, call the company, get a new website built. No, it's basically just exchanging the pictures, all you're doing at the top of it, all right? This is an incredible product if you want to save money and you want to bring your company out of the stone ages of using paper cards into something that people actually will use. It is a living, breathing website, which means you can click it, copy it, and send it to somebody via text message as well. These are built for you and sent to you within 1 week. You can tap them. You can go ahead and take pictures of them. They also have the wearable stuff too. If you're looking for what it is called One Tap Connect. That is onetapconnect.com. I don't get anything for being here to tell them that, but these guys are incredible. And like I say, the difference between this and some of those other cards that you may use, it's a living, breathing website. So somebody can go there. It can be changed. Your colors, your logos, all of that is built for you. So you can carry this around. Somebody asks you, you can have an immediate connection with that individual. We talk about using all of this technology. Imagine being able to use it right there at the palm of your hand so that that person can see the videos. They can see what your company is about. Go right to your website. And once you've bought it, you can stop spending hundreds of dollars on those on the paper cards that you've got to give out to sales reps over and over again every time you do it. Again, it's onetapconnect.com. Build it right there. They send it right to you in the mail in an envelope, and it's ready to go. It's just that simple, all right? So if we're talking about technology, little things like this can make a difference in distinguishing you from another company that comes to somebody's door. Keep in mind, those videos could be things that show past projects. They could be things that show people in your company, your culture. Make them show whatever you want. But this, again, is going to get somebody endeared to you as a customer and technology to your benefit right there, all right? Any questions about that? Just trying to throw one out there for you guys. I think it's like $299, somewhere around $299. And I think it's like $49 a year to keep the website running. I don't think it's very much. You go to onetapconnect.com. They have different packages for your company. I don't make anything for this. I'm not associated with them. I just used the product and thought it'd be great to show everybody up here because you'll see him at some of these roofing conferences. His guy's name is Charlie Chena. If anyone follows Real Brad Lee, is a guy. He works for him as well. So out there in Vegas. So I'm just showing him One Tap Connect. So how much longer we need? 10 more minutes. Yeah, let's take a break. No? No breaks. No breaks. What do you want, man?
Yeah, so
I've got some ideas.
yeah, we can't keep it. No dead air.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to keep going, maybe if we
Well,
if you guys want to go around to the sponsor area or with the camera, maybe we can take 10 minutes in here. All right. If you guys want to visit the sponsor area,
I'll take him with
everybody.
I'll take him and introduce him.
Okay, cool. And then I gotta move some chairs around.
Cool.
So, and then we're gonna have our live podcast.
You follow me?
With Leslie Gustafson, Caleb Ober,
I went over it.
Ty Baxter, and Don Edwards.
Great. Good deal, man. I'll have him follow me. So follow me. Here we go. On move light. Ready to go? I guess we're going to do this thing. Here we go. Keeping it live. Can you hear me on this? How are we doing on sound? Good on sound, guys? Sound good? I know I'd be a little bit of a distance, right? All right. So, vendors. Vendors are a key portion of what we're doing here today because it allows us to be absolutely for free. I want to go around the room here, introduce you to some of the people that you may have heard from this morning. But if this is your first time, maybe you're joining us right now on the live feed, you didn't get a chance to hear from some of these incredible people who spoke this morning, let me introduce you to a couple of them. I'm going to start right here to my left with Roofer. How are you guys doing, man? It's good to see you guys again. These guys are introducing technology into the roofing space that gives you more time to do the things you want to do. Their estimating software, absolutely incredible. Can you guys talk a little bit? You just got done talking about it. For someone who might join, I love this estimating stuff you all got, man. So can you tell us how that works and what you're doing with it, guys?
Yeah.
Just hold it for me. Here you go. I'll just let you hold it. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course. Like you heard Matt and Josh this morning, helping roofers tech enable their business. We're really trying to bolster the front end of everyday roofers, trying to make everything quicker. A lot of time is wasted going out to the job, walking, measuring. We're trying to speed up that process. We're trying to give them the ability to measure the roof with our tools, whether that's a DIY tool or whether that be once that report comes in, you can take that report and move it into our
There you go.
proposal tool.
Thank you. I'm gonna switch with you. This is live, everybody, so we're doing it live here. Go ahead.
And then, from that measurement report, you would then map that over into a template, which will spit out a full proposal. That proposal can then be sent to your customer or presented in person. You'll be able to collect e-signatures. You'll be able to track when they're viewing it, close out the job. And then with some of our integrations, you would port that proposal over into a current CRM that you're using, and you would be able to track it, send your production team out, and complete the rest of the job, collect your payment, and so on. Matt?
Something very important is that Roofer is built by roofers for roofers. Our CEO is a roofing contractor. I'm a roofing contractor. There are many people in our company that are roofing contractors. We are building this software based on our contractors' feedback. We get people signing up. They say, hey, man, it would be really cool if your software did this. That gets thrown in the queue, and we see if we can make it happen. So we're building this for roofers by roofers. And we have this amazing product right now, the Instant Estimator, that you put on your website, create a QR code, homeowners scan the QR code, they get an estimate in less than 30 seconds, and that builds such rapport with the clients. Then you can capture their information as a lead in your roofer account, and then really smack it home with measurements and our proposals tool. And you can even offer financing as well.
So I don't want to overlook this, everybody. Okay, I really want to, because me and you have talked about this. We talked about, I think, a One Industry One model a few weeks back, right? You can literally go to your website. You can integrate Roofer onto there with just simply a QR code. The individual can scan that, get an immediate, estimate of their home is what it is, right? And they can plug in a few different things onto there about what they're looking for on their home for that estimate. It's not just a run-of-the-mill type thing. They can actually do a couple drop downs and figure out what they want.
And the price that they see is your actual pricing. You go in the back end, you put a per square price, a ballpark price for each product that you offer, whether it's flat roofing, whether it's coatings, whether it's slope roofing. You put your pricing in there, and the homeowner will get a ballpark estimate in less than 30 seconds, and you can really slam it home.
Also, we get involved too, okay?
Yeah, no, well, it's not only, we've been talking about the QR codes as well, but you can also implement it directly into your website as well, which is going to be great as well. Our devs team works with you to be able to onboard you for that as well. And also social media. You have those links that you can definitely click right in from your social media posts and then be able to capture those instant estimates. So make sure that you go to roofer.com, and we're doing demos on the daily as well. We'll be able to walk you through any sort of live demonstrations and ask you and answer any of the questions that you guys have.
I got one more thing. It's Roofer, not Roofer. In Minnesota, it's Rougher.
I use Roofer.
But roofer.com, ROOFR.com.
Tomato, tomato.
That's great. What's the website, guys? Roofer.com.
Roofr.com.
Roofer.com. There we go.
Yeah.
Incredible company. I would highly suggest, in my business, we talk about social media a lot. Integrating Roofer with your social media, all right? If you're able to do that with your ads as a benefit that your company is doing, then you're not saying they're doing it. Your company is offering the service, because they're the white gloving is right. Is that the right white glove? The white glove. They're white gloving it for you. I think that's an incredible thing that you all do. I really love this estimating thing. I told you back then. I tell you now, it's great.
Yeah, it's great. Well,
thank you all very much.
Yeah, thank you for having us here.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
guys. Thanks, fellas. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you all. Cheers. Wait, where's my Signs Global people? You're the one. How's it going? There you go.
Oh, this is nice.
I don't know how many times I've interviewed you.
Oh, yeah.
Switch with me. I get a hat now. Man, look at this sweet hat.
You look good in hats, Pat.
I only look good in hats because my hairline is receding. All right. So I'll do this one right now.
Yeah.
Folks, I'm here with Signs Global. All right. And can you all folks introduce yourself first? All right.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Tight Signs. I'm Lucia Bria.
These are not only personal friends of mine, but they're also clients as well. You guys do an incredible job. But if someone has just joined us, what does Signs Global do for roofing contractors?
Yeah, so we help back office support for roofing professionals, right? So when you're usually like, hey, I need to hire someone in-house to do this, and I have to train them, I have to coach them, and then I have to hope that they stay, we remove all of those variables from the picture so that you don't have to worry about that. This is a month-to-month service that we offer. It's a B2B service, and we take care of everything from the beginning of the process, during the process, and at the end of the process. We handle all of it.
Nice.
Yeah.
From a marketing standpoint, how are you guys getting the word out there? I know you have some testimonials. You've got great people on your team. What are you doing to get the word out there about Signs Global? What should they be looking out for?
So what we're focusing on right now is like showing the team,
Yes.
the culture of our company. We're a team that loves what we do. So I think that it's there, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think that you all are showing your team. They've done a great job of doing that, everybody. Their team is how many now?
Literally just onboarded, so we just 41.
41. When I met you guys a couple months ago, it was like 32 or 36.
Yeah.
So they continue to grow, and there's a good reason why my clients use you all. Contractors, think about it this way. How many of your sales reps, how many hours is each sales rep spending calling insurance companies, trying to follow up on jobs? All the things that take time away from them doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Selling jobs or actually producing jobs, whatever it might be. If they're taking time away, imagine being able to now take that time and do what they are supposed to do and generate income for your business. They allow them to do that right here.
Yeah, we've also seen too when sales reps come to your company and you're set up in a way where they can again focus on what they love, which is selling, and you don't make them do a bunch of admin tasks, they actually tend to stay longer with your company because you're offering them, all right, the admin support that I don't have to do anymore, I can actually focus on selling, which is the one thing that I love to do.
All right. Well, I'm fans of y'all. You already know that. So.
We're fans of you too.
No, you're the best, all right?
All right, thanks, Patrick.
I'm going to take this one.
Yes.
I'm going to move over here. Move to my right. Can we move right? Here we go. Panning right. Panning right. Here we go. Now, this is one we haven't met, I don't think, right?
No, I don't
I'm
think
Patrick.
so. Megan, nice to
Megan.
meet you.
Let's make this awkward on camera, okay?
Okay.
So this is Megan with the American Policyholders Association. Now, Megan, I've got to be curious. What does the American Policyholders Association do?
So we are a nonprofit that fights insurer fraud. So when the insurance company doesn't want to pay, we see it all the time. They delay, deny, defend, and we're here to actually prosecute.
Okay, you got to. Well, this is a lot to take in. Okay, nonprofit, but you say prosecute. How does that work? What do you mean?
So we have a consumer protection unit. So their goal is to actually, when we get fraud reported to us, they take the case, they tie it up in a pretty pink bow, and they bring it right to the Attorney General of that state.
Oh, how many states?
All 50.
All 50 states.
National.
So why? I've got to ask you a question here, and this is a. Hope you don't take this the wrong way.
Okay.
Why do more not know about this? Because do you feel like there's a lot of roofers who are not aware of what you're doing? Because this seems like it's something that a lot of contractors should be aware of. Everyone should be.
Absolutely, and we agree, but we're only about 4 years old, so we're
Okay.
still making rounds around the country.
How does someone get started with the American Policyholders Association?
So because we're a nonprofit, we are member supported. Membership, professional membership starts at $84 a month or $9.85 for the year. People could pay annually or monthly.
How much?
$84 a month.
It's not bad at all.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, raise your prices here. That's great.
I'll talk to the boss about it if you think so.
That's really good.
So there are, of course, benefits to being a member, but we like to remind everyone that they are becoming a member because they believe in our mission and they also want to see changes made in the industry.
I completely understand that. So I think that what everyone would want to know is what is the biggest service that you find you offer? So when people come to you, is it they need advocacy? Do they need advice? Do they need to know law changes? What are they really like? What is the number one thing they come to your association for?
All of the above. We see cases every day and everyone is different.
Okay. Is it contractors only or homeowners come to you as well?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Both.
So homeowners actually, they actually sign up as members for free. Our associate membership is designed for policyholders. We want to make sure that they're educated and that they know the red flags of insurer fraud before they actually have to deal with it.
I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Where do they go to get involved? How is it? Where American?
APassociation.org. We're also on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn. We have some great videos on YouTube, so please come give us a like, a follow, and watch all our videos.
APassociation.org. And what is it on YouTube? Is it just American Policyholders Association?
That's right.
So AP.org and American Policyholders Association on YouTube. Great informational videos. I'm sure you can find out a lot more. It's a pleasure meeting you.
You too.
Nice to-
Thank you so
I
much
love
for
that we're
stopping
learning
by.
a little bit more about what you guys do.
Come on
Thank
by.
you.
I'll be here all day.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's get it right there. I can't get this hat to be the right size. Oh, much better. What do you say? Wonderful. Absolutely. Come on over. Hey man, come on! I need to interview you guys. Come on, you guys are good at this.
Better pay me enough to get off the
Come on,
beach.
man.
You know.
Who wants to do? Who's doing?
Yeah. You want to be interviewed?
Come on, guys, we're live. I got to get somebody
you're
here.
live.
I'm
Oh,
live right now. I
hey.
got nothing I can do.
Oh, hey.
You're live. So, do it.
So should I hold this up like Van and be like?
Yes, both of y'all right here in front of Eagle View. So first, here, take this one right here, and just pass it back and forth between you two. Just introduce yourself to everyone first, all right?
My name's Tom Dringham, the regional sales manager for Eagle View, covering Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee.
My name's Jeff Green. I cover the same territory for Eagle View, mostly primarily focused on the solar division.
And Jeff, man, you guys are the man. Okay, so listen, I'm a little biased here, everybody. I love Eagle View, and I love these two guys. So thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Let's move past this now. I want to know this from y'all. You're holding the drones right now. People think about Eagle View. There's been more competition that's entered the market, okay, than there was maybe, let's say, 5 years ago. What is Eagle View doing? Because you still have the name recognition. You're still the top of the game. What are you all doing to stay ahead of the game and ahead of that competition out there?
How long do we have?
I know you were going to say something like that.
Listen,
Truly, a couple minutes, man. Just
all right, so first thing is we've got drones. These are being released to the world right now. The interesting thing about this is most drones, you think of, you're playing with a joystick, you're flying this thing around, navigating. I'm going to oversimplify this just a little bit. You put it on the ground, you got an iPad, you designate the structure you want, you hit go, and the drone just flies autonomously. You don't fly it.
Correct.
It's got obstacle avoidance. It's got it's going to fly itself. Interesting thing about this is it hovers about a meter off the structure. It takes really high resolution pictures, just like our normal roof reports. You upload those pictures to Eagle View, and we'll run an AI anomaly detection for it.
Of my own drone stuff?
Of your own photos that this thing has taken of that structure. Now, because Eagle View does have a reputation in the industry of being completely unbiased, we don't care how big, how steep, we just want to be right. We actually have some case studies where roofs that had been denied claims, we put these reports in front of those insurance companies, and they're saying, well, crap, if Eagle View says that's hail damage, if Eagle View says that's wind damage, well, it's got to be.
Yeah.
It's damage. So, again, this is one of the latest and greatest things we're coming out with. We're launching it to the world right now.
Awesome.
Next thing is that we've got is some of this. I'm going to let Jeff take this. He's much better at it than I am.
So we have our new solar reports, and these things you can do 3D panel placements for your PV designs. And more importantly than that is, you guys all know, Eagle View knows the space and dimension of everything.
Yes.
But using that information, we're able to generate a shading analysis second to none. And that comes from a guy who's been in solar for several years, designed many structures. I've never seen anything with this kind of shade analysis. And on top of that, we have a new tool for metal roofs. Gives you your cut list, does your takeoffs for you, does your cladding, your trim, your accessories. Instead of spending hours hand measuring every nook and cranny of the roof, simply order one of those. It'll even feed the machine that does the cutting.
That's what I'm talking about, guys.
Talk to me. You know, guy types in an address, he chooses his profile. We're going to give him that cut list. Obviously, listen, you can't make metal longer. You can only make it shorter. So obviously, field verify that. Once you field verify this, you can make the tweaks down to the 16th of an inch.
Yep. Damn.
Once you're done, again, you can export all that
You can
data.
send it, yeah.
And down to the literally down to the number of screws it's going to produce that roof.
That's what I'm talking about, guys.
So again, last time we spoke, innovation.
Last time you couldn't say some of this.
I could,
yeah,
but now we got it.
I love
And
it.
we're psyched.
You should be. Now, folks, here's what you got to understand about Eagle View, and I've said this before. There are companies that are the first to market. There are those that then fall behind. These guys have not only been the first to market to do what they do at mass and at scale, but they've stayed at the top of the market as well. And it's because of integrations like this. I see a lot of my contractors who will step away from Eagle View. They try one of the other competitors, but then they come back.
Everyone cheats
always-
on us. But they all come back.
They all come back. And it is true, man, and I've seen it time and time again.
Yeah.
And that's why I continue to support what you guys do. So I appreciate it.
that.
Thank you
No,
very
thank you.
much. You're the man,
Appreciate
bro.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all very much, guys. So we are out of time for this one. We'll try to get by in the afternoon to visit a few more individuals that we have out here. We're going to step back in there, listen to this bull. We're going to do a few episodes with that. I believe that we've got TJ on that first episode right there, and I maybe Eco Shield as well. We'll step back in there right now. Let's see what we got going on. We'll listen to this bull. Do it. Good damn. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Bill? We're walking this way, walking this way. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good, man.
Good, man. I saw the Stratus roofing thing.
I was waiting for it.
Man. Okay, good deal. What we're going to do is set up in the middle over here. I was just sure. You want to set up in the middle? You gotta go. Thanks, man. I wanted to meet you, man. I'm sorry. I know you just came in town and stuff like that.
One industry, one model too.
Yeah, but I want to talk a little bit more.
Yeah.
I know you just got here.
I had a long travel day.
I know. No, I'm sorry about here, man.
2
So,
o'clock.
oh,
Okay, we're all
I'll be getting everybody in. Okay. Do you need one of these? You guys are good.
yeah, here.
Here you go.
Both of them.
Both of these are. Guys, we good on those? Good. I'm off.
Are you a juggler?
If you want to, just put it. Test. Okay. Hey, can you still hear me just fine on the mic? So if I leave it laying on my lap, it's fine? How about now? You guys having doing all right? Everybody found the drinks and the water, and the food is outside. We got lobsters. Yeah, lobsters, hot dogs. Mobile mic is outside. If you haven't been outside, go look at that big truck out there with all the screens and speakers on it. Thank you guys for being here. Don't leave. Please.
We're about to go live.
All right, cool. Hey, can we close that door? Thank you. I think that Patrick went to go get some people. So we're fine.
Oh. All right, we are live. Welcome to the Listen to This Bull live show. Right now, we are live at the Roofing Ahead of the Curve event, Florida, at the National Claims Institute. I've got Leslie Gustafson, which I can only say her name if I use that accent, and TJ McCormick sitting here, the world's greatest roofer and EuroShield Roofing. And we are talking mostly at this event about how roofing has changed and how we can stay ahead or get back ahead of all the changes that are being made. You've got a big change for us by getting into a product that actually doesn't seem to get damaged. I'm trying really hard to damage it too.
Well, we're going to have some fun later today.
Yes. We're going to shoot the shit at your shit. We've got a hail cannon.
You see this shit?
Donated and then greatly improved by EuroShield, but this is called shit. It shoots hail into things. So we're going to shoot the shit later. That's your shit. I'm going to try to break it.
Bring it.
I'm bringing it. Whenever someone says something like that, it makes me, at a very primal level, want to destroy things. I don't know why.
I guess we provided you the cannon, so
Yeah. So tell us about the event for my viewers that haven't been paying attention to any social media whatsoever up to this point.
Yeah, this event was kind of a dream that I had for the roofing industry to be able to come and authentically and organically give back to some of those people that can't afford to do these types of events, as well as show people that these events can be done without people having to pay for them and still be very successful. Right now, as of this moment, we're sitting at about 2,500 people that have viewed this live before lunchtime. And, over the years, this will be on forever and, could possibly reach 100,000 people or more.
Does that make you want to adjust your pants a little bit like it does me, just to make sure?
I'm just ignoring the numbers. I don't want to think about it. No.
Is my zipper closed?
When I started just over 30 days ago with this thought, I called David Summerly, who works for Leslie, and I said, I need to talk to Leslie now. And she called me back, and I told Leslie what my dream was to do this, and she said, we're all in. And I said I couldn't have a much better partner in this event, because one of the biggest things that we deal with in the roofing space is dumping shingles into landfills. And I'm tired of doing that. In Colorado, especially, a lot of jurisdictions are going to class 4 or better anyways, because of the amount of hail we typically get. And in any given summer, 75% of the landfill will be shingles. And we need to have this type of material out there. 600 million buildings in the United States itself, and we can afford to put a couple of UrShield roofs on.
Right. They're class like 7 though, right?
If there was a class 7, they're class 7.
Class 7. Sounds nice.
It's exciting to be here. Certainly appreciate you reaching out, and especially when we're talking at an event that literally is roofing ahead of the curve. It fits so well because, like you said, we have such an issue with the amount of waste that we continually generate, and is even considering recycling asphalt shingles really the answer to the problem.
Yeah, asphalt shingles going into the landfill. I'm like, why can't we make more roads out of those shingles or something? Do something more with those instead of just let them go into the ground and rot.
Or maybe stop generating the waste from where it starts.
Yeah, let's stop it at the beginning. I'm not saying that shingles don't have their place, because there are a lot of people who can't quite afford UrShield yet. And then there's some roofers out there that will never stop selling shingles because shingles are the shit.
Well, it's a turnover though, right?
Yeah.
It's like Apple products are supposed to break down after 2 years. There's a little timer inside of them and a little spark that occurs, and it just makes it just degrade over the next 6 months. That's what I heard anyway. It's got to be true. It was on the internet.
Let's talk about your product. We know that you're going to have an hour here in a couple of hours to talk about UrShield and what it really does. But for the people that are watching right now at lunch, maybe they won't be able to be on later. Can you tell us a little bit about the UrShield product? Maybe how long it lasts, how durable it is, what it's made of?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for tuning in and watching us. We make a shingle that's primarily recycled tires, so about 70% recycled tires. Overall recycled content is 95%, and really what that means is we're helping homeowners. We have 2 core pillars. Number 1, protecting your home, and number 2, conserving our planet. And as far as home protection, it's something where we really provide the most hail resistant and, in one case, hail proof roofing product on the market.
It's in there.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah. And not only that, not only from a purely hail point of view, do we really provide a solution that can save homeowners from going through the expense and trouble of continually replacing their roofs. It also interlocks at the butt edge, so superior wind performance as well.
So on that wind speed, it's been tested up to 220 miles an hour.
The testing that's done at the third-party lab in Florida tested it to 160 or 170 miles an hour. It's really as fast as they could sustain for a long period of time at the time when we did the testing. But really, as long as it's installed properly, you can't blow it off the roof.
Okay.
So this guy's, it looks like a slate. It looks like a legitimate slate. It's ridiculously good looking. I mean, not as good looking as me, but it's ridiculously good looking. I'm going to show you what she was talking about with a little interlocking cleat at the bottom. It's got a little French cleat system. You can see the edge of this shingle. It's got teeth. And on the top of this course is a little cleat that it fits down into. So I can kind of squeeze it down in there just because that's a single shingle edge. And you guys seal the edges of these things anyway with a special glue that can't be undone. I've been told it's impossible to undo it.
I don't work for the sealant manufacturer,
Okay.
but I would say we use their sealant for a reason.
Right. It's not just super glue though, right?
It's a little smarter than that.
The super glue would work though, right?
No, it's a little brittle.
So,
really is, yeah.
so with this roof being a 50-year plus, if it were to be, on the market, it's a lifetime roof. Have you ever had a damage to this type of roof, or like reported hail damage at all?
It's something where this is our hail-proof product. We've never had damage to our hail-proof product. Part of being in the synthetics industry is that it takes some time to understand your formula, your product design, what happens in the field. So through those 23 years, for sure, we've learned things. We've improved our formula. We've improved our design to the point where now we know that we've got a product that we're not concerned about what's going to happen to it in big events. Now, while we've never seen a failure with this, does that mean that we've never replaced roofs? We have, because in the synthetics world, nobody figured it out right from the start.
Sure.
And you're either learning and developing and making a better product, or you die.
Are you only selling these in the United States right now?
No, we sell globally. It's all made in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and we do sell globally. We'll talk about that a little bit, but one of our neat projects, not only is it hail-proof, it's golf ball proof. So
Golf courses.
St. Andrews Golf Course, Scotland, has our product on the
that's a good idea.
old course hotel, because they were paying $2,000 a month to replace their slate
I
roof.
saw a video where someone threw a bowling ball onto a roof
True story.
and it just kind of bounced off. I was wondering if the decking had gotten damaged. I don't know
No,
if they ever checked it.
that's it wasn't necessary, because the contractor that allowed that builder to do that has installed our product for years, and he knew that he could let Matt Reisinger throw that
Right.
bowling ball at that roof, at that brand new roof, and not have an issue.
Right.
Wow.
And safety was a big concern during that shoot. You could see that he kind of jumped out of the way at the last second as it was coming back at him. It was pretty cool. Why don't they make roofs out of the pins out of bowling alleys? You hit those things with bowling balls constantly. They never break. What are those made of? We need to find this out.
Maybe I think there's a cost element that goes into it. Maybe
That's an unbreakable material.
I guess you'll have to add the nail holes
Yeah.
before you bring it to the
That
job
might
site.
not
I
be
think.
possible. You might not be able to penetrate that barrier. Well, so is there any drawbacks to this?
It all comes down to cost. TJ, like you said, it's not a product for everybody at this point. Are we always? We're a company that really is roofing ahead of the curve. What we do is unique.
Yeah.
Certainly, part of what we do. What can we do to increase capacity? What can we do to do it in a more efficient way,
Yeah.
so that we can get a cost point that makes sense for more homeowners? And that is something that we've done over the years.
Sure.
In our development, is make a product that is easier to install, so there's less labor costs, that costs less because the product itself is at a weight where it doesn't take as long to manufacture or as much material.
It is easy to install, dude.
yeah.
I've got a lot of shingle boards at the National Claims Institute, all different kinds of materials. This was the easiest roof to install
Wow.
in this room, like legitimately.
Look, I have a quick question because we're gonna have to jump off here in just a minute. But you're one of the only manufacturers that sells direct to the client or to the roofer, and so they don't have to actually go to a supplier and go through a middleman. Do you guys sell through suppliers yet, or are you just still direct to consumer?
We're set up with all the big suppliers, so
Okay.
if a contractor prefers to buy through the supplier, they can.
Right.
But we also will sell to the contractor at the same price as the supplier.
Okay.
And
Maybe I'm mistaken.
Yep. And so the reason for that really is, again, to make it more affordable for more people. When you buy a roof like this, we are manufacturing it roof by roof, and we can deliver right now within about 2 to 3 weeks.
Awesome.
So there's no reason for it to need to sit in a supplier's warehouse.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for being on the live Listen to This Bull with Matt. I'm sure he'll say something as well. But
Thank you for
we
being
can't
on
wait
Listen to
to
This
hear
Bull
you
Live.
at 4 o'clock Eastern to 5 o'clock Eastern. Leslie from EuroShield is going to be talking to you guys at home as well as in the crowd here. So please make sure that you're tuning back in. And then at 5:30 again, we're going to be doing the hail cannon firing.
We're gonna shoot the shit.
We're going to shoot the shit.
We're gonna shoot some shit.
Well,
with the
that's
shit.
because you're the shit, man.
It's going to be cool shit.
All right. Well, stop with this shit and let's go on to the next person.
Yeah, this is really shitty.
Thank you guys so much.
All right. I'll get this thing out of the way.
John, you ready? All right.
We got John Edwards coming on right now from Cantor and Pinsaluga. Oh, one of the sponsors of the Roofing Ahead of the Curve.
That's for the microphone.
Oh,
maybe not. Hello. Maybe it's me.
It's that one in your hand. I don't know if this one does anything. Just stick it right here near my crotch.
John, thank you for being here, man.
Thanks for having us.
Everybody at home is saying all we can see is that Cantor and Pinsaluga banner behind us.
That's true.
But no.
Every time I introduce you guys during one of my classes, I talk about how Cantor and Pinsaluga is one of the more effective attorney firms in Florida, just based on what people are telling me. But I also warn them that if they ever meet with them and Lauren is around, do not, I repeat, do not accept any fireball from her. That is a terrible idea.
Absolutely. You're gonna wake up with a headache.
Yeah. Someone did puke in our sink, and it had to have been from fireballs and Lauren. She must have been involved. We have a lot of fun with you guys, though. What is one of the most unique things about dealing with claims in Florida?
Yeah, absolutely. So Florida is a different monster, I think, than most of the other states. I think just the sheer volume and the current political climate in Florida as it relates to these homeowners insurance claims. I mean, it's difficult getting clients signed up right now because of what they hear in the news, what they hear in the media saying, if I sign up with you guys, take it to legal, is even worth bothering the insurance company with this because they're probably going to drop me, and it's going to contribute to rising insurance premiums in Florida. So that's probably the most thing I hear all day long when I'm signing up clients. But the climate here right now, very heated, very controversial. It's a hot button issue in Florida on all these insurance claims. So.
Do you have that problem with every client that calls you?
Yeah, most have problems. So most of them get solved this. But that's a pretty common one.
It is interesting.
So if you were to talk to a roofer now here in Florida, and maybe they're a roofer somewhere else in the country, because we have a lot of storm chasers or set masters, right? That will come to Florida only during an event. But if they were to come here as a roofer from another place, what advice would you give them as to what not to do? Absolutely.
So I think we talked about it a little earlier today, but the biggest thing when signing up claims, and we work with a lot of roofers, the law here has changed. It just changed this past special session. They keep restricting roofers on what they can say and what they can't say when they're signing up homeowners. The biggest thing that I just want to make sure all the roofers are cognizant of when they're signing up claims is not to make any kind of financial inducement when they're signing up homeowners. There's a lot of legislation going on about it, but the thing that we can do as a community, especially the roofers, the public adjusters, the attorneys, it's just to keep giving good customer service. Where I see problems with the roofers I work with in legal, we get a file handed off in legal, and the homeowner calls me, hey, I haven't heard from the roofer in a year. I haven't heard from the roofer in 6 months.
So the analogy that he's using is don't be a Chuck.
Correct.
All the Chucks of the world are rolling their eyes and very angry at you now.
Absolutely. But, one of the other problems that we see with the roofing claims, once we do get them approved in the lawsuit, if it comes from a specific roofer and you have a contract with that roofer, they're like, hey, we got a bid from somebody else for the roof job.
Nice.
For half the price.
Right.
We don't want to use the roofer anymore.
Yeah.
Something that you guys can do just to combat that, when the client calls, pick up the phone. Give that good customer service. And then obviously we drive home that you guys, whatever roofing contractor we get it from, is going to deliver a superior product. But that's the biggest thing that we can do to, one, make sure the roofing contractors get the jobs when the claims do settle. But two, to also help educate the public and help stem the tide of this bad press going on with these roof claims in Florida right now.
Nice.
Do you think that there's a light at the end of the tunnel on that? It seems like it's getting more and more heated as time goes on.
It definitely is. And I know we did talk about it earlier. So not this past session, the one before when SB 76 went through, the legislature made the notice of intent requirement. So once the insurance claim denies a claim, or underpays a claim in the past, we used to be able to sue the insurance company directly. Now, before we can do that, we have to file that notice of intent with the Department of Financial Services. I think that's our light at the end of the tunnel. So right now, the data's not down. It doesn't come out until January 23 on the stats of that. That's actually really reducing lawsuits, because the insurance company theory is there's all these lawsuits, it's clogging up claims, it's driving up premiums. That's the main factor. That's what they're going after right now. I handle these claims all day long. Lawsuits are way down. If I file 10 notice of intent, I'm probably settling 3 before filing a lawsuit. So it's giving the insurance company, even if they screwed up the first time, they deny it or they underpay it, saying, hey, we're going to sue you. Here's a chance to make it right. And a lot of them are actually stepping up to the challenge and either settling the claim or saying, hey, let's do some kind of alternative dispute resolution like an appraisal or a DFS mediation. I think that's a potential light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
So most roofers can't talk about the specific clauses in insurance policies. Oh, none of them can.
Correct.
But I come from the right to repair. I started in this industry doing managed repair.
Yep.
And that's a big hot button here in Florida for what could be on the horizon as to right to repair end clauses that cause roofers' hands to be completely tied.
Absolutely. So that's something we're seeing more and more of. There's one down in South Florida, People's Trust. That's their go-to. That's their bread and butter. Their Security First insurance company. There's some other ones that are implementing it. That is when you have to get an attorney involved usually. Those policy provisions are a little more complex. There's usually, depends on the carrier, some kind of workaround to it.
Sure.
Because you got to remember they're the ones who draft it, so the language is construed against them. So that's on those specific claims under those policies of insurance. That's when you would want to contact an attorney to see if there is a potential workaround. Now, if there's not, a lot of the preferred vendors that the insurance companies are using are usually not the best, and there's usually mistakes that are made, and that gets into additional litigation that I've handled as well.
Is there such a thing as a perfectly built roof?
Not that I've seen.
Yeah.
Ever? No, I'm just kidding.
They hold such liability, especially if it's a right to repair situation instead of an option to repair. The option gives them a lot more leeway on the liability side, but we're seeing a lot of the right to repair invoked, and they've done that in the past, and it's almost cyclical. I feel so weird in this chair. But because they hold the liability for any work that's performed by a worker owned by the insurance company, as it's stated in the Unfair Claim Settlement Practices, if they hold that liability and something goes wrong, do they make the roofer pay to re-roof it if they have to redo it, or does the insurance company actually pay again?
So it really depends. I'll tell you a real life example that I had over in Naples a couple years ago with carrier, won't name names. Booked the option to repair. They ripped out the client's cabinets in her kitchen. They covered the loss. She had very nice high-end cabinets. She's like, I want these cabinets. And they disagreed. They're like, we'll give you the standard grade cabinets, not the high-grade cabinets. So basically, they ripped out her cabinets. They sat in her house for a year. We had to sue them. We sued both the contractor that they used and the insurance company at the same time, ended up settling the claim, and then the homeowner was able to use the contractor for her own choosing.
Is it the same suit limitation period for those contractors?
For the insurance claims on a fully denied or...
In a situation like that, when you're suing the contractor and the insurance company's built into the policy with a suit limitation period.
Correct. So it would be a negligence claim, potentially. So that's coming under a different time frame, a different statute of limitation on that.
Interesting.
Is overhead and profit dead on roofs?
Just roofs.
Well, in the insurance model, of course, because the retail model, they're making plenty of money, is what I hear.
So yeah, most of the files we get, there's usually roofs, gutters, and exterior paint. You want to try to get 3 trades on these jobs so you can get your own pay.
Sure. Yeah, but even still, with the 3 trades or more, they're still not paying that OP.
They're fighting it all day long.
Yeah.
I mean, in litigation, we're fighting those claims.
Are you getting it paid in litigation?
Yeah. I mean, there's pretty good case law on it that states as long as you have those 3 trades, that you can still make the argument for OP, but you have to have 3.
And if you got a power outlet vent being replaced, you got an electrician that has to be there at the same time. You've got an HVAC system. Someone's got to be there to make sure no one dies.
So everybody in Florida should get a power attic vent. It'll cool your attic down a lot.
Absolutely. It's hot here.
That's not the answer. There's 3 trades involved in a true roof replacement. But if they're working around some of those components, the storm cap and rain collar scenario where the storm cap most of the time can't even come off without damaging the pipe. If you're going to damage the pipe, now you do need an HVAC involved, and that's someone that's going to be involved at the same time as the roofer. You have complexity on top of it. And I know they're all looking for complexity.
Sure.
So you got the same issue with the electrician, but you got to get past the universal power attic vent cover. Have you guys ever seen a universal power attic vent cover? There's square power attic vents. There's power attic vents with 4 bolts. There's 6 bolts. It's on the center. It's on the outside. It's all over the place. There's no such thing as a universal power attic vent cover.
Can I ask you, would you be willing to give me an opinion if I ask your opinion on something?
The great lawyer answer, it depends. Probably.
So ITEL is determining some pricing in the country right now. What do you think? How do you think that should be dealt with as a roofer with a third party determining what the insurance company should pay?
Yeah, so I think you're alluding more to Xactimate,
yeah,
and their billing. So, listen, it really depends with the insurance companies. You know, a lot of times when you don't have the Xactimate, they hire a contractor, even one of your smaller ones. They give you a one-page invoice with a couple line items that are saying that's not proper. We need a full Xactimate estimate. But then they get the Xactimate estimate and they're saying, well, that's way too much money. It's 1,800 square. That's 2,200 square, depending on the price and location where you're at in the country.
You said bid.
Exactly.
That's what I'm doing it for.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're always damned if you do, damned if you don't with the insurance companies. If you get an Xactimate, more often than not, they're going to say it's jacked up, it's too high, it was somehow manipulated with. If you don't have it, they're going to say that's not official. We need an Xactimate.
I have seen a strong push from different places in the country where people are being accused of fraud for either inflating the bid or invoicing for things that they didn't do, like replacement of a rain cap and storm collar. Instead of just painting them, they'll still invoice for it. But I'm also seeing, and this was the concerning part, insurance companies are going out and they're saying no damage, and they're calling it a fraudulent claim.
Right.
Yes. So that's one of their favorite words in the state of Florida. That's something that was addressed in the special session.
Roofers are all criminals.
Our CFO, that's one of his favorite words right now. But they never want to point the finger back at the insurance company. So we've dealt with claims. I mean, there's a current suit against one insurance company in particular right now where they basically advised their adjusters that went out to the property to say, we have marching orders. You're to go out there and say you have no idea what caused the damage. And that was on legitimate claims. I have claims that I deal with all day long. I have one recently, not going to name names, but it was one where the insurance company came in about $500 under deductible. We got it in litigation. We only knew about one estimate. Take some depositions, and we learned there were 2 estimates. The one we had was the second estimate. So we're doing the litigation,
Was the first one higher?
We're going to find that out.
Oh, man.
That one
It's
might
still
still
in
be
discovery.
pending. I have a feeling that one's probably a little higher. And I got a call from the attorney trying to settle that one. So stuff like that happens all the time. They want to say the PA estimate's too high, the roofer estimate's too high. What about the IA that went out there and states $100 under deductible, $500 under deductible systematically?
Do you think if a claim is filed and they disagree that there is covered damage, that the claim is fraudulent?
Absolutely not.
What if a policyholder were to file their own claim and the insurance company denies it? Is it fraud on the policyholder side? It's blowing my mind that they're being called fraudulent claims.
Yeah, you get that intent to commit fraud.
Right.
And I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Some of the stuff we're seeing going on with that right now.
As an expert in law, you see a lot of things that roofers do. A lot of roofers don't get an education to do this trade. What is something that you see that roofers could learn more of, or if they're just starting out, what would they? What was something that you would tell them that they need to learn now?
Besides coming to Matt's classes at the Institute,
National Claims Institute.
Seriously,
shameless.
That really
It's not
is.
shameless if I don't say it.
I mean, honestly, that is the answer. Though. I mean, it's coming to events like this and learning how the industry works. I mean, it's the best way you're going to learn. Yeah. I knew nothing about this industry when I came out. I was like, what's a home insurance claim?
Nice.
But coming to events like this, it doesn't have to be Matt's class. I recommend
Yes,
his
it does.
class. But coming to events like this, you're going to meet other roofers. You're going to figure out how they do these claims. But that's the key. If you're brand new in this industry, you don't know that many people, come to events like this, you're going to, one, grow the network, and you're going to learn what you're talking about and how to get these claims paid faster. It's going to lead to better business for you. It's going to lead to having a homeowner in Florida too.
Anything else that you'd like to say about Cantor and Pintaluga?
We're a good law firm. There's a lot of good law firms out there. The one plug that I will say, we are a large law firm, but we're also personal. So the way I like to call it, it's the John Edwards Law Firm inside of Cantor and Pintaluga. And what I mean by that is we have the financial backing to litigate these cases, take these cases to trial, hire the high price experts we need on some of these cases. But you also know who is handling your claim. Other law firms you call, you get the receptionist, you go through 5 different attorneys.
Nice.
I do my own signups, I call the client. It's me from the day we sign to the day we settle. So that's the one thing that I think sets our firm aside versus others.
Well, John, thank you for being here.
Thanks
We
for having us.
appreciate it.
It's always a pleasure.
Appreciate it. Hey, for you guys that are at home instead of in person here, you are going to miss out. KMP is actually baking us cookies.
We are having
behind our
cookies
bar.
and milk
And they
at this
got
roofing
milk.
event today.
And that's it. Just cookies.
I gotta say that is the event all day. I am.
There's some
other
other
than
stuff
shooting the
that's
shit,
gonna there's some,
really
there's some
excited about.
adult style drinks that'll be made later.
Right.
But we're not gonna
cookies
say
and
say
milk.
anything about that.
All about the
Not in the milk,
cookies.
not in the milk. But thank you so much, Sean, for being here.
Thanks for having
Appreciate it, man.
Thanks again.
Next up, we're gonna be talking to Caleb Oberg.
I never get applause on this show.
Well, I mean, it's the hat. Caleb.
How's it going?
Oh man.
Nice to see you.
Caleb.
How you doing, man?
How you doing?
You know, we brought you all the way down from a pretty small town in Minnesota. No, I'm just kidding. Tell me where you're at.
St. Cloud, Minnesota.
St. Cloud, Minnesota, and you're the one of the only roofing contractors that we've had on the panels today or speaking at this event. I know you because of who you've been working together with, like Riva and Adam Sand and Jessica Stoll, growing your business. Can you tell us a little bit about your business and where you're at?
Right on. So, yeah, we're out of St. Cloud, Minnesota.
Yeah.
We just started a second location in the North Metro, Twin Cities area. It's a slow process because we've actually had planned to do it prior to this year's storms. And then, we got major storms after we just had a storm last year. So the Roseville location is kind of on pause right now. But other than that, in the name of roofing ahead of the curve, and like you said, right now as we speak, Adam Sand and Riva is at my office with my team, developing their sales side and also our systems and processes, our CRMs. I'm very grateful that I was able to come here.
I am too.
Feel kind of weird that I'm here and they're all there working on my company.
But I texted Martin and I told him thank you for letting you come because I know how important it is. I wanted you here, right? But Martin also knew how important it was for you to be here in your growth as a leader. Tell us, are you doing strictly retail? Are you doing insurance? Tell us what you're doing.
We do both retail and insurance. I started out with the mindset initially when growing the company is that retail has to be the basis to get over the peaks and valleys because as we know, storms are dictated by weather and we never know when they're actually going to come. So you always have to be prepared for a retail, a season or whatever. So,
would you rather do financing or would you rather do insurance?
It's hard to get into financing. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
We don't have enough training. We don't have enough need for it in our market.
Sure.
So we haven't really developed the finance side, but we do use finance. We do utilize it. I mean, we have customers that have needs for it. Absolutely. Yeah. So
go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that. So insurance claims in Minnesota are not the easiest to deal with. Do you find a sale for retail to be as difficult as dealing with insurance claim? No, it's easier.
Way easier.
Way easier. Even though financing is difficult.
Yeah, so we've never had much of a need for financing for a retail market. People are usually, the homeowners are aware of the need, the necessity, whether it's buying and selling a home or they've lived there for a long time. There's those people, right? They save up for it. It's just a part of the home ownership process. So we've never
Is there less debt in Minnesota? Or are these unique people?
It's possible. I mean, if that's the outcome from what I told you, it's just kind of always been that way.
Yeah. I don't know if that's true or not. I was just wondering, because we hear from contractors all the time when we try to tell them, stop having the contingency contract, start having a real retail contract, even when there's an insurance claim involved, because there's less scrutiny on what you're charging if you do that kind of a thing. But they always argue that it's very difficult to get that signature. But maybe, is it because of financing that's the issue? They give excuses. I don't know if it's just excuses or if it's reality.
I don't know either. We don't have a hard time getting contingency signed either. I don't know.
I think that
I don't know what the issue is.
most roofing companies, especially in storm markets that I come from, we learn how to get a contingency signed first before we learn how to get a regular contract signed. And typically, people, the way the roofing companies have become are multi-level marketing agencies and sales. And not tradespeople, because they're learning how to get a contingency agreement signed and then letting a public adjuster or a lawyer take charge of the claim.
In all aspects, if you're developing a sales team and how their process works, retail should always be just kind of like the thing that you also do, because we have insurance companies that lowball their bids, and there's nothing we can do about it. They say it's this much per square, and the only way we can help them is just to provide them with a retail bid, and then they make that decision whether they finance the difference or otherwise. I mean, they can even go with a different contractor that might be able to do it for that price. But we've noticed that even some of the other companies that are smaller, they don't have anywhere near the overhead that we do, and they still won't touch them for that price. And there's a few of those carriers in our area, so you just have to be able to provide a retail experience. And
it makes sense. If you're an insurance company and you're giving somebody an offer, why would you not offer lower and see if they come back asking for more, saying it's not enough? What if they take it? Why wouldn't you? It's business, right?
It is business. Yeah. You should provide them with a price. And, what we do for our retail bids is we can give you a price like literally on the spot. And it's very detailed. And it's a digital DocuSign version of it. They can sign right on the screen, or you can email it to them in a link. They authorize it. They pick out the shingle color. They go through the whole process. It takes like 2 hours.
Do you charge the same amount whether it's an insurance claim or not?
Same amount.
That's the way to do it.
That's awesome, man.
Same amount.
There's not enough of you out there.
There's not, man. Can you be in all 50 states?
I would love to.
Yeah. So speaking of that, if you have a lot of new recruits coming in or new salespeople that are coming to work for you, tell us. Roofing is roofing, right? It's a roof is a roof. I mean, just depends on what you use, but it's the organization that matters the most to the salespeople and the families that you're feeding. Tell me something that you're doing different that more roofing companies or maybe that's unique other roofing companies should be doing.
So we just teamed up with Ignite Results.
Yeah.
And we're taking a people approach to it. And it's a really, really big thing. And we went through this thing just last weekend. So it's very relevant.
Yeah.
And so the people are the heart of the business. Literally, I couldn't do it without them. And so Ignite Results came in. We, I just wanted to do core values, right? I was like, hey, David Carroll put out a post and I'm like, I haven't done core values. I want to do core values.
Yeah.
Jessica's like, I can do core values. And I'm like, okay. So I talked to her. And then she's like, well, we do all of this stuff with people. And I'm like, I've been wanting to do that for a long time. And then it's DISC assessments. It's like creating career path for your people in every department of the company, where it defines all the levels in which they can achieve within your company. So they know, like, okay, I'm not just going to be a site supervisor. It's a total roadmap.
Yeah.
It's incentivized. It shows depending on how you do it, right?
So you shouldn't pay 50-50 split? I'm just kidding.
I would not. I mean, we have gone to almost an entirely W-2 sales.
Awesome.
We also adopted, I read Mark Pettigrew's
W-2
book.
and sales.
Is it
W-2 and Storm.
Plus?
And Storm, yeah.
Wow.
Is it salary plus commission kind of a deal?
It's bonus and commission, yeah.
Bonus and commission.
But they also get paid every week.
They get paid every week.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
that's
Every
crazy.
employee in my entire company
You know
gets
what?
paid every week.
Most roofing companies out there do pay a draw to their salespeople anyway, so it makes more sense to pay them anyways, and then commission and bonus. I'm not saying that that's the only way. Please don't. This isn't.
Why draw a salesman when you could just pay them? You know what I mean? Like, what is everybody got a ledger for the draws that they keep for all their salespeople? I mean, I did it when I was doing 1099s.
Oh, you owe me 15.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I did it when we had 1099, and it's like, well, I want to be able to just pay you for like the work that you did. I mean, we've done some other stuff to change even how that's done.
Yeah.
Where we tier it out, pay them in real time. I mean, I had a sales guy that sold 1.3 million in 1 month after last year's storm, and I literally had to draw him out for just to help him win a little bit. And I was like, that doesn't sit well with me. Like,
No.
everybody else is winning, getting paid, and then they got to sit there and wait till the end of the job. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Go ahead, man. You got a question?
No, I'm very happy that you exist and that you're telling people how you do stuff. A lot of people keep things close to the chest on how their organizations are run. And Jessica Stahl is amazing. Dr. Jessica Stahl.
Melina's here too from Ignite today. Ignite is one of our sponsors, by the way. And you know what? I met Jessica recently because of Patrick Carr, and then I've met you because of that. And then up in Minnesota or a storm market. Tell me what the hardest part has been about running your business.
The
And you don't have to hide it, because we all have had a problem in our business a time or two.
I mean, I could probably go into maybe the scariest part. For me, initially, the scariest part was being a business owner and knowing that I had to provide for other families and other people, and that scared the crap out of me. I'd only, had to defend for myself and my kids. Right now, it's like I got multiple families, multiple kids. It scared the crap out of me that it took me probably twice as long to actually start doing what I should have been doing the whole time. And so any of you that's afraid of that, that's a good fear. Lean into it.
You have good accountants.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Current fear in growing is cash flow.
Yeah.
And everybody in this industry goes through cash flow. But it's very achievable to see through the problem and talk to people that can help you, whether it's your CPA or your bank or something like that. You can find a way through it. So always just lean into it and move forward, because it took us, we had an issue, right? We just, boom, everything went crazy. We leaned into it, and literally in 2 weeks, it was everything was completely the other direction.
Are there any positions that you're looking to fill in your organization right now in Minnesota?
Absolutely. We're so currently, because I'm a general contractor and we do all trades, one of the biggest things that we have is we have siding, roofing, gutter, deck. We got damage all throughout houses. And so siding is one of the hardest things to find. We actually have 3 in-house crews that do siding every day, and we still subcontract out to 3 additional crews, and we're still looking for more employees.
You told me you could do three crews a day for 90 days and then keep 2 of those, or maybe even 1 of them, on full time.
Yeah, we could side through the winter, which we do in Minnesota. Sounds crazy, but we do side through the winter. We've been doing it every year for the last 3 years, and I could keep 3 additional crews busy all the way through the end of next year.
Wow!
With the work that we have right now, we've
Nice.
turning away customers because we can't take on siding work.
Are you turning about the same amount of customers that you're trying to side? It's incredible to have that much work, and siding pays a lot more sometimes than roofing does.
It does. You go from having an average ticket price of about $18,000 to $30,000 to $50,000.
Yeah, it's incredible that the siders across the country are that busy right now. How's your production team? You guys growing every part of your business?
Every part of the business is growing. Yeah, absolutely. Production, it's pretty stable, other than the fact that we just don't have enough siding crews. We've got 2 different coordinators that, one does roofing coordinating, one does siding coordinating. And then we have a GM that oversees the both of them. It's pretty seamless. developed really good processes just to make it easy for them to go in and do their job. So communicating with the customer on the install day, ordering materials, there's a lot of stuff like somebody would have to sit down and really go through it. But so I've developed some really smooth processes for production.
If you were gonna shoot the shit at a specific material, what would it be?
Shoot the shit.
The
At a
shit.
specific material.
Yeah, shoot the shit.
I want to see what it does to EuroShield. I want to see what it does to solar.
Solar would be fun.
That would we can get a panel from someone.
Yeah, so solar is interesting.
Anybody get us a solar panel?
I don't think we have one here, but just in case the audience is interested, a lot of times they have a plexiglass front on them that does not break, but it will bend in and it will damage the cell, which you won't be able to tell visually. But if you got an infrared camera out, because that cell is damaged, it can no longer expel the electrons that are heating up in there. So it ends up being a round hot spot on an IR camera. If you just point an IR camera at a solar panel, it's very easy to get that approved.
What thing would you add to your business right now, or what things are you looking to add to your business here in the near future?
Well, currently, because I have Reva at my office, I'm adding a consistent, repeatable process for sales, just to increase like our actual close ratio. I mean, because we've been growing so fast, not having a consistent, repeatable sales process, we're losing that close ratio. We're losing customers to truck into trucks, to lesser qualified contractors that aren't local in our market, and that doesn't sit well with me. You know, we're going to be there picking up the pieces after year for all the, hundreds of thousands of homes that were damaged in our area. So that's definitely something I'm doing. I am absolutely looking to add solar to the company. I'm not going to do it right now. I don't think that it's quite ready yet. I think there's more products coming out that are going to be better competitors. And
I hope so.
Yeah. I'm not like brand loyal in that aspect yet. I'm still trying to figure that out. But when GM tells me that they're going to have 30 vehicles in their fleet by 2025, something tells me that there's going to be way more people that are going to want solar to power their cars and power their homes. And so I know that solar is part of the future. I think that I'm going to wait a little bit though.
Awesome. Well, you made it through the 15 minutes. Was that bad?
No, not at all.
All right. Well, Caleb, thank you so much for coming to.
Shout out to all the roofers out there, man.
Tell them how they can get a hold of you if they're a tradesman or somebody that's looking for a job.
You can reach me on I'll give up my cell phone number, 320-266-9868. If you want to send me an email, it's Caleb with a C at obergroofing.com.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for being here, brother.
Handing that out. Insurance companies watch this. They're going to call you like 2 a.m.
Well, me and you are going to enjoy a lobster roll together here in a bit. Next up, we got Ty Backer. So we really appreciate you being here, brother.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no doubt.
Cool.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. It's weird having the applause. Huh? I don't know. It's just strange having the applause on the show.
Hey, it's alive. Listen to this bull.
Studio audience.
What in the world is going on? I want to introduce Ty Backer. I've known of you, Ty, for some time now, and you've been assisting me with my One Industry One Model event.
Yes.
And Jen Silver, right?
Oh yeah.
And you like Jen Silver?
I do. I love her. She's a great girl.
She's one of the most influential women that I've ever met. That she's really strong at what she does, right?
Oh yeah.
I had an opportunity to come and sit with you for a couple of 3 days.
Oh yeah.
And
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, and I got to learn a lot about what TC Backer is and who Ty Backer is.
Yeah, you did.
I want people to know at home, like, just how great your company really is in that Northeast region. So can you tell us a little bit about tell us what TC Backer is from your point of view?
I can do that. I think for many years we've kind of flown under the radar there, and I think a lot of that has to do with humility and being humble. I hear a lot of people, they talk about doing 9 and 8 figures and things like that. I just feel like that's not my style, right? Now we have built quite the business. Roofing, siding, windows, gutters, solar. Now we got in with GAF Energy. We do the Timberline solar shingles now, which is taken off pretty well. They had a product called Deco Tech for a while, which was competing with like the solar panel, but it was more installed like a skylight. We didn't get a whole lot of traction on that, but of course we didn't get a whole lot of support from GAF at that time either, because they just came out with it and there wasn't a whole lot of training. And I feel like the salespeople were kind of nervous about it. They weren't very confident in themselves to be able to sell it. But we've been in business since July 17th of 2010, I think, 8, 10, 14 years, whatever that is. Predominantly grew up in the new construction game pretty much my entire life. I was an installer, worked for my brother-in-law and my sister, which working for family is not always the easiest thing, but I wouldn't know what I know today if it wasn't for them.
But I wanted to ask you a quick question, talking about new construction, because a lot of people cringe, especially in the roofing industry.
And I'm glad they do. Keep cringing. It sucks. Don't get in it.
You're one of the biggest builders for Ryan's Homes.
Yeah.
And in the Northeast. And
You're telling people not to get into it, but you're still doing it.
Yeah, don't do it. Stay away.
Are you going to quit?
No, and I say that because that's been the vehicle for us to operate in 6 to 7 different states. We're there. We have the manpower. A storm comes rolling through. We can kind of catch them. We work in New Jersey, Delaware, Virginia, West Virginia, PA, obviously. We do about 90 to 120 roofs a week. We have 68 in-house employees. At any given week, over 150 subcontractors that work for us. We have 2 locations, so we do that out of 2 locations. We used to do it out of 1. About 2 years ago, I opened up another location down in what's called the Delmarva, which is the Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia Peninsula. Which down there we usually get about 2 good storms, one early in the season, one late in the season. So I don't want to say we dominate the labor market, but we keep our guys busy all year round. And when a storm comes rolling through, we kind of just, clean that up while we're down there. And all winter long, we can keep the guys busy 365 days a year. And we've kind of grown that way. Like if we wanted to work in New Jersey, I would call up, somebody from Ryan Homes and say, hey, is there any availability for us to do some work in New Jersey? And of course, because we have such a good relationship with them, because I've worked with Ryan Homes directly or indirectly for over 20 years myself, whether it was through my brother-in-law or being a subcontractor myself, subbing from a subcontractor. So I've known those guys, and from networking and building relationships and partnerships. So with those guys that have moved up from building the home to costing managers or have moved on to other builders like Lennar, Kayhoff, we do work for the top 5 publicly owned and traded companies in the country. We've been offered to go to Florida, the Carolinas, Georgia, and it's just like over the past 14 years, we've tried to move fast, but not too fast, and grow, to just have like a firm foundation. We got into the retail space probably right around the same time. I got tied in with an investor that flips about 1,500 homes a year. So we do all their roofing, siding, windows, gutters. He's got locations in Texas, Ohio, Buffalo, obviously Pennsylvania.
Do you make
Maryland.
more on those than new construction? The
Say that
flips?
What was that?
Do you make a higher profit margin on the flips? The flipped houses?
Yeah, I mean, there's more so the ticket price is more.
Well, you're
right?
tearing
Like,
off.
let's say it's like the average ticket price for a replace R&R roof would be like $15,000. New construction might be $5,000, but it's still 50% profit.
You make 50% profit.
They
on new
don't have any
construction?
sales. There's nobody in the
Yeah,
middle
there's
of
no
that.
overhead there. I mean, basically, there's 3 phone calls done and done. It's actually, I feel like it's better than the insurance game. Instead of fucking around with like supplements and then dragging their feet out for 30, 60, 90
Tell
days.
us how you feel.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but people are blind to the fact where you got so many people involved that try to collect your money with the insurance game. And believe me, we do it. I'm not knocking the insurance game. We do commercial. We do insurance restoration, new construction, I've learned over the years since the recession, the first recession that we've gone through, not to keep my eggs in all in one basket. And with the amount of time, if you really put in there like the everything, if you put what it costs to actually do not a retail job, but an insurance job, right? Of trying to chase that money down and fighting the insurance company, if you really put all that time, energy, and money into what it takes to collect that money, it's you're probably not even really making what you think you're making.
So most people don't even think of a general contractor as the roofing, gutter, solar, windows, siding, right?
Right.
But you do something even more than that. You own your own landscaping company as well.
Yeah, I do. I own a landscaping company for about 5 years. So
and you do all the landscaping for all of those new homes.
Yeah, all of those new homes. So that's one other facet of our construction company where we go in, we put the new yards in, we'll dig foundations for the homes now. So we do it from basically the foundation up now.
You know, I got an opportunity to meet all of those types of crews, or at least somebody from each of those.
In and out. Yeah, you were there for 3 days. You saw it. It's like an airport.
It literally is. When you pull into the very first night that I get there, I there's no cell phone service, and I drove to Ty Backer's place, and I pull into this compound of buildings, and I was just amazed by how many TC Backer vehicles that you had there.
Yeah, we got a couple.
And then I also got to see you actually offloading a truckload of windows.
Yeah.
Tell me why people stay working for you like they do. Like you have employees that have been with you for the
14,
almost
15 years,
almost the entire time you've been alive.
Well, I've always been a firm believer in, be the first one there and the last one to leave. And I've done that my whole entire career, regardless of whatever we're getting into. And I'll be honest with you, this event has been very humbling for me, because I would say this is one of the very first times on something this big, because for us, this is a big deal, right?
It is a big deal.
That I sent the troops out into the trenches without me beside them. And so I got to give big kudos to the guys, Javier and David and Vic and John. Thank you guys for holding down the fort for me while I was gone.
I mean, they were okay.
No,
yeah. Did they do okay?
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Ty, you're that type of person in the roofing industry that has that communication skill that can make it happen without being there or without even having to say anything. And when I got to meet Vic,
did you just say he's got such good communication skills he doesn't even have to say anything?
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't like people.
That's amazing.
Like people know
that's a magic
shit
like
right there.
I got to meet his right hand person, Lauren.
Yeah, Lauren.
And
one of many right hand people.
And Lauren is a beast herself. Like she is Ty without Ty being there.
Yeah, she had the opportunity to ride with me for 6 months
during
COVID. So she got to see, the ups, the downs, the door knocking, the roof inspections, basically for us at that time, it was like shooting fish out of a barrel. We're in PA, so the state of Pennsylvania was closed down for the entire first quarter of, 2020? Yeah, 2020, I think, March of 20.
Okay.
Maybe. I can't remember now. But anyhow, so she got to come with me and literally like my truck became the office, because no sooner we'd come back to the office, we'd have 3 other properties that we'd have to go inspect. So we just stayed on the road. The office was just calling them in and we were going out. Everybody was shut down.
And you couldn't even open your office.
Yeah, we couldn't. We weren't supposed to, but finally I did get the exemption. We were essential. Okay. Essential. But I won't go there.
I was gonna keep it apolitical.
Yeah, right. We are in Florida, right?
We are in Florida.
You guys, who's from Florida? Give me. Okay, that's
raise your right
enough
hand.
said,
No,
right? Maybe not. Yeah, right. Yes, good. But
They're all still
so
alive.
she was fortunate, right? She was fortunate enough.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, we are. They did just shut us down.
So let me ask you this: we got 3 to 4 minutes left, and then we got one of my friends, Elizabeth Calzadilla, coming.
Yes,
and
one of my favorites.
But I want to talk about Behind the Tool Belt. And I got to be on a live Behind the Tool Belt. Not many people actually get to be in person
in the studio,
while live on Behind the Tool Belt.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a humbling experience for me, because I think that was actually the first time I'd ever been on a podcast when I was with somebody else.
Okay.
But you guys are trying to do something bigger, and I think it's going to be like Behind the Tool Belt Media.
Yeah. Behind the Tool Belt Media Group LLC.
Yeah, and
Yes.
you want to
I
do
just got the
events like
EIN number
this,
today.
right?
Yes, yes. Just really, it's funny. I ran into Joseph Hughes yesterday. I got to interview him. Pulled
My
him off
friend
to the
Joseph.
side. Yeah, he's a great dude.
Yeah.
So he's like looking around because he knew all of the equipment.
Yeah.
So we thought was here, but we ended up taking a good bit out there. And he was like, "Dude, do you like get paid to do this, or is it just a hobby?" And I was like, "Dude, it's a hobby."
Well,
And he
we
kinda
don't want it
looked-
to be a hobby for you.
I know, but it did start out as a hobby. You
Yeah.
kind of get burnt out doing what you do, and you just kind of find another passion. And right now, this has been my passion. And of course, these guys just kind of co-sign my shit. So here we are in the great state of Florida, man.
Let's talk about two more things. We have about a minute and a half left.
Yeah.
There's a fishing tournament that I'm going to be a part of with you coming up in October.
Yes.
Where's
the
that at?
Inshore Classic. That is in Ocean City,
And
Maryland.
what's that for?
What that's for is it's for the Boys Club of Maryland, and we sponsor that. We've sponsored it now for about 4. I think this might be our 5th year. We're like our names up there in Ocean City, and Scott Lennox, who's hosted it ever since it started. He has a TV show called Hooked on OC, and also has a magazine called Fishing OC.
And that's going to be a 48-hour straight fishing tournament that you don't stop fishing.
Nope.
And that's for the charity. But then, you're doing a diaper drive all over the Northeast right now.
Oh yeah.
And you know what? If you want to give diapers, you can send them to TC Backer's office. But a lot of people don't think of the type of diapers that they're currently really needing out there. And baby diapers are typically the diapers that we think of. But there are adolescent children as well as adults in your area that are more in need than babies.
Yeah, so right now the cause or the facility that we're trying to raise these diapers for, because we typically do a food drive once or twice a year for this facility. It's called the Well Food Pantry. And so they ask us for diapers, and typically it's like 4, 5, and 6s, sizes 4, 5, and 6. But this time they're actually asking us to see if we can't raise older children and adult size diapers.
Yeah.
So
if they wanted to Amazon, they can Google TC Backers.
Oh, yeah.
And then or just mail it directly to your office.
Yeah. For sure.
Is there anything else out there that you would like for people to know about TC Backer or somebody, another position you're trying to fill or
a position?
Yeah.
We're constantly always looking for top talent. Doesn't matter if you know AutoCAD, if you're in sales, HR, accounts payable, receivable, stuff like that. We're constantly always growing. We do a tuition payback. So if it's something that you're interested in, it really doesn't matter. We don't really care what your skill set is. It's really about who you are as an individual, because we can train you what we need to train you. So that's really all that matters. As long as you fit our culture, come join the team.
Awesome, man. Ty, it's like you took care of most of the cost for this event because of what you did to get your guys here, to get yourself here. You flew overnight.
I did. I haven't been to sleep yet. So if I look a little peaked, that's probably why.
He flew here from Denver. He was part of the Storm into the New Era. He was actually the sponsor for Roofers in Recovery Gala last night in Denver.
This is practice for the
And,
fishing tournament.
Oh yeah. I'm used to this shit. Believe me, 12 years ago.
I told him I'm driving the boat. So.
Yeah. Listen, 40's the new 20. Okay. I got this.
Just dang it, I heard every day.
Yeah,
Right.
I got this.
Like just turning my head to the left this entire time is killing me right now.
I bet.
Well, all right. Well,
Thanks for having me.
We have to be respectful of Elizabeth's time. So, Ty, I really appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for what you've done for all the roofers today.
My pleasure.
All right, guys. Hey, Patrick, you want to step up? Let us get these chairs out, and then Elizabeth's going to come up. I'll get her PowerPoint going. Hey, can somebody help us get these chairs out real quick?
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Check us out Tuesdays at 6 p.m.
This one, right?
This one's actually on.
Eastern.
So you guys don't
Obviously,
know?
and if
You
you're sending diapers, they need to be new
This one here?
diapers.
Let me turn this one on. Hey, Elizabeth, I'm going to do you a little favor.
Mine?
Matt's email.
Go Matthews with a 1T at listenpistol.com.
I'm just holding 3 mics here. 9 yards.
C2. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm going to start off with a little bit of something different right here. Keep in mind, not that anyone was paying attention to what I'm wearing, but we talked a little bit earlier about One Tap Connect or how to integrate some of the technology with things that you do. If you change the hat, besides my receding hairline, I would highly suggest something like this for your sales reps in the field. That'll link right to your website. If your people out there aren't wearing wearable technology, this is a great thing that you can do. So when you go in front of a homeowner, they can simply take a picture of the hat right there, send them wherever you want them to go. Plus, it's custom, it's leather, put the stuff on the back, makes it look real sharp for your guys, your ladies in the field. Some stuff like that you may want to look at for technology. More than happy to speak with me. I'll be able to tell you guys the links and stuff like that if you want to talk about how to integrate that technology with what you're currently doing right now. I'm going to start this off a little bit different because I know we're getting everything set up. How many of you have heard Elizabeth speak before? Has anyone heard her speak before? Quite a few. Yes. So is there anybody out there who, because to give you a little background, Elizabeth is, I mean, when to talk about roofing, she is, I don't know how many of the businesses that you own or you're involved with. Are there any questions that somebody would have right off the bat for Elizabeth that she can answer or that she can answer during her presentation? Because I have one, but anybody at all. Because if you've heard her speak before, she knows everything there is to know about the marketing side of the business, branding, any kind of technology. So I need 3 questions that we want to know from Elizabeth. What do you got, Mike?
Yeah, how do we stand out in the midst of 50 different contractors hitting the same door?
You got that, Elizabeth? Yeah. All right, so that's one. What else we got? Now, again, she is a branding marketing specialist. I would consider myself to be pretty damn good at video and everything that we do. She blows it out of the water of what I can do. So anybody else with a branding marketing question about your company or your roofing contractor, your industry, how you can stand out? Need 2 more. I'm going to stand here awkwardly until I get 2 more. So I can sit here and you can hear my voice. Cost involved with doing it. I like it. Thank you. So Elizabeth, cost involved.
Are they full service? Meaning, can they take over everything for me?
So you're saying take over the branding, take over the social media, take over everything right there. Okay, what they can and can't do. And can you give me one more for Elizabeth here? Because again, I want to make sure she answers any questions y'all might originally have out here in the field.
What's your why?
Why did she do it? So Elizabeth, got the cost, definitely have the cost down. So Elizabeth, we're looking at full integration. Why did you actually decide to do this? How does somebody stand out? And then what are the do's and don'ts that your company can do for a contract that's out there? Okay, so some of the stuff that'll get us off to a great start. How we doing? Are we good?
Really good. Let me just get Matt real quick. He's got some hidden thing here. I don't know what's going on.
If you have the email, because I just sent it to you.
Yeah, I've got it. I forwarded it to him. That's no problem.
So just to kind of give you all a little bit of a background, listen, we met at Riva, I believe is what it was. You won't find somebody, like I said, that is able to take your company and have them stand out from the rest of there is in the competition. So these questions right here are definitely relevant to the person. This is somebody that I have an immense amount of respect for. You already heard some of her people come up here and speak today. And on top of that, her hair is always on point. All right. So it's no different today. I can tell you that. So it's great. I'm really just trying to keep it going here until we can get this PowerPoint up and running. So I'm usually not at a loss for words. You got it. Thank you. Bail me out here, okay?
All right,
Thank
don't
you.
worry, I got it. Hi guys, I am so happy to be here today. I heard a question that I really liked, right? What is my why? I don't often get to share that because I'm always just trying to get as much information out as quickly as possible to save your time and get to the point, right? But a little bit about myself. I am from North Carolina originally. I grew up in the middle of nowhere. When I was 18 years old, I decided to chase my dreams and move to Miami because I wanted to be a superstar. And let me just tell you, in North Carolina, with 3 cows, 1 stoplight where I lived growing up, that wasn't going to happen. I was very, very lucky, fortunate, and blessed that I found a company by the name of iRoofing. Josh was here today, and they were the only people who would give me a job. I became very passionate about learning the industry. And for the last 8 years, I've been fortunate to uncover pretty much any problem you can think about that a roofing contractor, manufacturer, supplier goes through. So over time, I've just learned so much. As Patrick was mentioning, I do have several businesses that I own. Business 411, I founded it in 2019. Some of you have seen our recent manuals. We just released our newest manual, the insurance restoration one, which I have 2 books to give away while I'm here today because I love for people to participate. If you haven't seen it, the commercial roofing one, we actually had to draw all the diagrams with our design team because there's no diagrams out there for us to use. Anyways, so today I'm going to be talking to you about the roofing business structure. And I know if you've heard me speak before, I try to keep it interesting, so I got a new one for y'all. Kelly thought it'd be funny to explain this interesting fact about New Smyrna Beach. If you didn't know it, it's the shark attack capital of the country, right? The world. So, that's actually what happened to my leg. There's a really lame story about what actually happened. So we're just going to use a shark attack. So yes, this is a little bit about me. I love working in the roofing industry. I've actually developed a lot of passion for the trade. I know I have a marketing agency and I do print and design and all that stuff, and it's great, but I actually like roofing. I like to get on roofs. I like the construction experience, and there's nothing that I feel more satisfying than seeing something get rebuilt. Like it's extremely satisfying for me. So I'm going to share with you guys my passion in life, which is the roofing business structure. And here's some of the things we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about the roofing business model. So I'm not just going to give you a bunch of facts. I'm actually going to show you documented business models of companies that I've worked with from 0 to 25 million plus a year. And this is what I do every single day, every week. I'm somewhere doing something, working on some company. I'm going to teach you about how to structure roofing company departments, services, and divisions. I'm going to talk to you about process and outline. And you might want to take out your phone and take photos when I get to some of these areas because I'm giving you a lot of live examples and not anything theoretical. Stuff you can implement. We're going to talk about company messaging and vision and mission. And if you see, look, it doesn't matter if my leg's messed up. I'm still out here running. Nothing can stop me. So... this is an interesting question that I wanted to share with you guys. Is your business growing because of your process or in spite of it? Now, this is a question I've had to answer myself. I grew very quickly from 0 to 25 employees in a matter of 2 years. When I was first starting Business 401, we're now passing year 3, and those first 2 years of going from just me by myself, showing up, trying to sell, to building jobs and so on, I had to learn that word process, and it cost me a lot of money that I wish I could have had still. So let's talk about why these industry issues are important and how this relates to having a process, right? Number one, more new companies than ever. Seems like one new sales guy or another is getting fed up, quits, starts his new job, starts his own company, whatever. Employee turnover. One guy's here one day, the next day he's gone. You wasted all this time, energy, training, resources that you can never get back. Bad business structure. There's so many times I've seen companies doing over 8-9 million a year and their net profit's still below the red line. I don't want that to happen to anyone here, to go out of business, because at the end of the day, most business owners that I have a pleasure of meeting are after one thing: the livelihood of themselves, their family, and their employees. So there's people counting on us to fix these issues in the industry. Increased operating costs. As we all know, that 10-50-50 model doesn't work. I haven't seen really anyone operating at a 10% overhead profit in a long time. So homeowners' perception of contractors, people getting scammed left and right. We know it. Insurance carriers wrongfully denying the claims. That's one big thing about the insurance book. We're going to teach you guys some stuff there. And industry consolidation. Someone's either getting bigger, consolidating, and they're looking out to take all the little guys. Shout out to Matt. Questions to ask yourself, right? And I would like for you to take a photo of this because I don't have time to deep dive into these questions, but I could spend an hour on just these questions alone. If there's one thing that you take home with you, is this list of questions. Number 1, is your business structured properly? Number 2, do you have a people-built process, right? If someone quits or dies tomorrow, what happens to that part of your business? What is it going to cost you? What are you going to lose? Have you built out projections for your business? Do you know what's that path forward? Because the path forward is just as important as where we are today. Number 4, have you negotiated pricing with suppliers recently? And my vision's not that good. I actually can't see all the way over there. So I'm going to look over here. What key differentiators do you present to property owners? A big one that I like to talk about is differentiating yourself through education. And there's a way to show that you're educated without having to use extremely large vocabulary. Myself, I don't. So, and how educated are you on new insurance laws? Shout out to Canner and Penaluga there. Is your business able to compete in the current market? And here's the biggest one. How can you dominate your market? Now, what stands me out from any other company that does marketing, et cetera, things like that, is that we dominate our market with industry experience. There is no one who has studied roofing as much as we have through hands-on practice. And that's why we're able to work on just more than marketing. And that's why all of the operational and educational aspects of roofing is what's taken us really just over my life. So today, the first thing we're going to talk about is roofing business models. Now, a lot of us have questions. What does it look like if I did this amount of revenue? What does it look like if I do this? Well, look no further. I got the answers for you. So I'm going to use a couple of different examples here. This is business model A. And what I'm going to be introducing to you today are the concepts and the practices needed to grow companies past their break points. Right? So we have 5 million a year, 10 million a year, 15 million, 20, 25, 30, 35, all have different break points. So this is model A. This is going to suffice someone between 5 to 10 million. They're going to learn how to grow and perfect this model. Everything that you see, I'm going to separate into 3 departments: sales, operations, and installation. Those are the departments. Those are the cores that we're going to live by. And this is how I structure everything. And I'm going to explain to you in a second why these 3 departments work like this. One thing we want to look at is the operating overhead. Here we're estimating between 10 to 15% gross profit. I'm hoping that you guys are shooting for minimum 35. I've seen people who are still not at that level even before they're paying their sales reps. And what happens at the end of the year when I look at their P&L, they're losing money. They're losing money. They're in the red every single year, and you're not able to stay afloat. And then the net profit in this business model, the goal is to stay between 10 to 15%. If you can get your net profit to 10 to 15%, raise that and maintain it there, that's going to give you enough working capital to grow and expand your business and reinvest. Because that's what you need to do at the end of the day, is look how you can invest into growing your business. Model B. I really like this model, and I'll explain 2 things. Here, the biggest changes that you saw between Model A and Model B is that we created depth within the corporate structure and the organizational structure. And if you see, the way that I created depth in sales is I added levels to help you bring in new recruits and have sort of that MLM. So where the junior sales rep may make 5% while they're in training, so that someone else can help them and get a percentage of their commission as well. Operations, what I did here is I structured supporting staff members in order to help with the collections process and make sure that they have client support and that everything's being ran properly. For production, some of the ways that I added depth to it is I added quality control, a site supervisor, and I added a junior tech. Production is my freaking passion in life. I have fallen in love with the production department. It is the most underserved part of our industry. Your production, there's not even really any functional corporate trainings for production, which is why I just wrote a production book. So here's model C. What I did in this model is I'm just going to scroll between the 2 just to kind of show you, here's C. So model C has 2 parts. I did a main operating headquarter here just to demo what that would look like for you with a remote territory assignment. The reason I did that is that you can now have a 15 million a year plus model with the flexibility to create a smaller territory that does 5 to 10 million. And the reason why I did this like this is so that it's easier to manage the quality and the builds of installation. Now, if this stuff is boring to you, guys better wake up, because I'm talking money. So I want to give you one more documented example. This is one of my clients. I've had the privilege of working with them, creating depth in their business and helping them accomplish their goals. My favorite is now the calls that I'm getting for 20 to 30 million a year companies asking me, Liz, how do I get to 50? Now we're talking. We're solving mathematical problems. We're adding processes to it and we're figuring it out and putting the right team together. That is a great conversation to have. So I would love for everyone here in this room to be at that level. This is what it looks like. Everyone here is capable of achieving this within their business. This is not something far off reach. So here we have the study is managed through general management, operations management, and a production director. On sales, we took a little bit of the depth that we added in the mobile units and we streamlined it into sales manager, business development, a home consultant. They also have like certified home advisors, what they call their sales reps, and a property consultant. So they have the commercial and the residential sales rep is what we had it divided. On the operations side, we did office manager, admin assistant, billing, customer service, and reception. And then on the install side, my pride and joy, production manager, quality control, site supervisor, field tech, and a junior tech. So I know production, that's someone's job. Is it? Oh, that's a department. You know, that's like something that happens in our company. Really? That's a department? That's someone's job? That's all they do? Or is it the execution of the scope of work? Production is everybody's job. What's the biggest hang up I see when I work with a company? Well, sales doesn't know anything about production. Sure, they don't. Teach them. Well, production doesn't know anything about this, or production didn't coordinate my job, or this is that, and the customer and blah. It's everyone's job. If there's something that's everyone's job in the company, it's production and completing a full scope of work. That's why I don't use production department in the 3 departments. That's our installation department. And the reason why, and when that clicked for me, I was working with a client and we were having just an issue troubleshooting. And that's when I created my pre-production process. I'm going to share part of it with you today. I don't have time to share all of it. We would be in this class the entire day. But I'm going to share as much as I can. If you have any questions, contact me. I'm always available to help. So again, I'm going to try to keep going so I can get through all of this. Departments. Tier 1, when you're like less than 20 million, you're going to have sales, operations, and installation. But now, once you've been hitting those margins and you're continuing to perform where you need to be, now we can talk about corporate structure. We can add a finance department, a marketing department, and a technology department. Because at that point, with that many moving pieces, you're going to need a tech team. Then you have your divisions, commercial, residential, new construction, and we can expand and continue to grow those. Then we're talking about services. So this is how it all ends up making sense. You have departments, divisions, and services. And this is called roofing business structure. Next, process and outline. So this is stuff that I made. I didn't learn this anywhere. I made it sitting down with roofing contractors. I'm trained by some of the best contractors in the industry. You know, some of you guys train me. No, but honestly, how I learned this much about roofing is sitting down, shutting up, and listening to guys who've been doing this for 20 years and tell me how they built their jobs. That's how I turned it. And then I used my knowledge of technology, of streamlining, of organization and process. And I was like, okay, now we can make things move. Now we can make adjustments in the industry. So I'm going to explain to you maybe something that makes it hard for you to implement a process fully. Is the process outline that I've created just to explain how things flow within an organization. So first thing, we have a job, which could be a file. So what is the scope of this file? Now, one thing when you're intaking scope, is this a viable project? Should we take this on? Stages, what stages need to be followed per protocol? Checklist, did I complete all the checklist points? Deliverables is a weird concept, right? Really, it's not. So you get with the homeowner, sales reps deliverables, making sure they have a full contract packet. Production's deliverable, what is the list of things that you need from them? I created the pre-production packet because I figured it was the easiest way to organize it. And then transfer. Before you pass something off to the next person, Did you really take your time to make sure that it's ready for transfer? So sales to operations, sales to production, is this ready for transfer? Now, this is how we take the concept of a process in our head and we do implementation. If you want people to grow within your organization, we refer back to this business model where I showed you the documented sample of depth and perception into sales, operations, and installation. But guess what? This isn't a theoretical path. This is part of your job. This is part of a checklist, and I assigned it to you. And production isn't a department. It's, let's say it all together. I'm going to make you guys do something because y'all got to give me some energy. I know it's a few of us, but all we need is one or two. So production is what? Execution of the scope of work. It's not a department and it's not a one-person job. Come on, who wants to say it nice and loud for me? What is production, guys?
Everybody's job.
I love it. Keep it simple. Thank you so much. So, oops, sorry, didn't mean to show you guys all that. Alrighty, so I'm gonna give you a very simple, clear way so that we can take this crazy myth of process being so hard and we can just use real world examples of how we're using organization on a day-to-day basis within the business. So the stage we're talking about, because remember, referring back to this, stages, the stage we're talking about here is lead. And here's the workflow: intake, qualifying, assignment, and scheduling. So I did a nice little training point here for you. If you're sitting too far to take a photo, you know, I don't mind if you take a closer photo, whatever you want. So using the lead stages workflow, right? This is the path that we're gonna go before I get to, what was this called? Transfer. Before I can transfer this, I'm the intake personnel. Here's my workflow, and this is how I have to complete it properly. So number one question to ask yourself: did I complete this fully? Does the next department or personnel need any more information from me and my interaction with the client at this point? If so, where do I put that data in? My CRM, right? So that's where that tech team, as you grow and we add different tiers to the business, where you have tier 1 departments and tier 2 departments, that tech team is going to grow. Next, we're going to move into job stages overview. So I wanted to really just position you guys to understand kind of the process of what I'm going to be explaining to you. And I'm going to show you the real sample with my pre-production process. So we're ready for this information. And I'm going to take a bunch of questions from you guys. This is what I do. It's called a process guide. What happens is you write out a process. You're like, well, you guys just follow this. Like, this is what we wrote. This is our process. Okay, thanks. You know, you just made me sit through this long presentation and now you added a bunch of stuff to my life and you didn't even consult me. Like, what's happening? What did I do wrong? Here's your process guide. Look, I'm doing these changes. We're going to keep this on the move. We're going to be able to tweak this as we go, but I'm here to support you. Let me know what you need from me. Here's your resources. So here's one process for job stages. The biggest difference for me is that I don't think that there's one way to do business. I think you have to adjust based off your market, your clients, your team, your knowledge, your resources, the people that you have the privilege of having alignment with your vision to execute that next level that you want, right? So here I use these simple stages, and remember, each one has its own workflow. We use leads, sales, insurance claim in-house, insurance claim with a PA, pre-production. Again, I'm just gonna keep saying it: pre-production, production, post-production, and retention. Now we're gonna take these into actually implementation. We're gonna remove this obscurity of processes being so hard, and we're gonna make it simple, because at the end of the day, it's roofing, right? So here's an example, and I suggest take a photo of this. If you're struggling, if you're designing your processes, just take a photo of this, keep it for yourself. For lead, you see how I organized the workflow for the lead within that stage, and then you can make it so simple, you could just print it somewhere, so everyone knows what you're working on. Like that's the biggest thing. Make the information, remove that gap between what you know and what your employees don't know. If you are the most knowledgeable person in your company, something's wrong. Me, I don't know nothing. I got everybody on my team. They know everything. They have all the answers. Don't ask me because I don't know. So intake, qualifying, assignment, the rep, and then scheduling the appointment. Sales, I highly recommend the pre-call to warm up the lead. If you're not doing it, you need to do it. Interview, here's the biggest question. I've heard a lot of this good, better, best, right? What's the first option a client really has? Do nothing. Don't do anything. That's a real option here. I'm trying to sell you something. The first option is, hey man, don't fix your roof. Just let it keep leaking. That's your one a viable option you have right now. This is one option. Do this with someone else who may not be around to fix it 5 years from now, or get this fixed completely with me. That's the best option for you if you want a good, better, best. Insurance claim public adjuster, filing the claim, working with a public adjuster, doing the scope of work. If you're working in a lot of insurance, I highly recommend implementing a design meeting, which is an amazing part of the process. Sorry, guys, I got to speed it up. Anyways, I would really hope to dive deeper with this, but I don't have time today. But here's my pre-production process. I separated into 3 stages: submission, review, and approval. Submission by the sales rep, review, and here's the communication and accountability cheat sheet. Who does what? Sales team is responsible for building the roof report, assessment, setting proper expectations with the client, etc. Installation team needs to debrief on that report, create everything necessary for them. And then we have operations or supporting team member to do the verification call. So here's the sales rep objectives: required docs list, build contracts, NOC, roof install spec sheet, etc. And if just send me a message, you can text our main numbers 844-4BIZ 4249411. Okay, last one. I'm gonna end it with this: the difference between scale versus scaling. Scale is your vision and your process that you currently have and you're working on. That's the scale you're building, right? Whatever you're doing today, this is your scale. Sales, scaling, and recruiting is your actual scaling. So scale, sales, recruiting equals scaling. You have your scale defined, you're bringing in new people, and you're increasing your revenue. Here's some of my happy clients that love working with me because, you know, got to be the best at what you do every single day. So if you haven't checked out any of my books, check out some of my books. I write a lot of easy information for your sales team, for your production team, for your admins. Get some stuff for your admins. This is my newest book, The Ultimate Roofing SOP, Process and Procedures Clearly Explained. All right, thank you guys.
Great.
Thank you. Yes. Last one, I'll let you give this before I go. You can give this away to one person. I didn't give it away.
Who is in here is like trying to learn
Commercial. That'd be the way to go.
And so we damn it. Do we have another commercial book? Okay. All right, let's do like a question or answer for it.
Okay. What question would you like to ask?
What did you learn from what I just spoke about? I know it's like, what did you learn? The production. Okay, I love that.
Production is completion of the scope of work.
Ooh. Okay. You got me. Thank you, guys.
One of the things, with what we do at Blue Collar Media Group, one of the things I go out to these businesses and, before you get involved with the company and do the business first, but you may want to give some thought to what makes your company different. Sorry. All right. So what makes your company different than the competition? It's the first question that we ask our business when we step in front of anybody is what actually makes you different. And most of the time, 99% of the time, we get the same BS answer: customer service, price, product, the same things we hear over and over and over again. And if you were to ask yourself that right now, and you were to say, what makes my business different, my roofing contractor, my marketing company, ABC, your attorney, your law firm, different than anybody else, and all you can come up with are the same answers, the reason they don't work is because it's exactly what your competition is saying. And all your customer ends up hearing is a bunch of noise. This is a big distinguishing factor. If you can't figure out what makes you different, then you can't expect your customer to actually know what makes you different in the competition. So my suggestion would be getting involved with somebody like Elizabeth right here who can help you distinguish what makes your company different, what actually you do to market to, what will your customers actually pay attention to besides we put on a great roof or, we use the best products, because every single person is saying the same thing. And with her products and her ability, you can brand and distinguish yourself and make yourself stand heads above where everyone else is within your market. Another company that is able to help you do that. I've used this product. I mean, these guys, I think they've got probably the easiest platform there is out there. When it comes to, well, I'm just going to say it's Sumo Quote, everybody. But you're building custom quotes, and what they're going to do is they help to blow your customer's mind with just the way that they look and the ease of use. And I want to give you some statistics here about Sumo Quote and the companies that have switched over to them, because I thought they were pretty relevant. The companies that have switched to Sumo Quote, they have increased their close rate by 64%. They've increased the scope of their job by 12%. They double their capacity to quote jobs, and get this, the time to develop a quote decreases from somewhere around 40 minutes down to 4.5 minutes. These guys have figured out the technology game as well as the game of how to make it user-friendly, and then also, I just call it entertaining for the home or the business owner that's in front of you. They're endorsed by some of my favorite people, including the people over the Roofing Academy, Job Nimbus, Roofing Sales Mastery with Becca Switzer and her team, and Dimitri over there with Roofing Insights. So if they've got it going right now, I will.
Actually wanted to take
go, please.
2 minutes
Yeah.
and jump in. And if you guys have your phone, can you do me a favor real quick? Can you open it up to World's Greatest Roofer on Facebook, please? And if you're at home right now or wherever you are at your office, I got one.
Okay,
yeah, come on. I want you guys to go ahead and share, like, and comment on this so we can keep this live alive. Right now, we've had just over 3,000 people watch this live video, and the way that we keep that going is with interaction and continuing the live, so that way more people can see it. We still have another 7 hours left of this event, so we want people to stay.
Following your instructions.
No problem. So go ahead and share, like, comment, and we appreciate it. Do you guys get this straight? No? You know what? We want to jump into another sponsor or talk about somebody else for just a moment while they're getting straight. Or you could just hit the arrow and they could just go. He's up here, so he could just
One
hit
of the
the
big
arrow.
sponsors that we've got today is Eagle View. So listen, I mean, everybody, if you've been in roofing for more than a day, has heard of Eagle View.
Yeah.
They've got some stuff that they're doing right now with metal roofs. So a lot of the, some people have said, well, metal roofs haven't worked as well with Eagle View. That is no longer the case. If you've got that and you're looking for accurate measurements when it comes to metal now, their new program is going to allow you to do that. So I'd highly suggest going over to Eagle View to learn what they can do now when it comes to accurate estimating for the metal roofs. I mean, they were just showing me something outside right here at their booth. I definitely do think it's heads above where they were and where others are within the industry. So head over to Eagle View to see what they're doing differently right now. A great sponsor that is here for the event. Already went over Canner, so I can go down the list right here. I think I've got Hearth down there, right? Hearth Financing. So I know in a few minutes we're going to be talking about financing. We've got some good ones here, Moment, along with Hearth. So financing is something that if you don't have for your customers, you definitely are falling behind. In today's world, especially with the economy, who has $25,000 sitting right now in an account? Not many people. So if your company is not offering financing internally, then I would highly suggest getting involved with companies like these that are able to offer your company or able to offer your customer financing so that you can get the roof on. Which one you use depends on your taste. Everybody's got something a little bit different. Every product offers something different, the usability and how they work with your customers. But financing is no longer something that is an option. You should be offering that as any kind of blue collar industry so that you can actually get the job done, get the money in your pocket, make the payments acceptable for your homeowner. That's a pretty good infomercial right there. I'm just going through them here. You got it ready here? You're good now? Man, Sumo Quote is ready now. So I'll tell you, so I don't drown too much over here. Without further ado, I'll hand it over. And this is Sumo Quote, everybody. Here you go, buddy.
Awesome. Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zach Irvin. Of course, I'm with Sumo Quote, as you know by now. Doing biz dev with Sumo Quote for about 8-9 months now. A little bit about myself, of course, on the biz dev team, but prior to this, I was in the contracting world. I owned urban home construction, doing some smaller ticket items, not quite as large as roofing, like window cleaning, power washing, painting, gutter replacement, gutter guards, stuff like that. So a little bit smaller ticket item, but definitely involved in the contracting world. And a little bit about Sumo Quote. Of course, Patrick did a great job of explaining it, but we're a proposal tool, but to an extent, we're a customer experience tool. So we really help you guys deliver a really phenomenal customer experience to your customer. Super easy, not going to be a headache for you guys to actually achieve that. Diving right into it, the expectations for customer experience in the last few years have significantly grown. Just think about, I mean, we've got a story at Sumo Quote. Of course, we're a tech company. We use computers every day. We ordered a computer for one of our new hires a few months ago. Of course, he was
just a little bit. Our microphone is dead. So
my apologies.
Yep.
Can everyone hear me okay? Yes? Okay. So yeah, we ordered a computer for our new hire. Of course, he's in the office, ready to work. We don't have the tools for him to work. And within 2 hours, our computer had showed up. He's ready to work right away, right? We just clicked a couple buttons. Someone's delivered it to the office in just 2 hours. So just one story of many other examples. Like you look at the grocery store. I mean, I don't go to the grocery store anymore. I order it online and pick it up. Probably partially because I don't like walking through the snack aisle. It's a little too tempting, but of course, a little bit less of a headache than spending an hour or so walking through your aisles. Think about the bank. You know, like I'm a younger guy. I genuinely don't think I've been to the bank over 15 times my whole life. That's just one example of many, but plenty of examples of why customer experience is going to be not only on the rise right now, but continuously on the rise. And in the contracting world, we're falling a little bit behind there. So the opportunity to increase your customer experience as a contractor is absolutely there, and set yourself apart from your competition. Customer experience as a whole, of course, for a customer to actually engage, they've got to be aware of your brand. That's how they're going to get that initial engagement. So visual design, you've got your branding, you've got your brand awareness, brand positioning, and then you dive into the sales experience once you've actually engaged with your customer. So of course, pricing is a huge one for pretty much every customer, but delivering a satisfactory customer experience is going to be massive, and may at least push pricing down the ladder of what's important to them. You look at educating your customer, right? If you're educating your customer far more than the competition is, they're going to build a level of trust that you don't have with others. You've got reviews. People are reviewing your company. They're really impressed by like what other people are saying, what other consumers are saying about your company. Product information, and then just communication with your customer. Now, that all can be promised, but it's got to be delivered, like the last presentation was saying, through the production. So once that production experience is met with the sales experience, the expectations that you've set there, that's how you're really going to grow that brand awareness, ultimately get more opportunities to put them through the sales experience that is so superior that you're about to build. I know it's a cliche example, but we're going to look at Amazon. Everyone knows it. Everyone uses it. And of course, yeah, like I said, cliche, but it is a great example and relatable for all of us. So Amazon is, of course, a widely known brand. They're good reason for it because they deliver probably the best customer experience out there for everyone. And they've got extreme depth of thought when it comes to their customer experience. Of course, everyone's aware, so they're not too worried about the awareness, but their sales experience and their production experience is top tier. So a little bit of an example from personally here at the office, our boss has bought a Traeger grill. Anyone here have a Traeger grill? No? You do? There you go, one of us. First thing you do when you buy a Traeger grill is look for all the accessories, right? So you go on Amazon, you look up Traeger Ironwood 650 accessories. You ultimately get to these oven mitts. And this is just going to be one of our examples for today, but take a look at the main page. Does anything stand out to anyone? I'm sure we've been on the Amazon page, but when you're thinking about sales experience, anything big for anybody? Okay, well, images, of course, there's images there, but they've got your delivery expectation, super easy to purchase. They've got their ratings, their reviews all available right on the front page there. Now you dive into the second page. And they don't dumb it down for you. The oven mitts use oxidized fibers. They're heat resistant up to 1,000,000 degrees. I don't know what any of that means. But what I do know is that this is going to protect my hands. That's what it starts with. It's consumable. It's easy to understand what they're saying, and they do a great job of not only helping you understand, but really diving into the specifics of it. Now, when you get to the bottom of any Amazon page, you're a hot buyer. You're really looking for a reason not to buy. And again, the reviews and ratings are there, just affirming that this product is what you do want. You're going to get exactly the quality of product you're looking for. And they're already trying to upsell you with the frequently bought together option. They've got a couple other products there that many people are purchasing alongside this, already trying to upsell you before you even purchase the product. And then a little cool one, they've got this feedback at the very bottom. It says, would you like to tell us about a lower price? So of course, in the contracting world, we can't do that all the time, but just another form of affirmation that you're getting the best product that you want at the best price possible, or the value is there for it at the very least. So looking at the contracting world, how can we create this type of sales experience, an Amazon level sales experience? Try and apply this to your own contracting business, your own company, as we go through kind of the different elements. First one's going to be user experience design. Just looking at this photo, I mean, it hurts my brain. If I was taking this elevator up to my hotel room, I'd be terrified to see what the room looked like. So setting having things exactly where they're supposed to be. We've got a little bit of a story about Sumo Quote and Epic Roofing with our owner, Ryan Shantz. They have, of course, he was a sales manager back then. They had a story about a multifamily home they were doing. And the bid came in at $139,000. He got around to following up with the client or the property manager, and she said, hey, I want to let you know, Ryan, your bid came in about $30,000 more than the other bid. However, I have decided to go with you. And he said, well, of course, I'm ecstatic about that, but why would you decide to go with us with such a significant difference in price? And she said, well, I was reviewing the two quotes. I had them both in hand. I had a few questions about both quotes, but I flipped your page and the answer was right there. I had another question. I flipped the page and the answer to my question was right there. I just know that if I decide to go with you and your company, it's going to be a seamless experience for me. It's not going to be a headache, and I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case with our competition here. So doesn't need to be super custom, but the more that you're personalizing every single different quote or really telling a story with your quote with the customer as the face of that story, it's going to be huge in just developing some of that affirmation. Looking at it as Amazon, of course, they're simple, they're easy, but they're educating. So they're easy to consume, but they tell you all the ins and outs of what's going to happen with your product. Next up, user interface design. This is a graphic of two different bottles of 7-Up. 7-Up ran this kind of test. It's the same soda inside the two different cans or two different bottles. However, customers reported, there we are. Customers reported being able to taste a lemonier taste on the bottle with the yellow tint. And then the green tint the green standard 7-Up bottle tasted like normal 7-Up. Of course, there was no difference in the soda, but this is just an example of setting the expectations and kind of painting a picture of what the product is that you're purchasing. So again, you look at Amazon, they're painting a picture by offering you customer reviews. There's feedback, there's pricing comparisons on all the stuff you're purchasing. So at Sumo Quote, we like to personalize things by throwing a photo of the customer home on the front of the quote. Makes things super custom. Of course, you begin the quote with just this, and you start it as a story about the homeowner. They're the centerface, and their home is the priority in your story. Moving on to content that you're putting into your quote. This is a really cool page that we include in every single one of our Atlas quotes. This is actually a real roof. So you look at this. They installed this roof 10 years ago with competitor shingles and their own shingles. And of course, you can see the shingles on the right side look a lot prettier than the shingles on the left side do 10 years later. And this is, you're going to remember this, right? This is, you could write this down, you could put this in text, but it's a lot easier to consume when it's visual. Studies show that consumers are reporting, intaking information visually 10 times faster, and it stays with them 10 times longer. And yeah, making your quotes visual is the easiest way to help your customer understand, but remember your pitch after you leave the door. So again, diving into Amazon, that's kind of where we're basing all this. They've got photos not only of the product you're doing, but the product in action. So yeah, you're going to remember that. Product, offering different options and educating your customer on your product is going to be huge. So including options, saying, like this is a metal roofing one, but let's say we're doing shingles. You want to go with, you've got your good, better, best options, and educating them on what's the best plan for me, and giving them your suggestion, but ultimately allowing them to choose. So we make that really easy at Sumo Quote. We've got templates available for you to do a good, better, best. You can walk them through all three. You can give their recommendation, but ultimately leave that in the hands of the customer. And then upsell by showing options and be sure they understand why is this premium option a better choice than maybe our better option. So again, Amazon, you can do similar products. So if you're not so sure about what you're going to purchase, you can check out some other things, or you can do that frequently bought together where they're purchasing kind of a whole package all in one. Financing. How many of us are offering financing now? Hands in the air. One. Few of us. Okay. And out of those guys, how many are offering it on every single job? None of us? Okay. Highly recommend offering it on every single job, and it's going to be unbelievably easy for you to do so in Sumo Quote. The customer doesn't need to look like they need financing for you to offer it. It's going to be easy for you to offer it. And if like a lot of people now are taking their insurance checks, let's say we've got an insurance job, they're taking the check and they're financing it because what does $20,000 cash do for you? Maybe a family vacation, maybe you pay off some debt and you're slowly financing that. It's kind of an invaluable thing that you can do once you get your insurance proceeds. E-signing, that's a huge one for us as well. Are many of us doing e-signing out here? Yeah. E-signing is great. Of course, you can sign it on the job. You can sign it after the job. And we've got a story about, again, a guy at Epic Roofing, one of the salespeople. And this was kind of during the prime of COVID. I think it was about May last year. He had sent out hundreds of quotes throughout the month. Of course, you're not really doing that face-to-face sales during COVID, especially in Canada where we're from. So he actually ended up closing $2.4 million in 1 month just by leaving the quotes in front of the customer. What better way to motivate a salesman than to wake up to a $2,000 commission check twice a week or 3 times a week, right? What better way for you guys as a company to start your day off than find out you just had 3 deals closed overnight? So not only allowing e-signing to be done on the spot, but allowing it to be done anytime through email or anything like that. Social proof. I'm sure this is big for all of us. Of course, reviews are going to be the biggest one, but in Sumo Quote, you can actually embed a link. So we like to do YouTube videos. I can't actually read the name, but let's say Joe, Jane, and Jeff are all advocates of our company after doing work with us. They can go in online and click and see this YouTube video of Joe, Jane, or Jeff explaining exactly why they love the job they did with us. It's a little more real than reading a couple words on a page or on a Google website. You've actually got these people talking with, advocating for your company. Again, you look at Amazon, you can see their rating and customer reviews, I think 2 or 3 times throughout one page. So very, very able to affirm that you're going to be able to, or you're going to enjoy the service. Educating your customers. Now, this is a big one, and using photos is a big one too, because I can sit here and explain that in this example, there's a dead spot here in Canada that's going to freeze over. It's going to cause really big issues with your siding. But they're going to say, what? Like you're going to build a cricket? I don't know what a cricket is, but you show them exactly where you're going to build this, how it's going to help using visual examples. And then you can explain on the right side saying, this is the dead spot. We're going to build a cricket. It's going to avoid building ice. So that's going to be huge. Just educating your customer. This is just one of many examples, but using an inspection page to show them the problems with their roof as opposed to telling them is going to build that next level of trust that not a lot of contractors are getting right now. Upgrades. Are we all offering upgrades on every job? Not on every job? Most of them? Okay. So offering upgrades on every job. I mean, again, this is going to be massive for you. In Sumo Quote, you can build it out to a template where you don't have to go through the headache of saying, oh, these are the upgrades that I think are going to be right. Every GAF roof has, let's say, 5 upgrades available. Offer it, even if you're not sure your customer is going to go ahead with it. It's going to be sitting there for when they do go ahead and sign that quote. Maybe they do want to spend an extra $500, or if you're financing that job, $12 a month, that doesn't sound so bad, right? So Sumo Quote customers are reporting 2.4 upgrades offered per job. And on every signed proposal, they're signing 1.4 upgrades additionally for an extra $1,678 in revenue. So think about what an extra $100,000, if you're doing 100 jobs, $167,000 a year is going to do for you. You don't have to show up to an additional job site. It's going to be sitting there right for you. So if you're not offering upgrades on every job, whether it's through Sumo Quote or not, it's going to be massive for you guys to make some extra cash and not have to go through the headache of scheduling in some extra customers. You're going to be right there upselling. Lastly, here we've got the immediate purchase option. So in Sumo Quote, you can build out a quote on site 2 to 4 minutes once you've got your measurements. Going to be able to customize it with that photo of the customer home and have them sign it on the spot. I mean, I know, especially in my experience as a contractor, you go to a quote and you're like, oh man, these guys are closing. You know, they just say they need to wait till tomorrow. They need to ask their mom, ask their wife, ask someone, right? They just need to get you out of the house without signing it, or you don't have the ability to. You go back, you call them 2 days later, and they're like, hey, you know, I really appreciated it, but unfortunately, I decided to go with another contractor. Don't even give them that option. Have them the ability to sign it right now, or leave it in their hands to sign once that other contractor shows up. At least give them the option to compare it and immediately click that button and you're set. So that's about it for me, guys. I did go a little quick here. My apologies. But if anyone likes what they see, of course, I have a couple QR codes here. I guess they're not. There they are. If you want to scan those QR codes, you can go into a demo. You can start a free trial right away, or you can stop by the booth. I'm going to be there the rest of the day. Come ask me some questions. Come grab a card. Come make a friend. Love to hear a little bit more about where you guys are at. But I guess I've got a couple extra minutes here. Does anyone have any questions? Awesome, guys. Well, thanks so much for having me. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, TJ, for putting on a great show. And
That's great. Awesome, brother. Who's that? Moment. Yeah, Mo.
Yeah, Mo from Moment. See you around?
Mo Money. Yeah, he's I think he's just another. There he is, right there.
Oh, there he is, right. I was running. There we go. You know, Mike, we'll get a mic for him and stuff. One thing I want to talk about right now is I get the question a lot when people are talking about how can I brand my business? What questions should I answer? There's a simple site that not a lot of people know about. If you've never been to it and you want to know the most popular questions that people are asking in any business across the world on any subject, go to answerthepublic.com. You can go to answerthepublic.com and type in whatever your industry is. So for instance, if you went to answerthepublic.com right now and put in roofing, it will tell you the top questions in roofing that are trending across the world right now. It'll tell you the what questions, the how questions. So if you want to know anything that you should be answering for your customer, then I would highly suggest going to answerthepublic.com. It's a really cool source, not just for roofing, for any industry where you actually want to understand what your customers are putting into Google or Bing or whatever search engine that they use. Answer the Public's a really cool thing. Give it a shot and see if you can answer those questions about your own industry. We just talked about consumer financing. Moment, these guys right here, I know them personally. They are not a financing company that sits in an ivory tower. You get out here. They're at all the trade shows, at all the conferences, and I think that means something. When you're talking about a financing company, you want to have somebody that you have a face-to-face relationship with. Mo is definitely that guy, as I drop my phone right here, that can do that. Get to know him, get to know Moment. They offer incredible financing with an incredible platform as well. Very easy to use and understand. I'll turn it over to him. Moment.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Patrick. Ready to go, TJ? No? Got a false start here?
Oh, okay. I didn't know we were still waiting. I'll keep on rolling with it.
Hey.
Hey.
Well, any back and forth I can help?
Yeah. Oh, it's coming on right now. Are you going to talk about how you started Moment? Or are you guys going to jump into it?
I'm not a founder of Moment.
Well, how it started? Are you going to talk about it?
In a moment.
I could talk.
Or is it part of your is it part of your presentation?
Give me a moment.
Okay. Oh man. Okay. Everyone's doing this right here.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have a moment? That's right. I'd say a little bit about how I got started, Patrick.
Well, come on around.
That works. All right. So, I really like the comment you made about not being an ivory tower. That's not who we are. We're truly a company that's been built and come up through the industry.
Mm-hmm.
So myself, after getting out of the service, I went and started my own contracting company. Did that for 7 years. then went into full-time in-home sales. Whenever I had that experience, I quickly realized how much financing touches every part of the business. The owner, the sales rep, this is the lifeblood, is affordability for your customers. So I had the opportunity to come work at a financing company. I've worked with a couple, and now I'm here with Moment because, as you'll see, I'll talk a little bit about the things that we do differently, but really the need for the solutions that our industry offers.
I do have one question for you before you get started. And I think it's a fair question to ask. Is there more of a need right now for financing? And I guess maybe that's the wrong question. Can you actually get people financed? Because I think one of the biggest problems I see in the field is people want to do financing, but then you constantly put options in front of them, and it can be like, damn, they can't get financed another time. And if you're out there and you're face to face with somebody, that can completely kill a deal at times.
It can.
So is it possible still right now to get the people financed and to get them what they need?
Absolutely. Look, there's several lenders that you can work with that have specialty lanes to operate in. What we're finding right now is that financing companies and the money is alive and well out there. There are a lot of people who want to come and lend your customers money today. Think about how great, from a lender perspective, those bankers that are in the ivory tower, how great your customers are to work with. Okay, what have they had to do to need your services? They had to have good enough credit to qualify for a mortgage and to buy a home. And now they care enough to make this improvement in your home, which means they probably cared enough to sustain their credit score to a level that we can approve them. So we see high approval rates. There are some credit challenged people that have these needs, and there are lenders that specifically work with those that are credit challenged. I highly recommend explore the landscape, who the companies are, because it's smart to have a couple different options in front of you so you don't run into that barrier.
Well, I'll tell you what, it looks like your presentation's ready to go. We'll turn it over to you guys then officially then, all right? Here we go.
Okay, thanks,
Patrick.
I appreciate you. Appreciate the opportunity, guys. I know some of you who are watching via technology and some that are in the room might not be able to stay for the full 30 minutes. So I don't want you to miss out, because financing might be that subject that says all of a sudden I have a meeting I have to make, right? I have to use the restroom. I get that, guys. I don't want you to miss out on the special offer and opportunity we have. So there it is. Plug that into your phone, take advantage. There's a form on that page. Fill it out. We'll get in touch with you. You're not going to miss out on this opportunity. So if you haven't picked up by now, I'm a little different than maybe some of the other financing reps you talked with. We're going to make this fun. We're going to engage with you here. We're going to talk a little bit about numbers and interest rates and things like that, but it's going to be worthwhile, because I tell you what if I had a solution today that could overcome the number one stressor for business owners? What if there was a solution, the same solution, that could create and overcome the number one objection for your homeowners? Would that be worth trying? Yes. Absolutely. Now let me ask, contractors, owners in this room, what's the number one stress that you have in your business today? Anybody? Crowdsourcing in this area. I do pull from the audience, guys. I feed off of your energy. I can talk interest rates and terms, or we can have some fun. Okay. So what's the most important thing to you as a business owner? Cash flow. Thank you. Cash flow is king, right? Whether it's the money going out or the money coming in, cash is always top of mind for keeping your business moving. And what's the number one objection you and your sales reps hear from your homeowners every time? It always comes down to price, right? Price is going to be an issue every single time. We have an advantage here in the roofing industry. I need to be over here, don't I? We have an advantage here in the roofing industry to work with insurance companies to help offset the cost to the homeowners, right? But has anyone had an objection to a deductible, right? Price is going to come up even if the cost is minimal. So we need to create a solution that helps get you over that barrier. And that same solution has been proven time and time again to provide a significant return on investment. Where we have many additional costs to your business, this is one that will give you a proven ROI every single time. So I don't know about you guys, but I learned visually, and I'm going to have a real hard time staying behind this here. What I know is that cash flow is king for your business. So when you choose to work with the lending company, when you choose to work with the insurance carriers, cash flow is going to follow one of these two paths, and you get to choose which option you're working with. So let's think about today. If you're not offering affordability options to your customers are coming to their bank. They're sourcing this on their own. This is taking time for them to go to their bank, to get qualified, to pay the fees, to get the loans, to go back to you, right? It takes a lot of time for this to happen. And then if you're working with an insurance carrier, it takes a lot of time to get that claim bought, to get that first check to come in so that it goes to them and then it comes to you. But what happens? Look at these people. I love this picture. They love their roof, don't they? Their roof is their baby. She's literally kissing it. She loves that roof. But when that money comes, all of a sudden you're renegotiating, right? You start getting cents on the dollar offers from them, right? If they're controlling the money, the opportunity for that lowest bidder to take your business from you exists. I don't think any of us here want that. What do you get when you work with a lender that funds you directly? You get the fastest cash flow. Because we have a solution that provides instant decisions, immediate availability to funding with us, same day, that moment, so that you are getting paid. How is that going to improve your cash flow? How is that going to improve the cost and the expenses that you have in your day-to-day business? Let's think about all the steps that it takes, whether this is a bank or an insurance carrier. Am I having to file a claim? Am I having to meet with the adjuster? Am I having to negotiate the price? Am I doing back and forth and submitting documentation all just to get it bought, to get that first check to start the work? And then I'm going to go all the way back again if there's a supplement, if there's depreciation, I'm going to have to get the endorsements. There's a lot of work and time that goes into this path, where if I just financed with my own company, I could get paid right away, and I could allow the homeowners to work on their time, on their schedule with their carrier to get all that cash flow available, right? So to me, that is why we are the #1 solution to add into your business if you're not doing it today. So let's think about this and help me out here, because coming from the HVAC world, the roofing was just amazing when I came in here and I learned all the struggles that we have. What I found is that our industry, the roofing industry today, is driven by claims. Now, the insurance companies don't want to give up their profits. They are changing the game, literally right here underneath us. And these are all the different ways that they're changing the game by making your homeowners pay more out of pocket. The first one is a claim denied. What do you do in that situation? What if you go to all that work, you knock that door, you generate that opportunity, you get that adjuster out there, and that claim is just flat out not getting bought, right? You put a lot of time, value, and effort into getting that claim for that customer. You created that need, and that homeowner wants that new roof that you can provide, and the insurance is not going to cover the bill. That becomes a retail opportunity. The strongest tool you can have to close a retail opportunity and get that customer their roof is by offering affordable solutions. Supplements denied, same path. Has anybody here ever filed for supplements and then just as requested, they come right away the same day? No, it's always a struggle, right? You always have to provide, validate, and it takes time to get that supplement approved. A lot of times they're saying no. Now here in Florida, what are you seeing more of? Are you seeing the insurance companies revert to higher deductibles? Are you seeing them shift to a percentage deductible? Yes is the answer. There was a 2-option question and John answered yes, for the record. Anybody, is there a Florida roofer over here? No. Florida roofer over here? No. Okay. On this one, what I'm saying is that it is typically geographically driven, that the carriers are either switching to requiring a higher deductible out of pocket for your customers, or they're reverting to a percentage deductible is now the supplement. Both of these are significantly higher than what your homeowners previously thought.
right? Now, I hope I got this one right, John. Is that ACV is the new RCV? How many of you guys have gone in and talked with a homeowner and gone through the policy and found out that their understanding that just their deductible is going to cover everything does not exist? And now all of a sudden, all the depreciation falls on them, right? That's an eye-opening moment, because guess what? That first check is not going to cover the cost to get the roof built. And then what about policy non-renewal letters? Have you ever had a customer reach out to you directly? It becomes a retail opportunity where the insurance companies are saying, we know your roof is old because you put the age of that roof on our form whenever you created this policy, and it's expiring at the end of its life here, and you need to replace it for us to sustain your policy. Now the homeowner has an immediate need to replace their roof, and the insurance company is not touching a penny of that opportunity. That's where financing can work. So let's think about this. With all these opportunities that the insurance company is providing, what are some other ways that this works? If we want to upgrade the roofing system, right now we're replacing like in kind, because that's what the providers say they're going to cover. What a great opportunity we have. If the roof is getting replaced for like in kind and it's 20 years old, every shingle manufacturer has made dramatic improvements to their roofing systems. Let's upgrade them to a modernized solution, whether that's the synthetic felt, the increased ventilation, upgrading the shingles to the look, maybe moving them up to a EuroShield option. All of these are fantastic. It's a fantastic opportunity to offset the cost, right? And use financing as a bridge to make it affordable to the homeowner for the system and the roof that they truly deserve. How about additional scope of work? Does anyone here only offer roofs? Or does anyone here offer guttering, painting, maybe even windows or siding, right? There's a lot of cross-selling opportunities that exist. Whenever you have affordable options in front of a customer, this is where you can go and say, we'll work with your carrier on the roof. We're going to get the roof that you want and deserve. And in addition, for just a minimal adjustment on the monthly payment, we're going to be able to do that siding, that guttering, whatever it is that's going to complete all of those options on the honey-do list that just haven't been worked off yet. We talked about deductible and depreciation. As I was just in the room and I saw a text message that came today. This is a contractor who said his homeowner replied he has a $10,000 deductible. He immediately signed up with us. This is real. This is happening. And we know those depreciation checks are going to be harder to get as the games change. Financing is the bridge. But what about the entire claim? My man Zach just talked about it in the previous session a little bit about the opportunity to really what I call have the halo effect for your customer. And what I mean by this is you can be two blessings in one. They have a problem with their roof and you're that solution. But when you can put an affordable monthly payment in front of them, you can put that promotion offer for them that works with their cash flow as well. You can not only fix their roof and put them into an affordable payment option, but they have the opportunity to use the payments by the insurance companies on other cash flow needs at the time. We're seeing that used on higher interest credit. We're seeing that on emergency medical expenses. We don't know what's happening with our customers' day-to-day life. We don't know what their cash flow needs are. But if you present a solution like this, it really opens up the opportunity for you to win that business because you're solving two problems instead of one. Now, a plug to Moment here is that if we know that cash flow is king and that's what's most important in our business, a key feature with Moment is that when your customers get qualified right there in the house, same day, you now have a line of credit available with that customer. That means if you want to take a deposit to get them on the production schedule, you can go ahead and do that. If you need to take a draw to get the material ordered and shipped to their home, you can go ahead and do that. Whatever your cash flow is, requirements for your businesses, we will fully accommodate. Has anyone here ever had a multi-trade job, let's call it a roof and gutters, where the roof was done and your subs had their hand out. Your material supplier had their hand out. But all the money was held up and waiting until that gutter guy could come 3 weeks from now and install the gutters. Our solution allows you to get paid that money off of the roof and then the remaining portion whenever the gutters are installed. It's a truly flexible cash flow. So why are we talking about financing? Why are we talking about why financing, right? What does this good-looking guy know, along with the 500 contractors that are in this magazine? They know that every other industry is leading with affordability. These are the same customers, the exact same customers that you're talking about your roof with. HVAC, windows, baths. Our homeowners are buying these products and it is baked into the cake. They're buying it through affordability. So if you want your phone to ring more, if you want to control the cost and take that away from the insurance carriers and move to a retail environment, the number one way to do that is start offering affordability and flexibility into your marketing solutions. Now this one's gonna hurt. And I'm gonna guess this is my water. This one's gonna hurt, guys. Over the last year, how many of you have received a price increase from your material supplier, from your distributor? 12. I was thinking 3 or 4. 12 price increases. Can you tell me the difference from 1 to 12 in price? So just the price increases alone in the last year have gone up $150 a square from our manufacturers. What about our subcontractors? Have they requested additional funds as well? Right? They want to make more. I mean, things are happening in the economy. They want to renegotiate their square rate, right? What about our internal office people? We all experienced the great resignation over the last year. Did anybody lose key people in the company? Was it harder to gain key people into the company without offering more, right? That's a significant price increase. And I won't touch this one because it's a third rail with politics, but I do know that the fuel costs have gone up over the last year, and that is a line item on our expenses. But even business services have gone up. All of the auxiliary companies that we work with have had to raise their prices in today's economy. So have any of these additional expenses and cost adjustments that you've had to make to your pricing generated an increase in profit to your business? Yeah? Because of the way that you're doing your pricing. Yep. A lot of times, this is raising our price and showing a minimal return on that investment based on the way people price. Most contractors price their jobs. John, you're the exception. Now, here are the headlines that are coming out these days, right? This one's just 2 days old here. You know, inflation is rising in America. It's over 8%, right? Scoville's happy over there for it. Right? Inflation's rising. What is that telling us? That's telling us that all of these are going up. It's going to cost us more to get our jobs done, right? Our cost of goods sold are going up. And then the next one is the Fed. You know, last month went up 75 basis points. They're probably going to do it again, is what they're talking about. What does that mean to us? That means that money is going to get more expensive. That interest rates are going to go up, right? This is the world that we're living in today, and this is what our homeowners also have top of mind with. So let's think about this. I had a really hard time finding Google to deliver a one-number solution for me on the average cost of a roof, right? A lot of people are shaking their heads, right? So I got a range between $7,000 and $13,200 is the average cost to replace a roof today. Well, if we think about this, if our price increased by just 6% annually, if we're at 13.2 today, where are we going to be at 5 years from now, 10, 15, the year I hope to retire? How much is it going to cost our homeowners to replace that roof? At what point is financing required to survive in this industry? It's coming very quickly. Not a question. All right. So let's look at today's rates. I can hear you guys. Okay. So let's look at today's rates, guys. Now, this is my HELOC. I think I negotiated a pretty good deal whenever I got my HELOC a few years ago. Just got a letter in the mail. It's now 7%. When I take money off of it, it's under a 7-year term. That's the average HELOC rate. It's the home equity line of credit. I had to have the home, provide proof of ownership, pay a fee, and then the bank gave me a certain dollar amount based off of the equity that I had in the home. Not every homeowner has that equity if they're a new home buyer, right? They don't have the opportunity to go out and get a HELOC. Even the mortgages today, when I looked last night, the national average is at 6.25%. We're bulking right now, but I'm here to tell you in the early 2000s, that was a fantastic rate, guys, right? We don't think so now, right? But 6.25%, that's for your home. Your mortgage is at 6.25% these days. And your average credit card, and this is average because there's a lot of really good people driving that number down, is 16.44. You'll find many homeowners that say their credit card rate is north of 20%. These are the interest rates that today exist with your contract, with your homeowners. What if you came in and provided us a payment solution exclusive to you and doing business with you as a contractor, and you had 0% offers out there? That would move the needle, right? Everybody loves free money, right? You're providing a 0% interest solution for them. But look at our fixed installment options we have here at Moment. 2 of them are less than a mortgage today. The third one is significantly less than that credit card. If your customers are buying with a credit card today, you know what they're buying? 30 to 45 days worth of time to figure out their own financing. And a lot of times it doesn't work in their favor, and that ends up biting them. When you put one of these payment solutions in front of them, they will take it. This is a blessing to them. And I talked about the return on investment. I was worried about time. I'm going to be fine. Whenever I talked about the return on investment, this is what we know. Yes, there's a fee for this. Yes, there's a ton of value that we provide. This will show an 18% close rate. You will win more jobs by offering affordability. And not only that, you'll see the customers will want to buy more. Once they know they're qualified, they will buy more. For example, everybody here has bought a house before, probably took this path. Before they even went and talked to their realtor, or their realtor even let them see a house, they had to go get pre-qualified for a mortgage, right? And what happens? They type in their stuff, they get pre-qualified, and they find out that the bank says that they can afford more of a house than they thought they could. Well, guess what? The game has changed. Now they're going and they're going to buy a house all the way up to the line that the bank says. Let us help you have that conversation and get those upgrades for you. I like to sit here just so everybody sees the picture for a second. I love this picture, guys. Right? When I mention affordability, I'm not talking about cheaper. I'm not talking about being the cheapest. Don't be the low-cost leader. When you start offering a payment solution and affordability, that separates you from the rest of your competition. That gives you credibility. To work with a program like Moment, you go through a vetting process, right? We qualify you to be on our platform. That gives instant recognition that you're a legit contractor in the mind of your homeowners to have this relationship. It gives you that more sophisticated offering. If you're coming in today and just presenting price, but then tomorrow you come in and you have a price plus a promotion loan, plus a couple different installment options to allow the customer to have choice of affordability, you will win more business. It clearly separates you from those that are fighting over price. Value wins every single time. So would it surprise you to learn that almost half of Americans have less than $1,000 in their savings account today, ready for this unexpected expense? Has anybody here ever had to find a discount for just a $1,000 deductible? Maybe a yard sign, maybe a marketing discount. We're hearing these objections with just these smaller deductibles, and now they're going higher and higher. So we know that payment solutions are needed for those that did not plan and save for this unexpected expense. But on the same token, guys, don't disqualify a customer because of their house and where they live. The majority of luxury vehicles in America are leased, not owned. The illusion of having cash does not mean they have cash. When you put opportunities like 0% interest for 12 months in front of a customer in a more affluent neighborhood, you will win that business over your competitors who are not, who think they have the cash on hand and only give them that as an option. Also, don't discredit age. When we look at each one of these brackets, the highest number are those that have little to no savings. The only exception, and it's only by 1%, I'm sorry, right here, is for those that are 65 and over. So it's not just the millennials, guys, that are looking for payment solutions. Every age is looking for a payment solution because it is the number one or the number two category are those that don't have access to this cash. So if you think about it, you'll never lose a job, right? Because you offered it. Doesn't hurt. But now that we know this, how many jobs have you lost because you didn't offer this? How many jobs maybe went with somebody else that was offering this solution? So when you decide you want to implement this, there's some criteria that you need to look at when you're judging what a lender you want to work with. And I call this the 3 Ps. The first one is, how do you want to get paid? Do you want to go the more traditional route where the customer is going to go to their own bank and go back through that cash flow strategy that we talked about? Or do you want to get paid directly from the lenders that you work with? Do you want to control that access to cash? And when you decide on payment, know that the lenders you work with have money behind them that are helping this. They are facilitating this loan for you. Do they work with more than one capital source? Because what happens in a rocky environment is sometimes one capital source, although it be wide and there's a lot of money, maybe it's a deep well, all of a sudden the underwriting changes. What happens then? When that one bank goes away, that lender goes away. So choose a lender that has multiple banking capital sources behind it so that no matter the storm, they have a bank that will pick up your loan. So when you look at the process, how do you sell today? How do you want your applications to get started? Are you an in-home sales organization? Do you sell via email, right? How do you want that application to start? Does it need to start email, phone call, in person, integrated in with a mobile device or a technology like a CRM? And then what are the steps that are needed? Because this is often a blocker right here, is that we bring this tool into our company and then our sales reps who are actually using the tools don't know the steps that are needed to get this loan for their homeowners when they're in front of them. So feel very comfortable that it's the minimal amount of steps or what steps are required to get the loan. Your sales reps are trained and know how to get there. Some of you may have heard of like soft pull versus hard pull. It's really can my customers pre-qualify or are they approved, right? So you're going to have lenders that provide different solutions. Some allow you to pre-qualify. Some go right into a hard inquiry. I'll tell you that not all pre-qualifications are the same. So you want to pick a lender that stands behind their pre-qualifications. This is what I mean. I get a letter in the mail every single day, whether it's Capital One, American Express, you name it. I get these offers that say, hey, Mike, you know what? Your credit score is good enough. We want you to take out this credit card. That letter in the mail is a marketing pre-qualification. It does not mean that I actually am approved for that credit card. I have to fill out their form and mail it back to them. And there's a chance that I might not actually qualify for the offer that they put in front of me, right? Make sure if you're working with a lender that pre-qualifies, they stand behind that decision. And then approval rates are always important. Understand what type of paper they buy, how much credit they're going to pick up for you. Because as Patrick mentioned earlier, it can be a killer whenever you sell a job conditional to financing, and you don't have a solution that's going to go ahead and get you across the finish line. Funding is very important. Some solutions will only let you get paid when you're done with the job, right? So you're going to have to pay your labor, you're going to have to pay your material, or you're going to put, your material on your line of credit. You're going to have your sales rep with their hand out. You have a lot of people that want to get paid right there at the end of the job. And if you have a lender that's financing all the way at the end, they might start barking. What if you had the availability to take advance funds? Many companies do, but it's at a fixed stage. Maybe it's 20%, 30% advance. If you're looking for true flexibility in funding, we have that at Moment. And then are there any recourse concerns? This is where we as roofing contractors want to stay roofers. We don't want to be bankers, right? So make sure that the lender that you work with isn't going to put you in a position where they're going to think you're a bank. I think John can talk about that in depth at a later time. But then the last P that I look at when choosing a lender, and I've got 1 minute, right, Patrick? Got 1 minute. 1 minute. All right, we're going to wrap on this slide here, guys. Is what are the types of products that my customers are going to see? Are they going to get the promotional offers that win business? Are they going to see interest rates and terms that agree with them to get them the affordable payment, to get that interest rate that's outperforming inflation, right? And with all of that, is it fair pricing? Now, when my customer receives counter offers is for those that are more credit challenged, like we discussed. So with that, I'm going to move past this one where we talked about the different types of point of sale lenders and finish up with any questions, but really to now the special offer that we have with TJ right here. Scan that QR code. We're official partner with TJ and the world's greatest roofer. So by filling out the form on that link and taking a demo, if you scroll to the bottom of the page, you fill out the form, our sales team is going to provide a customized demo for you and your organization. We'll get to know you, tell you how we can tailor the Moment solution to better fit you. And because you know this guy, we're going to give you discounted rates.
No doubt. I know Mike, and I've had a chance to sit down with him and actually teach him a couple of things like he's done for me as well. And Mike is a stand-up guy. I don't think that there's anything to worry about. You guys should definitely fill out, at least get a demo to see if it's worth your time. All right.
Awesome. Thanks, CJ.
You got Michael in this? All right, we go. While they go ahead and set up a send with Michael and his team, one of the things that people have questions about when they go to create content or they want to brand their business is when exactly should I even post a piece of content? So you make a great piece of content out there, and that's what we do with my company is we do content. But when should you actually post it? What should you actually do with it? And people don't know when they can get the most out of a video at YouTube or on Facebook or on Instagram. I'm on this time. I got it right, I'll tell you. But so I call it this. I mean, I always look at 7-Eleven. It's how I remember it because it was a convenience store, right? Sometime between 7 and 11. Now, that could be AM or PM, all right? Take AM, for instance. If you want to post something that could reach a potential audience, post a video between 7 and 11 a.m. in the morning on weekdays. Why? It's because people are at work doing one thing. They're bored. They want to look at their phone when they're at work at 9:30 in the morning. So by posting during that time, what you're able to do is capture their attention when they're most captivated. They're going to the bathroom, they're sitting at their desk, they're at home and they're working there and looking for a distraction. At night, that 7 o'clock time is key because at 7 o'clock, if you do post a video for branding and marketing for yourself, what's going to happen is that when people come back from baseball practice, when people are getting into bed, when all that stuff that happens between 7 and 11 o'clock, your video is going to pop up on their feed and they're going to be more likely to see you and your business. If you post during the middle of the day, you post late at night, you're going to be risking losing that person. I always suggest wait until the next morning, get it out there where you're going to have the most eyeballs on it, have the most brand recognition, and reach the most of your potential audience. So little tip right there when you talk about posting content, it could come down to just when you are posting. Another thing you want to keep in mind is Sunday. If you do YouTube, everyone wants to get involved with YouTube and do videos that way. Post your best YouTube videos on Sunday evening. It is the time when most people are going to watch or be willing to watch something long form on YouTube. So if that's something you're trying to increase your channel engagement, Sunday night. Now, Michael Stearns is going to come up here right now and talk from Ascend. They are a digital agency. And one of the things that makes them much different is that they don't just do one thing. They're not a one-trick pony. They're not somebody who's just going to do websites or they're just going to do a campaign for you. They do an all-in-one, all-encompassing solution. So if you're a contractor out there and you've been looking for that one-stop shop, this guy right here is going to be able to tell you about it. So a great company, and I'm sure he's going to share a lot more details with you. Per normal, though, I'm going to stall because they're doing the stuff with the YouTube. I don't know. John, you got a question usually, right? Don't you have a question about something? You usually have a question for something. I don't know. Give me a question. That's a great question. I don't know. Yeah, so patrickcarr.com. I can't plug myself. I told TJ I can't do that. But yeah, patrickcarr.com, so you can get them right there. Can't plug myself. Yo, what's up? What's up back there? Tax guy.
How do you overcome the hurdle of the editing monster? Like, how do you do it and get over that?
Yeah, so that's a fair question. So I tell people when I started my company, doing all this stuff, Blue Collar Media Group, for the first 6 months, I didn't even know how. I didn't even own a what's it called? I didn't own a camera. And people are like, how do you run a media company without a camera? It's because you can do almost everything from your phone. In fact, I would highly suggest if you're out there and you want to become an editor and take the first step, in my opinion, the best app is something called Power Director. Go look it up. You've got things like Adobe you can use now, but that's not as good for your phone. Power Director is something you can download right to your phone. It is simple to use. You can do it immediately, 4K, all this different stuff, and it allows you to do a lot of the stuff that these other ones that they can do for you. Power Director is awesome for editing. Do everything right from your phone. I'll turn it over to you in a second, Mike. You good? You're good now?
I mean, we're good, Edge. So we've got such a robust
there we go. It's all you.
As far as the slideshow is concerned, that it's having a little bit of difficulty getting up for you guys.
Oh,
I'm kidding. It's actually one slide. It's going to be a really good slide. So I'm Mike Stearns, founder of Ascend Digital Agency, and we focus on working with contractors, specifically with custom web design, aggressive Google Ads, and very targeted search engine optimization. And with that being said, who in the audience today can handle 20 to 30 more leads?
You had to do it.
Press it at home. Make sure they yeah, drop something in the comments if you can. Little room for marketing. So, what I wanted to take a minute to discuss today are a couple things, not many of which have anything to do with what I offer as far as the service, but things that are really important and will actually help you as a contractor. So, yeah, so scan that, right? It'll go to the YouTube, subscribe to the YouTube. There's a ton of really good content. But one of the things I want to think about is, like, who is your customer, right? What do they look like? Not aesthetically, are they as handsome as Mike or John Gross or even Scoville? But what does your customer look like? Where do they engage? Where do they interact? Where do they live? And how is that going to change? And that's the most important part. Because where your customers and prospective customers are going to be, spend their time, and ultimately engage with you are going to change over time. So let's talk about it for a minute. Let's do a little storytelling. Who had a MySpace account? Patrick, do you have a MySpace?
I sure did.
Dude, that shit was lit, right? Like, people come to your page, you get to customize it with the song that you want, and like super exciting, really fun stuff.
Me and Tom are still cool.
Yeah, Tom's right? You go way back.
All the way since the first break.
Yeah, you always had somebody, right? And that's what was good about it. Never felt alone. And then what happened, right? MySpace kind of died, and it was Facebook. And what's really important, if you pull nothing else out of this, what I want you to pull out of this is that don't be afraid of change. Embrace that change and capitalize on that opportunity. Because the people that were early adopters of Facebook, they garnered a massive audience, right? So beginning of stages of Facebook, you could have 1,000 friends and post stuff to your feed, and like 1,000 people would see it. It was fantastic. Who here has a Facebook business page? Ty, I know you got one. Yes. When's the last time you posted something on your Facebook business page?
Probably 3 times, 10 minutes ago.
What percentage of your audience on Facebook does it actually show to?
I don't get the percentage, but I feel like I get more on my personal page.
You get a lot more on your personal page, right? So what happened was, as Facebook continued to pull from MySpace, right? They pulled their audience. They got a much larger adoption rate, which meant more eyeballs. And advertising marketing is all about eyeballs. So Facebook, what they did was they said, okay, well, initially, if you've got 1,000 connections on Facebook, we're going to show it to a lot of them, maybe 1,000, maybe 900. And as time went on, they began to hamstrung how many people you actually have the opportunity to get in front of. Because what's going to happen if you want to get a message out to 1,000 people, but we're only going to show it to 200? You're going to pay them, right? So that was their monetization model. And you should still post stuff on your personal Facebook page. Share it from your business page. Like, that's fantastic. But the people that accumulated and built a brand while it was free, on the very early stages of Facebook, they did very well versus a business that started a year or two ago. I mean, I spent like $10,000 last year on send, not on acquired leads, just on getting likes to my Facebook page, right? And that's not a huge amount of money, but it's $10,000 that those early adopters of Facebook didn't have to spend to build their brand equity. So I think it's really important to note that. So think about Google, right? Google changes as well. Google Ads, Google SEO, they got an algorithm that changes 600 times a year, whatever the case may be, right? But think about something that's been truly impactful for contractors especially. Google Local Services, who guaranteed? Who here does it? Anyone on Google? Yeah, okay. Why was it so wildly beneficial for contractors, especially the ones that got in early, the early adopters, because they weren't afraid of the change and the potential negative consequences of taking a risk? They're getting leads at $30, $40, $50 a piece for actual leads. And that's not just, hey, they clicked my call and it's bullshit. Google Local Services provided a service where you click, you pay for the lead, you can dispute it if it ended up being a shit lead. If it was somebody trying to sell you 20 to 30 more leads, right? They have a dispute process where you can potentially get refunded. And a lot of people who adopted that early on got really good position with it. It did really well. I had a client that, they spent around $60,000, but they had like 1,800 leads to the platform, which is amazing because if you think about what the cost per lead is generated through Angie. Anyone love Angie here? At home? You guys love Angie Home Advisor? Yeah. If you think about the cost per lead on a Google Ads platform or any type of paid advertising, it's much more expensive than $40, $50, $60. So again, lean into that change, embrace it, capitalize on it. Who here has heard of the social snowball effect? Nobody, because I just made that shit up last night. Okay, so I want to take a moment to discuss this. It's something that it's a method really that started with me. I started doing it years ago, and it's the only reason I'm standing here today, right? Who here's in a Facebook group? You guys, I'm sure everyone at home or most of you are in some sort of Facebook group, and usually you're going to come and you're going to seek out a Facebook group for a few different reasons. All of which roll up to you're looking for something. You're looking for information. You're looking for camaraderie. You're looking for a service. You're looking for more leads so far. No. But you're probably looking for something, and you're trusting in a community to provide you. You're leaning on them for some guidance as far as solving your problem, whatever that is. It's no different in your service area if you're a roofing contractor, windows, siding, gutters. I mean, it really doesn't matter what type of contractor you are. Ultimately, within your service areas, there's going to be these small niches of homeowners that join these local community groups, right? And there's a lot of them. Some of them have 1,000 people, some have 20,000, some have 10,000, but there's always people that are going to be looking for the services that you provide. And if you don't have a system in place, shit doesn't get done. Signs Global, you're big on systems, right? Ty, you got some bulletproof systems and processes in your business, right? Yeah, you got it, because the road to hell's paved with good intentions. I meant to do this, and then got distracted. So if there's not a clear-cut path to accomplish what you want to accomplish, it's likely not going to get done. So if I'm a roofing contractor, one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to find all these little community groups, right? And when someone's asking for a service that I offer, tag myself. Granted, there's not as much credibility, right? If someone's looking for marketing, I'm like, Mike Stern's the best. Ascend Digital is phenomenal. It's like, can be kind of tacky, doesn't have as much credibility, right? So, but the more people see a particular brand and associate it with quality, excellence, and things like this, the more apt they are to believe it and the more apt they are to reach out to you. And ultimately, like that's what we want to accomplish for you as a roofing contractor. So as opposed to just having the owner operator, you know, be his own brand ambassador, what is something that we could do to furthermore capitalize on those people that are facing roofs and they're looking for a product or service? Invite your team members, right? So you've isolated all the opportunities. Let's systematically make sure that we get all of our team members on board in these Facebook groups so that when that person asks, now we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 5 different people talking about how great your company is. How can we take good and make it great? Your customers. And this is where like the system comes into place. Has anyone ever struggled getting Google reviews in here? Nobody? All right, well that's fantastic. Maybe someone at home has struggled with Google reviews. What I find a lot of people have success with is taking the opportunity during like a quality control walkthrough or quality assurance walkthrough to make sure that they're getting their customers really hyped about their stuff, right? Oh, we did an onyx black shingle. You see how beautiful that is? We finished it with, you know, black gutters. We didn't fuck up your landscaping, like, right? So you're getting them excited about something that's typically not very excited. Be excited about it. Homeowners like. So in that moment, you capitalize on that and you say, you know, you ask them, you get some sort of commitment. Would you be willing to do me a favor? And they're, and use situational awareness. If it seems like they're not happy, don't ask them. Don't ask them for a favor. But assuming you do quality work, most people are going to be happy. They should have no problem doing it. Send them the link for your Google business profile, right? Would you mind sharing your experience on Google? And I think in that moment, you'll be hard-pressed to find somebody that's going to tell you no. Okay? By the way, would you be able to do one more thing? Could you answer a question for me, Mr. Homeowner? Yeah, sure. If someone were to ask for a roof right now, someone you know, someone that's very close to you, would you recommend this? Say yes. And they do. Fantastic. So we've seen a lot of success in our business getting referral business from people that are very happy with us. So we're a part of a few local community groups. There are local to different suburbs of this area that we really appreciate. It would be so meaningful and impactful if we could invite you into that ecosystem. And when somebody asks about it, you just share your experience. Nothing more, nothing less. If we do that, would you accept the invite? And if I know you're super busy, I'm not asking you to go out your way all the time, but if you happen to see somebody asking you to share your experience, yes. So that's how you create an army of brand ambassadors to consistently get referral business. And these are costing you everything. I say free, nothing, right? It's free. It's an investment of time for sure, but you're not paying a marketing company. You're not paying a lead aggregator to make sure that you're continuing to get the lead. It's consistently over time. There's so much where you get more out of it. You service two.
$30 to $40 leads a week.
Where did it cut out?
That's good. Can you guys hear him? Is this thing on? Oh, okay.
That's good that 2 people were watching. All right, so where do we kick?
Yeah, just get the referral. Yeah, you're good. Everybody in here.
Yeah, okay. So get the referral, Bird Eye, Podium. There's a lot of different platforms that you can accomplish this with. But again, if you can show a seamless way for an individual to help promote you to where you can quantify exactly what they'll get out of it, show them the message, right? Show them that they'll actually be paid. You got to pay people, right? If you're good. Oh, ooh, that sounds good. Y'all might be stuck with me for a little bit longer than 30 minutes. Yeah, I like this. Pay people, right? If you have a referral program and you offer them an incentive, I know it sounds crazy as shit to be like, yeah, you got to make sure you pay them, but that, well, you'd be crying, so I know you're lying if that were the case. Sounds crazy, but you have to pay people, and that's a really good way to take somebody who's super excited about being an ambassador for you and giving you shit reviews. So make sure that you keep that in mind. With that being said, what questions do you guys have about marketing, whether it's Google, social media, your websites, things like that? I'll open the floor to you to try to provide as much value as possible, or I can pitch you for like the last 10 minutes. So
I have one that I'd like for you to start with. You helped me understand a lot more about SEO and specifically time on page and how that will help a roofing company with videos, blogging, things like that.
Yeah. So time on page is a good thing. If you think of in the most simple sense, Google wants as much engagement from the people using their platform as possible, because if people are engaging with the content they're recommending, it's viewed as a good experience. And if someone has a good experience, they're likely to come back. If more people come back to Google consistently, they can charge you more to pay for Google ads and Google local services and all these great things that they monetize and make a lot of money from. Page, like dwell time, time on page is very important. And you talked about video and blog and things like that. And I get asked all the time from my clients, like, what can we do to help the cause, kind of in conjunction with what you guys are doing to increase our organic rankings? And video is a really great opportunity to do that. Now, the video itself may not have a direct impact on your SEO, but what if you take that content that you're getting on the video and you transcribe it, you get the words out, and now you create a blog post about it. And now as you're talking about different things on this video, you're linking that to different pages on your website. And that's how you can kind of leverage video content that you already have out there and that you're going to use for social media and promotion and things like that, and help it make an impact on your organic visibility as far as SEO is concerned. What else? Any other questions?
Yeah, talk about what types of content roofers should be putting on their website.
Yeah, what type of content should you be putting on your website? It's a really good question. So when we build a website, we look at it as what are the, who's your team? You want to make it about us, make it feel warm and fuzzy. We look at your materials, your services, finance options, right? If you offer financing, what does that look like? And we're going to build out the website accordingly. If you're looking to build your own website, I'd say the one thing that is paramount is categorizing the information that you're putting out on the website. And the way that I explain this is look at your website and how Google and your consumers are going to use your website, almost like the way you would look at the index for a car, like the owner's manual, right? If you go to an owner's manual and you went through 600 pages of size 10 Times New Roman font, that'd be a really shitty experience for you trying to find what you need, right? But they make an index to where you can go to the category of what you need, and then there's like subcategories, and you can easily find, okay, oil pressure, it's on this page in this paragraph. That's what you want to do with your website. So you want to make separate pages for the different services that you offer. Don't just put residential roof replacement and put, 5,000 things on there. Make one for residential roof inspection, roof repair, installation, roof rejuvenation. Yeah. So that's always the lens that I look at when we're creating sites, and it seems to be very helpful for people that are creating their own as well.
I was saying, just from what I've seen, there are times where a business owner sucks in front of a camera. They just can't seem to string together a few sentences.
Yeah.
And that's a real problem that I think businesses have,
For sure.
especially small businesses. Do you suggest that person continue to try to be in front of the camera as the business owner, Or is it more advantageous to find somebody who might be a sales rep or a long-time employee?
Yeah.
They're more natural,
Mhm.
and that would be the face of the company and have the owner take a back seat. How do you kind of negotiate that with somebody who may not be as good? We know the light goes on.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think context is important, right? Because some people, if you're an owner operator, you're not going to have that luxury, right? If you have somebody that you can delegate something that you're not good at to, I say do it all the time and focus on the things that you're really good at. But for the guy that, try it, keep trying it, practice makes perfect type of thing. But even for those folks that can't get on camera and, they're, for whatever reason, they don't like being on camera and they're kind of paralyzed with fear because of it and they don't like the outcome, I explain to them like this, right? You guys are going out and doing inspections every single day. You're going out and you're looking at roofs. And you're convincing an insurance carrier, right, or an adjuster, right, through documentation that this roof should be bought. This is why this roof is damaged, and this is why it's covered under their policy. It's really no different. And if it's just a matter of getting your face out of it, go up there with your while you're doing your roofing inspections and just record the inspection and explain and talk through exactly the way you would with an adjuster of what's wrong with this roof. Talk about why they called you out. Was the roof leaking? Did they find shingles in their yard? Right? And if you look at it through that lens and you create content as such, if you parlay that with translating that into written words and put it on a blog post, you're organically just naturally going to hit a lot of keywords that are going to be relevant for what people are searching for. And it's a really good strategy. John.
What's your top recommendations when you're using the LSA platform? Talking about the Google guarantee. What's some recommendations that you give to a contractor?
Yeah. So make sure that you fill out all the information, right? So if you don't have local services right now, you're going to submit to Google and they're going to do a background check, licenses, and insurance. And you're going to fill out a few other things once your profile's approved, service areas, like where do you want these leads from? The one thing that I see that a lot of people don't do is placing a disposition on Google local service leads. So they get a lead. Google has this little, it's like a micro CRM, if you want to call it that, to where they track what they're giving you, what they're charging you for the leads, where you service, et cetera. And they give you the opportunity to disposition what happened on that call, put notes on it, contact information. You can even get reviews from that. So make sure that you yourself or you have somebody in your office, probably whomever would be answering the phone, take some time at the end of each day if you're getting leads from them to explain to Google what's going on. And I've gotten some pushback on this, honestly, to where it's like, well, I don't think it makes a big difference. And I'm like, well, okay, maybe you're right. I can't prove to you that this is going to make a monumental difference in Google's algorithm. But here's what I know. Google's smart. They built this entire self-contained ecosystem, right, and engineered it in a way to where they've given you the opportunity to disclose to them what exactly is going on. So I feel like it's one of those things where if you play ball, you're more likely to benefit as far as position is concerned. And I've worked with quite a few guys that have had success as a result of that. So, Patrick?
When you make a post, whether it be on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, YouTube, what do you consider an organic post? You're putting it out there, not putting money behind it as an ad. What do you consider to be the most important metric for a business to look at for the success of that post? Is it impressions? Is it the number of people? The amount of time it was watched? How do you judge if you've got something that actually is a successful organic post, or if you're doing it completely wrong? I'm not sure how to judge. How would somebody judge that?
For me, it's leads. No, I'm kidding. But obviously, like for YouTube, for instance, by the way, go to our YouTube, subscribe. My YouTube sucks. So I'm constantly trying to make iterations to understand, like, how do I get more than 40% of the people to stay past the first 30 seconds, right? So in that instance, it's like, all right, let's come up with a spicier hook. Let's come up with a hot take, something like that. With a roofing, like what platform specifically are you discussing?
Let's take Instagram. You can go in and have a professional profile, a dashboard there, with a couple little tweaks, and then you can go into the insights, and it'll tell you all sorts of things. Your top videos, amount of watch time, impressions that video had.
Yeah.
And those things can be a little bit confusing, I think, for a business owner. Like, does it matter that it reached 15,000 people if 14,000 of them are in Norway and my business is in Tampa, Florida?
Yeah.
I'm wondering, how do you judge if an organic video that you take on top of a roof is actually, if I'm on the right track and it is actually a successful organic video?
Yeah, and it's a really hard question to answer. As like like job well done because you stumped Mike Stearns. I'm kidding. It really is, right? Because like watch time is important, because if somebody cares to keep watching my video, they're liking the content. But again, if they live in Costa Rica and that's 87% of the audience, like how much of an impact is that making on my bottom line? Probably not much. But then what I would say is that's important for Instagram's algorithm, right? So while it may not be something that's going to lead to somebody buying a roof from me, it may influence Instagram to say, okay, well, I'm going to show that to more people where he does target, because it seems like people are really enjoying this content for whatever reason.
It's about the overall versus just the one video. So it's more about the constant posting, and then not just one, but all. So
There you go.
from what I found.
It's the best answer I got, brother. So,
I've got a question.
Yep.
So you got 1 minute?
Yep.
So I presume most homeowners, most leads still come in by telephone. But right behind that's probably email. Right behind that might be text or chat feature.
Mhm.
Thinking text and chat feature on websites probably becoming a lot more popular. Do you have any sort of strategy behind that, or certain widgets, plugins?
Yeah, there's the pop-ups that you see on sites. Those are a simple plugin. We have an instant quote as well, to where it kind of guides them down the journey based off, it pings the size of the roof, and you put in you precondition the price per square and take them down a journey to where it'll deliver them a ballpark figure. I know Roofer's dropping a really good one. And I think right after me, you'll get Roofle, which is, you'll be excited to hear about that as well. I think there's a lot more of those submissions going on than a lot of people think. You know, as we get into like past the millennials and you get the younger generation coming in, like they're antisocial, right? They don't want to pick up the phone and call. You know, there's not, by the way, personally, there's nothing more frustrating than when you call somebody and then they text you back. But they don't like having that conversation via phone. So I think that's going to be more and more of a thing moving forward.
How does somebody that's new, somebody that may not know where to start, what is your onboarding process like, and how do they work?
Yeah, so if we bring it, typically our customers are going to be somewhere in like the 1.5 million plus. So they're typically not someone who's just getting started. But we do consulting, right? I'll help people out. The YouTube is a great resource, because the way that I've created all of that content is based off of the last 7 years, all the questions that I get for people in starting their business, running their business, like what are the best ways to build my own website? What platform should I use? Where should the content go? Things about Google Ads, SEO, things like that. So that'd probably be the best bet. Yep. All good? Thanks, guys. Let's go to you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll talk about that. Since we are on the topic of content, I'll talk about one way, and Mike, maybe you can, I don't know, you tell me if I'm right or wrong here. I thought I was on. I'm on here. I think I did it right this time. Man. Am I good? All right. So one of the ways that you might want to consider making yourself better in front of a camera, a little bit of an exercise here that I tell my clients to do. It's a very simple exercise. I call it 5% better in 5 days. So what this would entail is this. Take your phone, put it in front of you, and talk about something for 5 minutes. It doesn't matter what it is. Talk about why carpet is this color. Talk about why the sky is blue or grass grow. It doesn't matter. Talk about baseball. Once you do that, what you want to do is you want to turn the phone around and look at yourself for 5 minutes. Just watch it. No sound on at all. Just watch what your visual cues are. See how you look. See if you like the way you look. See if you look like somebody that you would pay attention to if you were scrolling through a feed. Once you've watched it for 5 minutes, turn the phone upside down and listen to yourself for 5 minutes. Do you sound like somebody that you'd want to listen to in a car? If you were there with your kids, if you were watching a YouTube video in the background, listen to your ums, your likes, and everything that you don't like in your audio cues. And then finally, have it transcribed. You can use things like mixed captions or captions plus, whatever else. Have it transcribed and read what you say. If you read what you say and you like the words that are coming out of your mouth, then you've got something that's special. If not, you may want to look at, okay, I could have changed this word. Instead of using really here, I could have used a more proficient word to describe how I felt about a subject. So what you're doing is you've got your visual cues, you've got your audio cues, and then as well, you're taking a look at your vocabulary, and if you're really expressing how you feel about something through reading the words. You do that for 5 days, 1% better each day, and you're going to get 5% better. It's a little thing just to try to help people get better in front of a camera or to be more impactful, just to watch yourself, hear yourself, and see how you sound. So just an idea right there if you want to get better in front of a camera. A good place to start is with your own cell phone. Now, thanks. So it's cool. And now I got Rufal. These guys are absolutely amazing. So I'll turn it over to y'all and do your thing, man. Appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Here, my name is Travis, COO and president of Rufal. Let me tell you a bit about myself a little bit before I get started. I kind of have a little bit unique journey in the roofing industry. So I actually started out as a canvasser, door knocking, setting appointments, things like that. Worked my way up into sales and then kind of into sales management, and then went over to the production side for a while into project management, production management, up to general manager, and then kind of overseeing, kind of like a region, or kind of for Hoffmober Construction was the company that I worked for. And fortunately, they had great processes in place. They had great things for their people in place so that they could actually allow for growth within their organization for people who did get in on the bottom end of things to be able to work their way up, kind of throughout the company. So kind of a different journey for myself. Kind of been in every single different spot within the roofing organization. And it's something I love. Roofing is something that I really, really have a passion about. I really love it, which is why I've been in it for so long. But let me tell you a little about Rufal and kind of how we started it. So Rufal is anyone in this room heard of Rufal before and kind of what we do? So what we are is basically we have brought e-commerce to the roofing space. So basically allowing customers to basically buy their roof online. And so kind of how it started was that we were all in a room about 3.5 years ago prior to COVID. And we were like, well, what's the next biggest thing kind of to come to the industry? And we got to thinking about it and kind of came to basically e-commerce. But before I get there, I'm going to talk about the evolution of the roofing industry. Maybe some of you guys who've been in the industry for 5, maybe 10 years can kind of really appreciate some of these things that I'm going to talk about. And we'll talk about the journey. So the evolution of the roofing industry kind of all started with everything on paper, right? So I'm sure everyone remembers contracts on paper, hand drawing measurements, everything was on paper. They had paper files. Everything went into this paper file. And you probably had these little plastic trays on the wall in your office where you had to slide everything kind of over to the next job to where now we have CRMs. So I'm sure everyone in this room probably uses some sort of CRM that basically every job goes in there. You have automatic scheduling and all these other things that are in your CRM. Hand measurements. So I'm sure a lot of people in this room remember getting up on roofs, having your little sketch paper out where you had to get up there. Maybe you had the little bubble graph paper that made you draw straight lines behind there, but you had to actually measure out the roof. Took you maybe 30 or 40 minutes to actually sketch out, this roof. To where now we have aerial measurements. There's a lot of companies out there now, I'm sure you're aware of them, Eagle View, and there's others that are out there that offer you basically aerial measurements in minutes, and get a full report. Calculating estimates manually to advanced quoting tools. So we used to have to take our labor rates. We used to have to take our material price sheets, kind of take your measurements, kind of figure everything together, put together some sort of quote, and bring it to the homeowners per proposal. To where now we have advanced quoting tools. Everyone probably knows that. I think Sumo Quote was here, earlier. There's other ones up there like Leap and other things that they allow you to basically quote the job in minutes. You basically plug in all your information, and they basically spit out some sort of automated estimating tool. Flipbook presentations. We used to sit at the counter or at the table with a homeowner, and we had these flipbook presentations, or maybe pitch book you had was maybe like photographs or things like that you would flip through and basically be able to pitch your company and show them different things that you do, to like iPad presentations. So now everyone probably has an iPad presentation or some sort of presentation that they email to the homeowner, or things that you click on or can zoom in on with your presentations. Product sample boards. We used to have to grab the product sample boards. We'd grab 4 or 5 at a time. We'd lug them into the house, kind of stand up against the wall, show the customer. If they wanted to see it on the roof, you'd hold it up next to the roof, probably above your head, and kind of so they could see it. To now 3D home visualizers. There's a lot of different ones out there. So now you can have a picture of the house, take one picture of the house, and you can put on 20 different types of roof colors or products onto their house where they can actually see it in like a 3D image. Sending orders by fax or email. So we used to have to always send in our orders. We'd have to fax them over or email them over. They were all done by hand to material ordering platforms. I think there's a few of them that are out there from, I think Beacon's got one, SRS has one, so where now you can basically go in there and see your real-time pricing and actually submit the orders right there online. Door knocking. So everyone used to always door knock to get all their leads. The majority of the leads, they'd be out there door knocking to get a lot of their leads before the platforms came out. So now we have SEO, SEM, social media, digital agencies. I think we've seen a couple today. There's one right here before me. Ascend was up here. But there's a lot of them out there to help you promote your business other than door knocking. Physical inspections, you just have to get up there and check for hail damage, climb up on the roof, get your chalk out, look for hail, circle different marks that are on the roof as far as for damage, to where now they have drones, AI damage detection. I don't know if you saw, I think EagleView's got a drone here today that they're showing off where they basically can fly this drone over your house and they can actually depict, what is hail damage, what is mechanical damage, or the different things on the roof. In-home appointments to virtual meetings. So here over COVID, started doing virtual meetings. Virtual meetings got pretty popular when COVID hit. So we used to have to go into the house, do our flip books, do our presentation with the homeowner. To now we have virtual meetings over Zoom or over Google Meets. And the last one is in-person sale. And that's kind of what I'm here to talk about today is, basically e-commerce. What is the next step of the in-person sale? And it's kind of the one that hasn't quite evolved yet. And so that's the one I'm here to talk about. And I'm talking about selling roofs online. Roofl's been doing it now for about 2 years. We're at about $4 million in sales that we've come to in about that 2 years' time. So we have been able to basically say that there's a proof of concept there and say that the homeowner is hungry for this experience to actually go online and buy your roofs online. Now, $4 million in 2 years doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when we started, we had no reviews. We had no physical locations. We had nothing really there backing us up as far as being a company at all. And we were able to, in 2 years' time, be able to sell roofs. We had no physical locations, no people on the ground, and the demand was definitely there. Interesting enough, about 70% of our sales came in between 9 and midnight. And I'm sure you guys can probably imagine the majority of what the age groups were of those people that were actually buying online. Probably that 30 to 40-year-old, range that is, the one that really likes the technology. But if you think about it, a lot of those ones are starting to own homes now. They're the ones that are actually starting to come into their homes, where maybe the people that are in the 60s and 70s are starting to kind of phase out of owning those homes. So it's kind of those millennials and those ones that that don't like that human interaction. They're the ones that like to be on their phones all the time or be able to order everything on time. I bet you probably know some people out there that are younger and they do 90% of their shopping online, whether it be Amazon or Instacart or things like that. They love the convenience and they love it to be right there at their fingertips. Now, what I'm going to do over the next couple of slides is talk to you about how you can prepare your business or maybe get your business ready to be able to sell e-commerce and basically to be able to get things on your website so that you can do the same thing as well. But by any means, I'm not trying to say that e-commerce is going to be the end all be all. It's not going to come in and replace all the sales reps, if there are any sales reps here in this room, because there are still going to be people who do still want that in-home, experience. But e-commerce is just another way for your business that you can actually sell roofs online 24 hours a day. And also, when you sell roofs online, I guarantee they're not going to come and ask you for a draw or things like that. So it is one way that that you can still generate revenue 24 hours a day. So the first thing is why sell roofs online? Easy to expand your service area. So when you sell roofs online, let's say that right now you only sell in like a 60 to 50 mile radius. So you as a business, if you have a job that basically the homeowner is bought online and they live say 80, 90, 100 miles away, you don't have to send maybe a sales rep out to the house 3 or 4 times to meet with that customer. Where before, maybe you would have said, nah, it's too far outside of our service area, where in this case, they've already bought the roof from you. So you have to maybe just send a crew out there, or maybe somebody just from production out there to actually go out there and just service that job. Simplifies the sales process. So sold job comes in, it's been bought on your website. Maybe it skips the whole sales process and it goes right into a production process. Saves time and money. Everyone knows how much gas has gotten these days as far as sending different people out to the house multiple times. 24-hour sales potential, like I talked about. It's on your website working for you 24 hours a day. And then keeping relevant amongst the retail giants. Who in here knows Angie? Heard of Angie? Yeah, everybody probably heard of Angie. Who here has heard of Angie Roofing? Anybody? So everyone here probably knows that Angie now owns a roofing company. Angie Roofing is now selling roofs online. So if you think that it's not a thing, it's not happening, it is actually happening right now. So a company that you are buying your leads from actively is selling roofs online to customers, same customers that you're getting leads from. So first thing is, don't be afraid to show your price. So when you're selling roofs online, you cannot be afraid to show your price online. So as we become more transparent, we will gain the trust back. So the roofing industry is one of the only industries out there where you can't go online to see some sort of price. Everywhere else in the other industries, they can go online, find some sort of price as far as what it's going to cost to get something done. And now with roofing, you have to be able to do it. So in order to show your price, you have to know a couple of different things. You have to know what your numbers are. You got to know, what's your labor, what's your material, what's your profit. You got to be able to set your numbers to say, hey, this is what our base number is going to be, and here's how much our add-ons are going to be as well. So as a company, you have to be able to know what your numbers are, because when they go online, they're going to be able to see your price. And one thing that we can't have, and I'm sure happens every single day, is if you send 3 reps to a house with the same homeowners, they want the same product, it's the same exact house. If you send 3 different reps out there, how many times is that homeowner getting 3 different prices? Because that sales rep will price it 3 different ways. Because maybe that sales rep doesn't know exactly what your numbers are as far as a base number or your upgrade numbers or whatever it may be. So when you do sell online, everything has to be consistent, because everything is going to be transparent, because they're going to be able to go online and see what your prices are. Customer experience is the next one. So when your customers coming to your website, you have to be able to show them what their customer experience is going to be like. So if you don't have the ability to have a sales rep in the house to be able to explain to them how great your company is, or how great your customer experience is going to be, or how good of a job you're going to do, you're going to have to be able to show it on your website. You have to show it up front as far as like, here's what you're going to get when you hire our company. For example, so we have 2 different things. We have Amazon and we have Best Buy up there. The same product, it's the same price, not much different than the roofing industry, because most of the companies out there are offering the same products, right? Most of them are using for sometimes the same crew. So really it comes down to, you have to be able to, as your business, show them why you're different and what your customer experience is going to be compared to what your competitor is going to be. So back to the example, a consumer comes to 2 different websites, Best Buy or Amazon. Well, why are they going to choose one or the other? Maybe for Amazon, it's because they have Amazon Prime and they know that it's going to arrive there in 2 days guaranteed. Or maybe it's because when the little blue truck or black truck rolls up with the little swoosh on the side, they get really excited because they're bringing their package and they know what they're getting. Or maybe Best Buy, because maybe their aunt and uncle worked for Best Buy for many, many years, or they live close to the headquarters, or whatever reason it may be. Somebody is going to choose a customer experience based on whatever they're showing on their website. So you as a business and doing e-commerce, you're going to have to be able to show your customer as far as what your customer experience is going to be like. Who here has been to Disneyland? I'm sure everyone here has probably been to Disneyland, right? How many times have you been? Sorry, World. I'm sorry, we're in Florida. World, yes, Disney World. How many times have you been? Probably a couple, right? Yeah, 3, right? So why do you keep going back? Because of the experience, right? You know that every time you go there, what type of experience that you're going to get, right? Disney is obsessed with the customer experience, right? And they know that you, as a customer who comes in there, you know what experience that you're going to get every time that you go there, and it's going to be a great experience. And then hopefully that you keep coming back, and you also keep bringing your kids back there year after year. A wise man once said, brands are the solution, not the problem. Brands are how you sort out the cesspool. Well, what does Walt Disney mean by that? He says the power because. What is your brand's unique value? So you have to be able to establish your brand's unique value. So when a customer comes to your site or is looking to replace their roof and they land on your website, or however you drive your traffic there, they have to be able to know what your brand represents. So maybe it's because your brand does a lot of things with the community. Maybe they do a lot of donations. Maybe they're known because they're a sponsor of the Miami Dolphins. No one wants to be the sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars, do they? I didn't think that they would. But whatever that your brand is, you have to be able to show be known for something. So you have to be able to. So when someone sees your brand, that they recognize it and they think good things, about their brand. Who here, for example, who here knows Coors Light? Does anyone know what Coors Light's known for? Somebody said it. Cold can, Blue Mountains, cold beer. Yeah, so when Coors Light set out to basically make the coldest beer, what is one reason why we know that Coors Light is the coldest beer? Yeah, the mountains turn blue, right? So Coors Light did a great job as far as build their brand to say that they are the coldest beer. And they let all their consumers know that their beer is the coldest because they have the blue mountains. You have to do something similar with your company as far as building up your brand. So how will we get there? We got 4 different things that we talked about, 3 things we talked about. The last 4th one we'll talk about as well. First one is knowing your numbers, because as you show your numbers online and customers are coming to your website, buying online, you have to know what your numbers are. Customer experience, showing everybody what their customer experience is going to be. So when they do buy from you, you show them what they can expect as they hire your company. Unique brand. We went over building up your unique brand, and then also processes. I feel like processes is an easy one. I think it's been talked about today a few times. But you have to have processes, because a customer that's bought online is going to be a little different customer than it has met with a sales rep and has been told different things or whatever it may be. So you have to have processes in place to be able to treat this sale within your company. So that's something that we do preach a lot about at Roofle. When we meet with different people, we talk to them about, like, being able to have processes in place, because it is a little bit different. So I have a video here to show real quickly, and it talks a little about as far as here at Roofle, as far as what we're trying to do here at Roofle.
If you've learned a lot about leadership and making a movement, then let's watch a movement happen start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons.
This was TJ back in college, maybe high school. Oh, yesterday.
This is simple. It's almost instructional. This is key. You must be easy to follow. Now here comes the first follower with a crucial role. He publicly shows everyone else how to follow. Notice how the leader embraces him as an equal. So it's not about the leader anymore. It's about them, plural. Notice how he's calling to his friends to join in. So it takes guts to be the first follower. You stand out and you brave ridicule yourself. Being a first follower is an underappreciated form of leadership. The first follower transforms a lone nut into a leader. If the leader is the flint, the first follower is the spark that really makes the fire. Now here's the second follower. This is a turning point. It's proof the first has done well. Now it's not a lone nut, and it's not 2 nuts. 3 is a crowd, and a crowd is news. A movement must be public. Make sure outsiders see more than just the leader. Everyone needs to see the followers, because new followers emulate followers, not the leader. Now here come 2 more people, then 3 more immediately. Now we've got momentum. This is the tipping point, and now we have a movement. As more people jump in, it's no longer risky. If they were on the fence before, there's no reason not to join in now. They won't stand out, they won't be ridiculed, and they will be part of the in crowd if they hurry. Remember, the next minute you'll see the rest who prefer to stay part of the crowd, because eventually they'd be ridiculed for not joining. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how a movement is made. So let's recap what we've learned. If you are a version of the shirtless dancing guy, all alone, remember the importance of nurturing your first few followers as equals, making everything clearly about the movement, not you. Be public, be easy to follow. But the biggest lesson here, did you catch it? Leadership is over-glorified. Yes, it started with the shirtless guy, and he'll get all the credit, but you saw what really happened. It was the first follower that transformed a lone nut into a leader. There's no movement without the first follower. See, we're told that we all need to be leaders, but that would be really ineffective. The best way to make a movement, if you really care, is to courageously follow and show others how to follow. When you find a lone nut doing something great, have the guts to be the first person to stand up and join in.
What was that video about? Yeah, being a nut. Yeah, being a nut. And how we were kind of that nut, right? The first one to go on this adventure to basically establish that customers, want to be able to buy roofs online and go through e-commerce. But it's also about starting a movement. And I know Mike was up here talking about, as far as the first companies to adopt disruptive tech had the best chance to gain market share. And we have some pretty exciting things that we've just done in the last month. We've actually started to release our technology to all contractors as well. So that you can have our technology put on your site as well, so that you can sell e-commerce as well on your site. So some pretty exciting stuff. But like they said, you know, to get into e-commerce, obviously you got to have a couple of things ready within your company to make sure that you are ready to be able to do so. But the first companies to adopt it do gain the best market share. You know, being one of the first ones, you know, in your market to get this technology will only help you be able to expand your business and get more revenue within your business. But again, the first thing you have to worry about is you don't have to be the lone nut, because we are the lone nut. The last thing that I want to talk about, and a kind of a lasting message I want you to have, is who knows these two companies? Does anyone know the story of these two companies? Everybody knows the story of these two companies? Not everybody? So Blockbuster, how do they make most of their money? Yeah, well, late fees, right? I think it was 60% of the revenue came from late fees. And then I think they even had please rewind fees as well. If you didn't rewind, they charged you a fee as well. So they made all their money off of all these fees, right? Well, obviously everyone knows the story of Netflix as far as how Netflix came along. The founder of Netflix got really pissed off at Blockbuster for a massive late fee, so he wanted to come up with some sort of different different system other than Blockbuster. But Blockbuster had 3 choices. Which, is there any other Blockbusters still around anymore? Does anyone know? Is there any Blockbusters? There's one, right? It's in Oregon, right? But it's actually a VRBO, I believe, that you can rent out for a couple dollars a day, something along those lines. So it's not active, I don't think, anymore. But anyway, so Blockbuster had a couple of choices, right? They could, number one, either buy them out, right? And just basically absorb that company and buy them out, which they could at the time. I think it was like $20 million is what they wanted at that time, which is a small amount of money. Or they could basically do the same thing as Netflix, basically say, okay, we see what Netflix is doing, so let's just do the same exact thing that they're doing and just kind of share the market share. Or the last one, which they did, which was do nothing and continue along the same path that they went down, and we all know where they are today, right? No longer with us. So if there's anything at all that I want you basically to get out of this whole presentation is, don't let your company be the next Blockbuster. That's all I have. If you have any questions for me at all, I'll take questions. Yes, Mike.
What would you say to contractors that are considering adopting something like that, but they're afraid of revealing their price because they feel like that's where they're strongest is in the sales, right?
Yeah, so we know, again, that this is probably not going to be for everybody, right? So when we look at companies, and there's some companies out there everyone knows that they sell at like $1,000 a square, right? So some companies are like, their market's average is 500 and they're at 1,000, right? Well, they may struggle with this a bit because how are they going to be able to build that value? Well, we all know how they work, right? They go into the house at 1,000, then they call the manager 9 times, and then it comes down to $600 a square, right? So that's just kind of the way they sell. So we know that it's probably not going to be for everybody, and that's why when we do meet with contractors and we do talk about these different things that I've went over with them, we kind of go to see if it's the right fit for them, because we don't want them to take the technology and fail at it and say, hey, it didn't work. We tried to do it. It actually hurt us in the long run. So we do look at those things when we meet with them to go over those types of things to say, hey, maybe this just isn't right for your business. So those are definitely some things that we talk about as well. So again, it's not going to be right for everybody.
Awesome, man. So thank you so much. Guys, don't leave, please. We have to stop for just a second, the computer and restart. Because Facebook won't let you go live past 8 hours, and we're approaching 8 hours right now. So we just need to reset it. But we don't want anybody to leave because we're about to do a raffle for the public adjuster. They're giving away 5 different things for you guys. You guys don't want to miss that. So if you want to give us like 2 minutes, that's great. But please come back in here right away because we're going to get started with it. Can I have yours? It's going to be Frank Dalton from Coastal. So yeah, so if you guys see some people out there in the hallway, bring them in. Let's get them in here. And then that one on here. Test. What's going on, man?
Good.
Is this thing on? Yeah. In here. Yep. Okay. So you probably, whenever we get a chance.
What's that? No.